The Longhunter by J.A. Herring. Chapter 1. The Hodag. The second Giende of Spring's Rise, 1122.
The horrific creature burst forth from the murky brown river with astonishing speed and lunged towards Roland. The Longhunter had expected his quarry to be large, but not the size of a wagon. It moved in a fashion similar to a crocodile, twisting its whole body with each step, and like a crocodile, it was no sluggish, lumbering thing. In seconds, it would be upon him. Roland leveled his musket and wedged its butt into his shoulder to steady his aim. He squeezed the trigger. A thunderous explosion echoed off of the nearby hills. An eruption of smoke tumbled out of the musket's barrel and rolled out among the trees and through the underbrush. The scent of gunpowder lingered in the air, and for a moment the Hodag was obscured by smoke. Tracker, Roland's faithful bloodhound, let out sharp barks and backpedaled towards camp. Her shiny gray coat was unmarred by battle. She knew her job was not to engage. Rusty, on the other hand, was a large red-furred Alvunian mastiff, a dog that might have been mistaken for a horse at a distance. He was more than capable of defending himself, and much like his master, had the scars to prove it. He knew his job as well as Tracker knew hers. He was prepared to fight. Roland hastily reloaded his musket. A splash came from the muddy waters of the Ketterveen River, but as the smoke cleared, there was no sign of the creature. Roland leveled his musket again, scanning the surface of the now still, brown waters for a glimpse of a shadow. The Ketterveen was too clouded with muck, too murky. He looked down at the base of the hill and estimated the distance between his boots and the shoreline to be about 20 paces. The creature could be on him within seconds of emerging from the water, even with the slight climb. He kept his sights on the shoreline and steadied his breathing as he slowly and cautiously took measured steps back. The dogs continued to bark, Rusty alongside him, Tracker from 10 or so paces behind near the ridge of the hill. The forest itself was silent. The birds had all fled from the trees when the musket was fired, and no fish disturbed the surface of the water. There was no sign of life at all in the forest. Roland kept his sights focused. The river vomited the horned, toad-like beast outward. Its webbed claws dug into the muck at the banks of the hill, pulling itself upward, each foot making a slurping noise as it was tugged free. It snapped its huge gaping maw of dagger-like teeth. Roland squeezed the trigger once more, obscuring the creature in a rain of smoke and sparks, sending a blast of sound throughout the forest. He slung his musket over his shoulder and quickly backpedaled away from the edge of the hill. Rusty followed suit. The Hodag stumbled forward through the smoke, part of its scaly right shoulder missing, and crumpled into the dirt on its injured side. Black blood spilled from the wound, unnatural blood. Not the red blood of an ordinary beast, but the oily fluid of a creature not natural to the world. The first shot had found its home in the beast's ribcage, while the second had done severe damage to its shoulder, but the beast was still very much a threat. Roland slid his saber from its scabbard. It hissed as it sliced the air in front of him, staving off a retaliatory attack. Rusty charged and went for the thick throat of the beast. Its throat was as wide as a horse's torso. The mastiff failed to find purchase. Roland charged forward and slashed at one of the Hodag's big yellow eyes. It moved out of the way of the blade, catching it with its horn. Roland wondered how he might defeat such a creature. He was no match for it in strength, and despite its size, its speed was incredible. He pulled back and plunged the point of the saber into the beast's cheek. Rusty, still dangling from the neck of the beast, shook his whole body in a vain attempt to try and tear open the Hodag's thick throat. The Hodag twisted its giant head and knocked Rusty loose before returning its attention to Roland. Rusty tumbled along, hitting the mud with a wet slap. He scrambled to his feet and shook his fur, scattering bits of dirt out all around him. Roland held his saber out in front of him, point forward. Black blood trickled off of the tip of the blade and stained the dirt near the toes of his boots. He tried to catch his breath in that brief moment, in that fraction of a second before the Hodag attempted another vicious attack, but the Hodag wouldn't allow for it. It bounded forward and knocked the saber loose from his hand, pinning him to the ground. It bared its teeth, lowering its maw around him to confirm its kill, but Tracker, seeing the battle had turned, joined the fray. The brave dog bit into the soft part of the creature's wounded cheek, prying its mouth away from her master. The Hodag twisted and writhed, backpedaling on its stubby hind legs. Tracker violently jerked the Hodag's cheek, her legs lifting off of the ground with every sway of the giant beast's head. She clung on as best as she could as it roared, twisted, and chomped at the air. Finally, it maneuvered Tracker to its mouth, bringing down its mighty jaws around her back. A sickening crack filled the air as her spine was broken. The monster shook her violently and tossed her aside. She had nearly been torn in two, a string of intestines managing to connect the two halves. Roland propped himself up on one elbow, still lying on the ground, and rapidly poured the black powder from his horn into his musket. He stuffed a lead ball in and packed it down. Rusty provided a brief distraction, biting the Hodag's tail. The fierce mastiff tugged and pulled with all its might, managing to pierce through the tough hide and scrape off some of its skin. The Hodag swung its tail back and forth in vast swaths until Rusty was flung out into the river, and then turned its attention back on Roland, who had just leveled the sights of his musket once more. Another shot, this time only a few inches away from the Hodag's face, the sights poised between the mighty creature's bulbous eyes. A hole blasted inwards at the center of its head. Bone fragments and blood were chased by a billowing cloud of smoke. The creature collapsed to the ground. A stillness crept over the bank of the river as smoke seeped out of the Hodag's nostrils and mouth. Its large yellow eyes glazed over. It was no more. Roland collapsed backwards into the mud. The cold muck felt nice against his shaved head. He breathed the earthy aroma of the forest in deep as he stared up at the gray clouds overhead. Why does one choose such a life? He had heard that question often, and he had heard a number of answers to it from his fellow Longhunters, but he had rarely given his own reason. To be a Longhunter meant weeks, months away from civilization. In truth, most Longhunters were running away from something. He was no different. Roland stuck the butt of his musket into the dirt and used it to hoist himself up from the ground. He walked over to where Tracker laid and knelt at her side. When he had gotten her, she was barely a year old. They had traveled most of Weystra together. He touched her shoulder, but she was already still. She had died from her grievous wound. It was a quick death, more than most could hope for in Weystra. She knew not to interfere in the fight, but she had also known that he would have died if she hadn't. She saved his life. She was a good dog. With the help of Rusty, Roland buried Tracker near where he had made camp, atop a hill overlooking the river. The sky was gray and overcast with dark clouds on the horizon, a dreary spring's rise day that promised rain. No words were spoken over Tracker's grave, nor were any regrets expressed over what had transpired. She had served him well, and he had enjoyed her company, but now she was gone. A tear carved its way through the bits of dried dirt still clinging to Roland's cheek, and found itself lost in a tangle of black beard. Tracker was not the first dog he had buried. He knew she was not likely to be the last. Weystra was a harsh frontier. Death was commonplace. He reached down and patted Rusty's head, taking one final look at Tracker's grave. He gathered up a few stones to mark the place. He turned away and set his mind to tearing down camp. Roland wondered to himself if it had been worth it as he stepped into camp. He began to remove the oilskin tarpaulin from his lean-to. 2 weeks following the Ketterveen River, stalking the Hodag to its cavern beneath a shelf of limestone. 2 weeks for a paltry sum of 200 silver coins. By the Alvunian calendar, a week was 10 days, so he made no more than 10 silver coins a day, less than is needed to purchase a room and a meal at a tavern. He was greeted by Belle, his dappled gray mare. She whinnied at his approach as he shoved away the oilskin tarpaulin into one of her saddlebags. Amity, a young gelding he had bought before the trip, ignored his presence altogether. The gelding was poorly trained and disliked having a rider. The outfitter in the tiny town of Lakeview let him go at a steep discount. Roland had no intention of riding the gelding. He was to follow Belle and haul the Hodag's hide, a task he was more than capable of handling. Roland used a long stick to free his haversack from a high tree branch where he had secured it at a distance from camp, bringing it down carefully. It had his mess kit, some hardtack, and some dried jerky in it. He was unfamiliar with the Hodag's physiology and had not wanted to alert it to his presence with the smell of food, nor had he intended to draw any bears or other hungry things into his camp at night. He slung the haversack over his shoulder and gathered up his bedroll and blanket, securing them onto the back of Belle before guiding her and Amity down towards the Hodag's corpse. They protested a little at the sight of it. He patted Belle's nose to calm her down and reassured her that the creature was dead in a hushed, calming tone. Roland knew from his fellow Longhunters that it was common enough to hold one-sided conversations with your animals. If they started speaking back, however, it was probably time to return to civilization, and possibly even get yourself a drink. Roland knelt down and withdrew a sharp platinum-colored hunting knife from the leather sheath at his side. The drop-point blade was forged from eluxinium, a rare and highly coveted metal capable of slicing through even the most durable hide. With some force, the razor-sharp blade pierced through the thick, armored skin of the Hodag. He carved along its neck until he had circled it entirely, and then climbed atop the beast to slice its back in 2 long, careful lines. All told, the skinning process took him a little over an hour. Roland guessed that the pelt weighed a bit over 100 pounds, as it took some effort to secure it to Amity's back. Of course, Amity did little to help, shifting slightly away from the great thing whenever Roland heaved it up along his side. Eventually, the pelt was secured to the horse's back with leather straps, resting atop some spare blankets for extra padding. He took one last look at the limestone cavern across the river where the beast had made its home. The river was high from winter thaw. It created a natural partition between Weystra and the lands of the Kadaran Empire, a mysterious place housing beasts so horrific to look upon that one would go mad at the sight of them, or at least that's what campfire tales claimed. Roland wondered if the Hodag had come from there, or whether it had crept up from some dark cavern far below in the endless caverns of Umberdur. He would likely never have an answer. That was a discussion for professors of Black Harvest University to have, not for a Longhunter to dwell on. Roland turned Belle, guiding her and Amity towards the trail that led back to the main road. With a sharp whistle, Rusty appeared from the forest, trotting up alongside him. Ordinarily, Roland would swear that he could see a smile on Rusty's jowled muzzle, but the poor dog had lost his friend too, and hung his head as he walked along. Barren limbs of trees clacked together, groaning as the cold wind picked up. Despite winter being over, it would still be another month before the budding signs of life returned to the forest. Roland missed the green. He missed the pollen dancing in the midsummer sun, and he missed the blooming wildflowers. It was night when Roland reached Lakeview. He hitched his horses up at the only stable in town and paid the stablemaster a couple of silver coins to keep them cared for until morning. "Some bounty, that," the stablemaster remarked upon seeing the Hodag's hide. He helped Roland unfasten the hide from Amity's back, and they dropped it to the floor. "There are a lot of them things out there?" "One fewer," Roland replied. The stablemaster nodded. "And how's the horse working out for you?" "He's doing fine." He patted Amity on the side of the neck. "Can you watch my dog here, too? I don't think Constance will want him in her tavern." "No, I don't think she would," the stablemaster chuckled. "And I'd hate to get on her bad side. I'm just fine watching him. He looks like the friendly sort." The man bent over and offered Rusty a hand as the dog approached him, seemingly aware he was being talked about. "Too friendly," Roland remarked. "Someone could rob your house, and he'd greet him for a pat on the head." "Well, I'll take good care of him, don't you worry," the stablemaster said. Roland nodded and left the stable, rounding the corner to find the tavern, the Constantly Open Inn. Roland was glad he could rely on it as a stop through the wilder parts of the country. In small towns and villages, it was common for taverns and inns to shut down entirely, leaving him stuck camping on the outskirts. But the Constantly Open Inn was, indeed, constantly open. After a long hunt, he needed a bit of luxury and a drink. "Welcome back, Longhunter," Constance called out as he let the door shut behind him. The room smelled of bean soup and grain. Only a handful of men and women were at the tables drinking and eating, with most of them crowded around the bar itself, eager to get closer to the unusually young and beautiful proprietor. Roland approached the bar, but paused. The sight of a crowd after weeks in the wilds made his heart race. There was something about large groups of people that he could never get completely accustomed to. He'd rather face 100 Hodags than one packed city. Make way," Constance said, waving away a couple of her regulars. "Can't you see the man's been through the ringer?" One of the regulars, a spindly old drunk with a long gray beard, stumbled back, squinted his eyes at Roland, then laughed through his 3 remaining teeth. "A Minostian, here." He shook his head and staggered back to a free table towards the back of the room. The other men crowded around the bar gave him dirty looks. Roland was no Minostian. Born and raised in Weystra, his darker complexion and coarser hair had always set him apart. Yet another reason he disliked crowds, but not the reason he became a Longhunter. "I'm amazed you serve his kind right up at the bar," a tall, muscular man remarked from beneath the brim of his worn leather flop hat. "Then again, being a native gal, I imagine you wouldn't harbor such prejudices, would you?" Roland thought about setting the man straight by readjusting his jaw. but then looked over at Constance. She wasn't the type to want a knight in shining armor to come to her defense, nor was she the type to tolerate a barroom brawl. She reached behind the counter and produced a large blunderbuss with a bell-shaped barrel. "Kindly get the fuck out of my establishment. You're not welcome here no more." The man reached for his pistol at his side, but another patron, possibly a friend, grabbed his shoulder. "Leave it," he said. "Let's go." The two men departed without a scene. The other patrons at the bar, regulars that Roland had seen on a number of occasions, were unperturbed by the sudden appearance of the blunderbuss, accustomed to its showing. "I'm sorry about them," Constance said, placing the blunderbuss on the counter. "They ain't locals. Merchant guards or something, probably. Maybe mercenaries or bounty hunters. Who knows? Not locals." Roland shook his head. "I'm used to it," he said. "You think I would be too," Constance said with a sigh, slipping the blunderbuss back beneath the counter to hide it from sight. "But I never am." She stared at the door through which the men had just departed. "I'm not a native, not really. I mean, I lived in Lakeview my whole life, but I never met the asshole who knocked up my ma," she clarified. "They see me as a native Weystrid because I'm not as pale as them. I'm sure you know how that can be." "It doesn't matter," Roland explained. "Those assholes are gone." "Well, now that I've gone and gotten all riled up and spilled my guts all over the bar, how about you tell me something about yourself? You come in here enough, never say hardly a word. Why does someone run off in the woods for months on end, hunting, killing monsters and demons and such?" Constance asked. Roland met her eyes, big, dark, and beautiful, but said nothing. There was a long moment, an uncomfortably long moment, where she kept her gaze fixed on his and didn't break it. "I'd like a whiskey," Roland finally said to her. Her eyes narrowed. Constance retrieved the bottle from the shelves behind her, specifically the bottom shelf, where the cheap stuff was kept, and put a glass on the counter. "At least tell me your name, Longhunter," she said, filling the glass up halfway. "It probably won't fucking matter anyway, with how quickly you lot tend to die out there." Roland took the glass and drank from it, not so much as wincing from the bite of the alcohol. He liked cheap whiskey. He set the empty glass down. "Roland," he said. "Well, Roland, you know the rate. 12 silver for a room, a bath, and a bowl of bean soup," Constance said. Roland retrieved the remaining silver from his haversack and set it on the counter. Exactly 12. All the coin he had left. He had set aside precisely 12 for the return trip for the constantly open inn. Nothing extra for the hospitality? Constance's lip quivered, fighting a smirk. She slid the silver into her palm and then dropped it into the pouch at her side. "You know hospitality's always free." A few hours later, after the bar had mostly cleared out, Constance had secured her coin for the day in a hidden place. She was relieved from duty by one of her workers, a young man with curly red hair. She showed Roland to his room, and they lingered for a bit too long at the door. "Would you like to come in?" Roland asked. She looked past him into the room, debating the proposition for a moment. He hadn't experienced the company of a woman for over a month, and judging by the state of eligible bachelors in Lakeview, it had been too long for her, too. "No," she said. Finally, she sighed to herself. "Not tonight, Longhunter," she added, meeting his eyes. She gathered up some of his clothes to launder them and turned to leave, pausing at the top of the stairs. "Good night, Roland." Roland awoke in the middle of the night to the sound of gunfire in the main room. Or was it thunder? He confused the two from time to time. The clouds had been dark earlier. He slipped out of bed and retrieved his clothes. Pulling on his doeskin breeches and linen shirt, he grabbed up the musket from against the wall and surreptitiously exited out into the hall. Slowly, cautiously, he descended the wooden stairs, careful to avoid the fifth from the bottom, the one that had always issued a small creaking noise whenever someone stepped on it. At the bottom of the stairs, he was greeted by a gruesome sight. The body of the young, red-haired bartender that worked for Constance was strewn out, lying in a pool of blood. The young man's empty eyes vacuously watched him on the final step. Roland stepped out into the main room where 3 highwaymen in long black leather coats with matching black tricorn hats awaited him. The one in the middle was reloading his arquebus. "Roland fucking Hatcher," the highwayman in the middle announced, a broad grin stretched across his face. He was a man Roland knew well, Thaddeus Smith, a former member of Rafe's gang. "Wakel has placed a sizable bounty on your head, friend. Frankly, I never thought we'd find you, not way out here." Then, lo and behold, some drunk bastard outside the tavern was crying and complaining about some big black-skinned fella causing him trouble, And I knew it had to be you. Well, you said it yourself. There's a bounty on my head. Try and collect it, Roland said, swinging his musket from his back. The two men at either side of Thaddeus leveled their arquebuses at Roland, ready to fire. One was a larger fellow Roland had only met once or twice before. Garrett, he believed his name to be. The other was a younger man, maybe 20 years old, a new recruit to Rafe's gang that Roland was wholly unfamiliar with. Thaddeus put his hands on the barrels of his companions' arquebuses and lowered them slowly. Now, men, alive, he said. Wakel wants him alive. He kept his eyes fixed on Roland. He just wants to talk to you, friend. And what does Rafe think of that? I made a deal with him. He let me out some years ago, Roland explained. Rafe doesn't think nothing anymore, Thaddeus explained. Rafe's dead, friend. He got the plague and passed. In truth, I was a bit offended you didn't show up to the service. He paused to pick his teeth with his thumbnail. Wakel's running things now. Roland looked at the three men, and for one irrational moment considered fighting them. He knew he would almost certainly die, but at least he would take them out with him. At least he would hurt Wakel in some way. He reluctantly slung his musket back over his shoulder and nodded. Fine, lead on. They led him at gunpoint to the stables, where his horses and theirs were being held. Rusty loped up and jumped onto him, nearly knocking him over, and licked his face, paying no mind to the men with weapons pointed at him. Roland patted the old dog, then pulled himself up onto Bell. The stable boy, who was left in charge overnight, didn't so much as mutter a word at the sight of the armed men, letting them do as they pleased. Take point, Roland, Thaddeus said, gesturing him forward. Garrett and the kid kept their reins in one hand and their weapons poised on Roland's back with the other as they emerged from the stable. A crack of thunder and a flash lit the tiny town. No, it was something else. Another gunshot. Roland pulled the reins and spun his horse around. Garrett tumbled off of his horse, headless. Constance stood a short distance away with a smoldering blunderbuss, stunned by her own action. In all her years of threatening and menacing troublemakers, she had never once pulled the trigger. The young highwayman immediately panicked and dropped his arquebus, then turned and took off past Roland. Thaddeus fumbled to draw his arquebus from over his shoulder, but Roland was quicker and raised his musket. A plume of smoke blasted Thaddeus off of the side of his horse, knocking him onto the ground. Blood hissed and gurgled out of the great sucking wound in the man's left breast. Roland quickly reloaded his musket and aimed after the young man, rapidly disappearing into the darkness at the outskirts of town. Roland, Constance struggled to get the word out of her chattering teeth, still trembling from the sudden violence. He's just a kid, she said. Roland gritted his teeth, watching the young man down the sights of his musket. He breathed out slowly, his finger on the trigger. Finally, he lowered his weapon. We have to leave, Roland said. We have to leave. He'll send more of them. I can't just leave this place. This is my home. I can't just up and run away with you, Constance protested. They'll come back. They'll send more for me, Roland explained. I'm not leaving my home, Constance said, with a tone of finality. He knew there was nothing he could say to convince her. Eventually, the kid would return to Wakel and tell him what had transpired in Lakeview. Constance would pay for hurting the gang in gruesome ways, and the town of Lakeview would burn. Roland knew Wakel all too well. He knew he had no choice. Running from his past was no longer an option. He would have to confront Wakel.
Chapter 2. Trouble. Roland stepped out from the courthouse of North Crossing, a purse full of 200 silver in his palm. He bounced it, feeling the weight, and opened it to peer inside. He was unsure if the bounty for the Hodag pelt was worth all he had lost. He took out a silver coin, one side stamped with 6 stars, symbolizing the 6 sovereign states of Weystra. The other, a bust depicting Callum Caballo, the supposed founder of the first colony in Weystra. Depictions of the man varied so much from one to another that Roland had wondered if he had ever truly existed at all. He placed the silver coin back in the purse and tucked it away in his haversack. Looking out over the grand city, the largest in all of Weystra, Roland felt his stomach churn. Crowds moved like ants in a colony, swarming around the buildings and stalls in the marketplace. They moved in the shadow of the city's great black tower that stood high above every other building within the city's palisades. The tower had once been cause for the city's construction. Large, mysterious, and made from an unforgeable black metal, it was studied ad nauseum by Elvunian scholars, but little was learned from it. Now it stood alone, taken back by nature and surrounded by overgrowth, casting its shadow across the great city like the hand of a sundial. A scream shook Roland from his thoughts. He glanced around to find its source and spotted it at once. A flamboyantly dressed Elvunian fop struggled against 4 witch hunters in tall, buckled hats as they hauled him towards a jail that adjoined the courthouse. The fop fought and jerked his arms in protest against the witch hunters, but to no avail. "Unhand me, you ruffians!" the man screamed. "I am an artist, a painter. I am no warlock." "You will receive your fair shake under the law," one of the witch hunters said. "All do, eventually." Roland ignored them. It wasn't his problem. He had no love lost for the witch hunters, or any members of the Reformed Church of Aldura, as they had once run his family out of Fort Daggerwood and into the neighboring hills. But he was not about to put his nose in their affairs. Whatever the fop had done to warrant their attention was his own problem. If Roland intervened in every witch trial in North Crossing, he would never be free of the city. He stepped down the stone stairs. Nearly every building and road in the city was made of brick, some painted, some not, some accented with slate or limestone, but nearly all brick. The brick was gathered and shipped from the swamps surrounding Stilton, acquired by trade. North Crossing was the breadbasket of Weystra, providing leather, salted meats, and all manner of grain, and as such it was easy for the city to acquire whatever it needed from the smaller settlements. Roland walked down the great hill leading from the courthouse, making his way down into the shadow of the Black Tower where all of the merchant stalls and shops formed a ring around a great fountain. He thought about the young highwaymen he had let live in Lakeview. He would have had to have come through North Crossing to resupply, but the likelihood of finding him was slim. What little trail he had left behind in the worn, heavily used North Road between Lakeview and North Crossing was a trail carved deep from fear. He had ridden his horse nonstop at full gallop to reach North Crossing, while Roland had taken his time, nearly 5 days of it, to reach the city. More than likely, the kid was gone. Roland restocked his supplies, a few pounds of hardtack and salted jerky, and a refill of his canteen at the well. He thought about spending the night in the city to allow his horses a night of pampering at the local stable. If the kid had fled south to the gang's camp to inform them of what had transpired in Lakeview, it would be months until he reached it. There was no rush. He approached the inn, a tall 3-story building made of brick with a thatched roof. A job board hung on the wall beside the entrance, and before he could approach it to check it, a woman with her face concealed under the darkness of a cloak hurried to approach. It was an unusual sight midday, and the woman was doing a poor job of looking inconspicuous. She pinned something to the board and hastily took off, zigzagging through the crowd of customers investigating the nearby stalls. Roland approached the note and pulled it from the board. It read as follows. To whom it may concern, I am in dire need of assistance. I cannot go into detail here, but request you meet me at the Black Tower upon the strike of the midnight bell. Compensation will be high, but the utmost discretion is required. It had been left unsigned. Roland stuffed the note in his haversack. If he had one weakness, it was curiosity for adventure. Everything about the post reeked of trouble, from its finely looped writing to the scent of expensive perfume rising from the parchment. He wondered if he was making a mistake, but at the same time couldn't stop himself. He got a room at the inn and waited for midnight to approach. When Roland finally set out, oil lanterns illuminated the darkened city's streets. Their light ended at the grassy, overgrown land surrounding the Black Tower. Only the dim light of the waxing crescent moon helped guide his way as he slashed through the brush with his saber. Eventually, he reached a clearer path that wound back and ran along the palisade wall to the north, likely the path his mysterious employer had taken. He followed it up to the doorway at the base of the tower and peered inside. The walls of the tower were black and pitted and shone iridescent in the moonlight. They were made of the same strange metal that the Kadaran ruins he had come across in previous adventures had been made out of. Some folk had taken to calling it umbrinium, claiming it was pulled from the darkest depths of Umberdur, a mythical cave system that ran deep all throughout Alder, connected by paths called the Nether Roads. He put little faith in rumors and legends, but had to admit that the substance somehow seemed alien, unnatural. A cloaked figure stepped forward from the shadow inside of the tower, letting the moonlight fall upon her as she lowered her cloak. She was a beautiful, fair-skinned woman with long blonde hair. By Roland's best estimate, she couldn't have been much over 20 years of age. Now you know why I had to meet you here, alone. Roland shook his head slowly, confused. He had no idea who the woman was, nor why he should recognize her. The realization that she was a mystery to him dawned on her, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, Aldura be praised. You have no idea who I am, do you? That is fantastic. Better than fantastic. What do you want me to do? Roland asked, his curiosity aptly piqued. What I require of you is simple. I need you to take this silver and pay whatever fine has been levied against my, friend, she explained. She produced a heavy pouch of silver, much heavier than the one that had been given to him for the Hodag's hide, and tossed it over to him. How lucky she was that he had answered her letter and not some common bandit. Use what is necessary to purchase his freedom, and keep the rest. I care not. I only want him freed. And what did your friend do? Roland asked. Nothing so scandalous. He was simply selling tinctures and tonics without a license, she explained. Ask for him by name when you arrive at the jail. Luke Primgian. He's a noble from Elvoon. She nearly swooned as the words left her mouth. Stepping fully out of the tower, she gazed up at the moonlight. A true noble, related to the queen, he said. Every Elvoonian who comes through Weystra claims they're a member of the 5 great houses, Roland grumbled. The woman gave him an annoyed glance over her shoulder. I'll free him, he reassured her. Oh, thank you, she gasped, grabbing his shoulders. He's the love of my life. You are doing a great thing. Roland turned to leave, and then paused as the realization came over him. Wait a second now. Your precious Luke wouldn't have happened to have crossed the witch hunters, might he have? I'm not sure I see the difference. He's jailed either way, she explained. There is a marked difference between bribing a militiaman to free your beau and trying to get him liberated from the Reformed Church of Weystra, Roland explained. A militiaman might part ways with a prisoner for a pittance, but inquisitors had higher scruples. The fanaticism of the witch hunters was not so easily undermined. Is that a problem? The woman asked. Roland took out the heavy pouch of silver from his haversack. He debated tossing it back at her feet. He knew he should toss it back at her feet. He bounced it in his hand and felt its weight. Reluctantly, he slipped it back in his haversack. No problem. I'll get him for you, he said. And, is there a name I should give him once he's liberated? Should I tell him who his benefactor was, or do you wish to remain anonymous? I'm sure he'll know, the woman said. He is new to Weystra and has not made many friends. Plenty of enemies, though, by the looks of it, Roland muttered. I will meet you in the old oak grove to the south of the city in 3 days' time, she said. I'll be there, Roland replied. The following day, Roland made his way to the jail adjoining to the courthouse. He walked in and found it to be a sizable place befitting of such a large city. A number of folk had been detained for a myriad of reasons and were all being held behind iron bars. Mostly men, but some women and even a few street urchins were all caged away. Towards the front of the building was a large holding cell filled up, but several of the other cells housed only 1 or 2 inmates. At the far end of the building stood a solitary cell ringed in etched runes and a circle of salt. Inside sat the Elvoonian fop that Roland sought to free on behalf of his anonymous benefactor. Roland made his way up to a wooden desk with a militiaman behind it, scribbling notes onto a piece of parchment. The militiaman wore the typical regalia of a militiaman, a long, tan coat hanging from his narrow shoulders, and a gray tricorn hat sat perched atop 2 oversized ears. An arquebus rested against the wall next to the window that faced the palisades. The man took no notice of his approach, too invested in his work. Good morning, Roland said, startling the man. Yes, indeed, good morning, the militiaman said, covering his glass inkpot and placing his quill into its stand. Is there something I can help you with, citizen? That blonde fop over there, Roland said, pointing to the man in the warded cell. He's Luke Primgian, right? Yes, the militiaman said carefully. That is right. What did you want with him? I need to get him out of here. I'm willing to pay, Roland said plainly. I'm afraid no bail has been set. He is not under our jurisdiction, in truth, but that of the Reformed Church of Weystra, the militiaman explained. He's not leaving that cell until they come for him. We don't interfere with the church's business, and they stay out of ours. They have their cell in your jail. Isn't that interfering? Roland asked. The governor has a standing agreement with them. They operate within the city, and we allow them a place to keep their prisoners until they see to dealing with them, the militiaman explained. That lot is everywhere, he added, lowering his voice to not be heard by the prisoners. We only see the Reformed Church of Weystra and their inquisitors, but they belong to a secret society that has infiltrated all of Weystra. I'm not getting on their bad side. I've got 100 silver. Roland said, lowering his voice to match the man's. "More than you make in a week. Just leave the door open or something." "No," the militiaman replied, his voice raising for a moment before he regained control of his composure. I said no. If I let him out, they'll put me on a post and I'll be burning next." "Consider this," Roland said, still keeping his voice low as to not be overheard. "Maybe he bewitched you, magicked you into opening that door and letting him out," he explained. 200 silver. The militiaman wetted his lips. He looked about, a bit agitated, but torn. A fight was happening between his two big ears. 200 silver was no small amount, and the story Roland sold him was plausible. All he'd have to do is unlock the gate and convince the witch hunters that he had been bewitched. The witch hunters would hear what they wanted to hear. "Fine, go and wait outside." Roland stepped outside of the jail and leaned against the cold brick wall. He looked out across the city again, out across the gathering morning crowds buying up salted meats from the square. So early in spring, hardly anything was fresh. He waited for a few minutes, hoping not to see any sign of the witch hunters. Getting the foppish Elvunian out of the city would be enough of a task. The last thing he needed was to make enemies with the Reformed Church of Aldura. After a few more minutes had passed, the fop emerged from the front doors, thoroughly confused. He spotted Roland and walked over to him. "You! I saw you speaking with the guards before he freed me," he said in a high Elvunian accent, the sort of accent that implied intelligence where there might be none. "Did you bewitch them?" "No," Roland replied. "It was the strangest thing. The man just went all bleary-eyed and stumbled over to the cell, then unlocked it. Then he said, in an emotionless and monotone voice, 'You are free.' I could scarcely believe it," the fop explained, gesticulating wildly with his arms. "It was as if he had been hypnotized." "The only thing I waved in front of his eyes was 200 silver, Roland explained. "Now come. We have to get you into something less noticeable. Here," he said, swinging his musket off of his shoulder and placing it on the ground. He took his outer coat off and tossed it to the fop. "Put that on to cover up that garish outfit." "This garish outfit, I'll have you know, is silk and crushed velvet. It is of the highest fashion in Elvoon," he explained, offended. "Did you happen to see where my wig went? I doubt I could find a suitable replacement in these savage lands." "No, and be glad for it. Likewise, be glad that you sweated that white powder off your face. You looked like a clown," Roland said, grabbing his musket up from the ground. "Now let's hit an outfitter. We need you to look like a normal human being so you don't get stopped by the militia on the way out of the city." "Out of the city?" Luke asked as Roland pulled him along by his arm. "Like out into the wilds of the frontier?" Roland ignored the question and continued pulling him along, down towards the marketplace. "Why are you doing this anyway? Have we met?" "I'm doing this because an anonymous benefactor is paying me to," Roland explained. "Was it Evelyn? Beatrice? Rosalina? Was it Vivian? Ooh, Helga?" Luke asked. Roland ignored him as best as he could, guiding him in to the outfitter. "How did a fool like you get mistaken for a warlock or wizard or whatever anyway?" Roland asked, shoving him towards the clothes hanging on the shelves near the entrance. They were unlike his attire in almost every way, not dyed in flamboyant purples and greens, but earthen tones, brown and tan. Linen was bleached white or left brown. The deerskin jackets were tanned leather, some stained darker or lighter. Luke managed to immediately find a buckskin jacket with frills sewn along the sleeves. "It was an honest mistake," Luke explained, trying on the jacket approvingly. "I look like a regular native, now don't I?" Roland didn't answer. "I spent all of my earthly gold royals on a wagon and some of the more popular medicinal treatments for my land. I had figured that Weystrans would be glad to have the treatments, and I was right. I hadn't accounted for the Inquisitors, admittedly. They are a suspicious lot." "Is there anything magical about your elixirs?" Roland asked as Luke made his way up to the counter with an armful of clothes. The man behind the counter wrote down each of their items in the ledger, caring little about their discussion. "No, not at all," Luke explained. "In truth, most of them are made up of ink and water." Roland rubbed his face in frustration, then looked over at the fop. "So you're nothing more than a snake oil salesman?" "There's no snake oil involved," Luke replied. "How does one even acquire the oil of a snake?" "That'll be 65 silver pieces," the outfitter said. Roland produced the 65 silver and slid it over to him as Luke gathered up his clothes. After convincing the fop to abandon his old attire and don his new clothes in a nearby alleyway, the two men made for the front gate of the city. The militiamen let them by without a second glance, and they found themselves walking through the docks district just south of the city proper. Luque coughed and plugged his nose against the overwhelming stench of fish. Roland led him to the stables, where he retrieved his horses, Belle and Amity, and his dog, Rusty, who immediately took a liking to Luque. He swung himself up on Belle as Luque warily eyed Amity. "Have you ridden before?" "Of course," Luque replied. "I was trained from my youth to ride horse, but this one seems ill-tempered." "Yeah, he doesn't like having a rider," Roland replied. "You might just want to walk a bit. I use him as a pack horse, more or less." They traveled south along the Golden Road, named for the yellow limestone that made it up, as well as its status as the main trade road in Weystra. The Golden Road ran along the east coast, connecting North Crossing to the cities of Noxton, Stilton, and Last Respite. They traveled for only an hour along the farmlands and wildflower fields until the oak grove came into view. "This is where your benefactor wanted to meet," Roland explained, guiding his horse off the road and up the hill towards the grove, carving out a path through the grassy field on his way. In only 2 months' time, the bland, sodden fields around them would be littered with a blanket of orange wildflowers, violet irises, and black-eyed Susans. For now, tiny green buds were the only promise of future beauty amidst the dreary brown landscape. There they would make camp and wait for 2 days amidst the ancient oak trees overlooking the road. For 2 days, the fop did not stop speaking. Roland had already grown tired of his company and silently pleaded with Eldura, a goddess he did not believe in, for the mysterious woman to arrive and take the fop off of his hands. It was noon, and there was still no sign of her. Roland was beginning to worry that something had happened, and that he might be stuck with the self-proclaimed artist and medicine man. "I am truly curious as to who my guardian angel might be," Luque explained, prodding at some coals in the campfire. Roland had begun a new strategy of ignoring him, pretending not to hear him, and avoiding any conversation hooks he might throw out. The strategy had officially started the morning of the previous day, and despite it, the fop showed no signs of quieting down. "It would have to be a woman of means. She paid you quite well, by the sounds of it, so she must be wealthy." He looked over at Roland and grinned. "That just makes this all the more exciting. It is a shame we couldn't recover my wagon, but perhaps, if she is as wealthy as she seems, she can purchase me a replacement." "She already saved you from burning at the stake," Roland finally chimed in. "What more do you want from the poor girl?" "A wagon? I just said that," Luque explained, shaking his head dismissively. "Then again, perhaps that career wasn't quite suited for me. During my days at the College of Goldborough, I never once studied medicine. Perhaps I should lean into what I'm good at." "And become a lawyer?" Roland remarked. No, Luque replied hastily, waving away the idea. "Although..." Rusty bounced up from his sleeping position beside the fire and began to bark in the direction of the road. He wasn't much of a guard dog, but the approach of several men and a lone woman caught his attention. Roland grabbed his musket up from the tree and raised it as they came into view. Leading the pack was a stout, fat, bald man riding on a horse. Beside him, on a white horse with a braided mane, was the young blonde woman Roland had met with in the tower. On either side of them was a number of militiamen, totaling 10. The fat, bald man rode up to their camp and cleared his throat. 2 members of the militia leapt from their horses and assisted him in dismounting. Once dismounted, he paced briskly up to Roland and Luque and glared at them without saying a word. Roland slowly lowered his musket, seeing the arquebuses of the militiamen behind the stubby man poised to fire upon them at the slightest misstep. "You there," the fat man said, thrusting a finger into Luque's chest. "You are under arrest for adultery." "Adultery?" Luque gasped. "I assure you, I am not married." "Now, you nitwit, you adulterated my wife," the man squealed. Luque looked past him to the young blonde woman on a horse, her head sunken low. "Oh, Jezebel," he called out at the sight of her. "You're the one who had me freed." The fat man positioned himself between the fop and his wife, glaring up at him through tiny, piggy eyes. "Look at me, you nincompoop," he ordered. "I said you adulterated my wife. How do you plead?" "That's illegal," Luque responded, perplexed. The fat man slapped him in the ear with an open palm, and the fop let out a gasp and fell dramatically to the ground, clutching his face. Roland pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. "And you?" The fat man turned on Roland, glaring up at him. It became immediately clear that his wrath would not be sated so easily. "You are under arrest for aiding and abetting an adulterer." I didn't aid and abet anyone, Roland replied. I just met the man on the road. We shared a couple stories around the fire. That's all. He lied. He was accustomed to lying to authority. Be they militia or governors, it meant no difference to him. If that is true, then you are truly unlucky, the fat man explained. Seize them! Not so fast, Governor. A cold voice drawled out from behind the militia. 4 men in buckled coats and matching black buckled hats appeared on horseback. By our agreement, our arrest supersedes yours, and we will have our escaped warlock back, the witch hunter said. Nonsense, the fat governor squealed back at him. I made that agreement to avoid trouble with your superstitious little guild. You stay out of my affairs, and I stay out of yours. That was our agreement, so be gone. You grow overconfident in your position, Governor. The witch hunter spoke again in the same cold voice. How many of your men carry the brand of the Free Brothers? How many here would stand beside you if you got in our way? You are in your position because we ordained it to be so, because you were an obedient little dog. Bite my hand here and you will be put down. The fat governor quivered slightly at the threat. He pursed his lips and squinted up at the man. Fine, Morald, he said, gesturing for his men to come help him back up onto his horse. What do I care if he rots in my cell or burns at the stake? I assume you can handle bringing him back to town without aid? No aid is required, Governor. The witch hunter Morald drawled and tipped the wide brim of his hat. The governor and his men departed. His young wife paused as she turned on horseback, momentarily glancing back to meet eyes with Luque. They exchanged a longing look. Then she left him to his fate. Luque picked himself up off of the ground and dusted the dirt from his clothes, stepping back between the fire and the horses. Now, on to business. Morald dismounted while the other 3 witch hunters stayed on their horses and walked slowly towards the men. I'm not aiding and abetting anything, am I? Roland asked, confirming his problems ended with the governor. Morald chuckled and shook his head. No, nothing like that, he explained, pausing to meet eyes with Roland. His face was hawkish, and his nose pointed. His eyes appeared gray under the shadow of his wide-brimmed hat. We only want the warlock, he said. He stepped past Roland and towards Luque, who immediately took a few paces back. There is nothing to fear, boy. Come with me, and if you are innocent, Aldur will welcome you with open arms. Luque looked to Roland for help, but found none. He had gotten himself into this mess, and Roland was not getting involved. Then, without a second thought, Luque pulled himself up onto Belle with surprising agility and clicked his heels. He and the horse galloped away, and a rope that had been securing the horse to the ground with a flimsy wooden stake was pulled loose. Roland glared after Luque, then back at the witch hunter, who was rapidly unsheathing his rapier. Roland freed his saber from its scabbard and parried an attack. The other 3 witch hunters began pursuit of Luque, but one was promptly tackled to the ground as Rusty leaped up and bit onto the throat of the witch hunter's horse. The fall of the horse crushed the man's leg, and Rusty ran back, turning his attention on the witch hunter assaulting his master. He chomped onto Morald's leg, distracting him long enough for Roland to slash his saber across his throat. Morald fell to the ground, holding his bleeding neck tightly with his black leather gloves. Roland rushed over to Amity and pulled himself up. The horse protested, but he drove his heels into the flanks of the beast and forced it forward. Rusty ran alongside him as he gave chase, as much after his horse thief friend as the 2 witch hunters pursuing him. Amity was doing little to aid the endeavor, fighting against Roland every step of the way. He had little to no hope of catching the well-trained mounts utilized by the witch hunters or Belle. Luque, it turned out, wasn't lying about one thing. He was masterful on horseback. Roland leveled his musket at the witch hunters shrinking from view. He fired off a shot but missed. Much to his luck, he discovered Luque had rounded back in his efforts to lose the witch hunters. Roland reloaded his musket and waited. The oak trees did little to hide him from view, but the witch hunters were singularly focused on catching their target. As Luque rode back towards him, the witch hunters came closer into view. Roland waited patiently as they neared, and then aimed his weapon again and breathed out as he squeezed the trigger. A cloud of smoke mingled amidst the oak trees, and through it Roland spotted the silhouette of a witch hunter tumbling off of his horse. The smoke cleared as Luque bolted past.
the second witch hunter close on his tail. This one, seeing the tide of the fight turn, had decided to treat the fight more seriously. He drew his shortened arquebus and fired at Roland, causing bark to explode off of a nearby tree. Roland reloaded his musket as the man reloaded his carbine. They were stopped a short distance from one another, no greater than 15 paces. Whichever weapon got reloaded first would be that of the survivor. The witch hunter, accustomed to stalking defenseless prey, was a fraction of a second too late. Roland fired his musket and landed a shot on the left breast of the hunter, knocking him from his horse. He dangled, gasping, as his mount took off from the noise, dragging him through the brush. Roland looked off in the direction of Luque, who had made his way back towards the road. He had little chance of catching up to him as long as he was on Bell. He cursed under his breath. Then a moment later, Luque appeared again, riding back in his direction, away from the road. Roland watched him with a puzzled look as he hurriedly approached. "The militia is coming! They heard the gunfire!" Luque yelled out as he rode past. "Wait! Hold up!" Roland yelled out after him. "This horse ain't trained for a rider." He forced Amity as best as he could after Bell. Rusty ran circles around him as he fought the horse to move forward. He glanced back and found no sign of the militia. They could still be a good ways off. Again, he dug his heels into the horse's flanks, urging him onward. He wouldn't catch Luque on horseback, but he would at least manage to lose the militia in the fields of tall grass outside of the grove. Eventually, he came across some divots carved out by a horse's hooves, and after following them until the waning light of the day, he discovered Luque and Bell posted up under a red maple. After Roland gave Luque a thorough verbal hiding, the two men would make camp for the night, relieved they had escaped the day with their lives, deciding it would be some time before either of them ever set foot in North Crossing again.
Chapter 3. The Ear Collector. "Perhaps we've spent enough time in Black Harvest," Luque suggested as he took his seat opposite of Roland. They had traveled the better part of the month south to Noxon, then west along the Chissippi River to the city of Black Harvest. There they had spent much of Roland's coin carousing with the local students of Black Harvest University. Roland was still on the trail of the young man who had escaped him in Lakeview, but there was little hope of catching him. His quarry had likely already entered the Jundali Valley and was well on his way to meet with Wakel and the gang. Roland hoped to intercept them as they took their leave of the valley, though what he would do when he caught them was yet undetermined. "You finally spent enough of my coin?" Roland remarked, taking a gulp of whiskey. "No, I mean look." Luque replied in an unusually hushed tone. He slid a piece of parchment across the table to Roland, who abruptly snatched it up. It was a decent depiction of the two of them, directly under which the words "Wanted" appeared in all capital letters. The paper was signed and marked with a stamp of the Reformed Church of Aldura, specifically Merald, the man he had assumed dead after their previous encounter. 500 silver for each of us. You really know how to get on people's last nerves," Roland said, crumpling the paper up and slipping it away into his haversack. "I know how to get on people's last nerves. You're the one that killed a bunch of them," Luque replied. He took a sip from his glass of Black Harvest red wine, daintily keeping his pinky finger elevated as he did so. The two of them finished their drinks, Luque prattling on while Roland peered into the roaring hearth. Roland was sure Luque must have exhausted the Elvunian language of all of its words in the short time they had spent together, but the fop continued to surprise him with a seemingly endless train of speech. "I suppose I ought to head out come morning," Roland said, staring into his empty glass. The barmaid approached to ask if he would like another drink, and he shook his head. He looked over at Luque. "I don't know what advice to give you. Perhaps one of your lady friends will house you for a time. Either way, I need to keep moving." "What? I'm coming with you, of course," Luque said, giving an exaggerated expression of confusion at the mere thought of them parting ways. He quickly downed his wine and caught the barmaid before she left their table, gesturing for her to give him another. "No, that's out of the question," Roland said. "The Jundali Valley is dangerous beyond anything you've seen so far. Sasquatch, slide rock bolters, all manner of beasts prowling along the river, and the Jundali natives kill anyone who tries passing without their permission. They have a very unsteady alliance with the gang, but you're not part of the gang. They won't hesitate to kill you." "But you're not part of the gang either. Not anymore, at least," Luque protested. "True, but they don't know that. And they know me. They'll let me pass," Roland explained. "At least I hope they will." A tall, spindly man with greasy gray hair stepped into the tavern, and immediately all eyes were on him. He wore the dusty gray jacket of a former militiaman, barely managing to conceal 6 flintlock pistols strapped across his chest. His left eye was concealed behind a black leather eye patch, but neither the jacket, the pistols, nor the eye patch were what drew the crowd's attention. Around his neck he wore a string of no fewer than 30 severed and dried ears, and at his side he carried a bag, stained brown on the bottom, the unmistakable color of dried blood. He approached the counter, and a line of 5 men in similar gray jackets followed.
"How much for savages in these parts?"
he asked in a gravelly voice, laying the blood-stained sack across the counter. "That man looks like trouble," Luque muttered under his breath.
"More than you know," Roland replied. "Obadiah Woodman, the ear collector. He's a bounty hunter. Let's just hope he hasn't seen any of our posters hanging up around town."
"I believe I found the only one posted thus far," Luque said, "but it would behoove us to depart as soon as possible come morning."
Roland nodded. They watched Obadiah and his men collect their coin.
The old man paused, fixing his one good eye on them before leaving the tavern.
Roland decided on having a bottle of whiskey brought to him, as Luque continued drinking his wine by the glass. Several drinks later, nearer to midnight, Roland had found a card game with a few locals. The whiskey had made him uncharacteristically social, and he needed a way to take his mind off of the inevitable confrontation with Wakel. Luque had wandered off to go to the bathroom and hadn't been seen for the better part of the hour. Suddenly, Luque staggered up to the table, nearly knocking it over. "Roland, I have met the most interesting fellow," he said. Roland looked apologetically to his fellow players and folded, setting his cards down before collecting the remainder of his coin. Truly, you have to beat him." Roland feared what sort of friend Luque might make, but went against his better judgment and followed the fop over to the bar. There he met a stout, muscular man with pale white skin and a matching white beard braided with strands of gold. Just above the bridge of his brow were raised bumps that had been created through scarification. The man wore a heavy, two-bladed battle-axe on his back and appeared to be several mugs into the evening. He looked over at Roland as he approached, squinting his pink eyes to better see him through the fog of intoxication.
"Hail, how are ya? Luke's friend?"
Luque corrected him, but he ignored it.
"I suppose,"
Roland replied.
"Well met, I'm Baogast,"
the man said with a big grin, showing off several missing teeth. His face was adorned with a mismatch of scars, some earned in battle, others ceremonial. In all his travels, Roland had never seen one of his kind in Weystra, but knew him immediately for what he was, a Norguardian. He had read about them as a child, bejeweled warriors of the far north, practitioners of scarification and hereditary albinos. He had to be a Norguardian.
"Good to meet you. I'm Roland,"
Roland replied.
"Yeah, Luke has told me much of your adventures," he said,
slamming his hand down on the counter to summon the bartender over. He called out to him,
"Get us some lagers, you cunt."
The bartender complied. He looked like he had been fed up with the man hours ago and was in the process of figuring out how to rid himself of the nuisance, but knew not how.
"He's just delightful," Luque remarked, grinning from ear to ear at the spectacle. "Me mistress would like a word with ya," Baogast explained, turning to face Roland. He paused to chug down his lager, most of it ending up in his beard, then continued. "She don't know these parts, and Luke here tells me that you're heading in the same direction as us. South." Roland glared at Luque. He had told the fop on several occasions to stop telling everyone they met where they were headed. They had made a number of enemies, and Luque was making it far too easy for them to be tracked down.
Baogast continued. "Oh, no worries about your legal problems. Luke told me all about 'em. I don't care, neither does me mistress," he explained. "We just need to get south. There's a place down there she wants to stop. Get us to the place, and she'll pay you more silver than you've ever seen."
"It's on the way," Luque explained, turning to Roland. The Longhunter sighed, then nodded in agreement.
"Good!"
Baogast yelled out. Every word, every action was far too loud. Roland had thought Luque the boisterous type, but Luque seemed passive and mute when compared to Baogast. He wondered if he would regret the decision to work with the man, and wondered more at what his mistress might be like. He had never met a Norguardian before, and if his mistress was also one, how might she behave? He hadn't the slightest idea, but he would find out soon.
The hostler finished preparing Roland's horses Belle and Amity as Baogast saddled up an old gray mare that looked like she might be leaving on her last journey.
Luque insisted that he be allowed to ride Amity, but Roland refused, explaining to him again that the horse doesn't like to take a rider and would instead be used to haul equipment.
"Get up on my old nag, then,"
Baogast said, allowing Luque to ride with him. "See," Luque said, pulling himself up on the saddle. "This is how friends treat one another," he said haughtily.
"When I see a friend, I'll be sure to treat him as such,"
Roland replied. Baogast let out a roar of laughter. Rusty bounded up to them, free from the confines of his pen, and leaped around the stables enthusiastically. Roland had visited him regularly while in the city, but he hadn't had much of a chance to take him for walks and release pent-up energy.
Where's your mistress? Is she not meeting us up at the stables? Luke asked Beogast as he guided his horse out of the stables. Roland followed, pulling Amity behind. Rusty ran alongside them cheerfully. Nay, she's to meet us at the outskirts of town, Beogast explained. They left behind the great black stone city of Black Harvest, built upon the ruins of an ancient Kadaran stronghold at the foot of the North Splinter Mountains. The city was one of the great spectacles of Weystra, a college campus constructed on an old ruined fortress atop a great hill. Limestone and black structures built atop a black foundation made up of a mysterious iridescent metal, umbrinium. They descended the hill south, following the road along the Black River until the road turned back east and they had to make their way along a deer path to the south. The way would be rough from that point on, following old trails and deer paths. There were no gravel roads where they were going. As they came to the crossing at Black River, Roland spotted a woman in all white. Like a specter, she appeared unnatural against the muddy browns and flecks of springtime green. More unnatural still was the mount she rode, something akin to an insect with a split, tentacled face, a true horror, a monster from campfire tales. It slobbered, and each subtle movement it made with its legs was a quick, unnatural twitch, though its rider remained nearly motionless atop her black saddle. She looked over at them as they approached, the white hood of her robes concealing most of her porcelain face. Only 2 red-painted lips were visible. They parted slowly, and she spoke. I take it you found a scout, she said to Beogast. Aye, mistress, Beogast replied. Roland stayed back a bit. Rusty barked at the woman's mount. The horses shifted uncomfortably. Fear me not, stranger, she said. I suppose this is your first time encountering a Kadarak, a Kadaran hound. I assure you that it is quite tame. Roland nodded, then guided his horse forward. Hush, Rusty, he said, and the dog looked up at him, then returned his glare to the creature, but lowered his barks down to irritated huffs of air. A Kadaran hound? Luke repeated. Are you a Kadaran, then? The woman pulled back the hood of her robes, revealing white skin similar to Beogast and smooth white hair that flowed like milk over her shoulders. Unlike Beogast, her eyes were not pink, but pure black. Dark veins shone subtly from beneath her skin. I have spent time with the Kadaran Empire, but I do not consider myself among their subjects any more than I count myself a subject of Norgard, my original home. I am a mere wanderer, adrift. You may call me Sincaria, she said. Roland had heard tales of a woman by her description, though he had never heard her name before. The White Witch of Weystra was the name he had heard spoken, oftentimes around a campfire late at night near the harvest season, when stories of ghosts and monsters were more commonplace. She appeared older than him, perhaps in her 40s, but he couldn't imagine her being so young. He had heard tales of the White Witch of Weystra as a child. A common threat against children who would misbehave was that the White Witch of Weystra would appear in the witching hour to snatch you up and eat your soul. He heard as much when he was 6. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mistress Sincaria, Luke called out past Beogast. The sunlight dances on your skin like the luster of the moon. I am grateful to be in your presence. A more welcoming reception than I had hoped for, Sincaria remarked. She looked past Beogast and Luke to Roland, who had been maintaining a safe distance. Longhunter, you need not fear me. Come forward. I do not fear you, Roland said, guiding his horse forward. He was lying. Part of him did fear her. He was certain the tales had to be exaggerations. Or perhaps she had simply donned the guise of the witch in those tales in an effort to elicit the very reaction he was giving her. He couldn't be certain, but the idea of a curse-slinging witch seemed ludicrous. I have merely heard tales of you, the White Witch of Weystra. Any tales you've heard of me were likely an exaggeration, or told in such a way to color them against me, Sincaria explained. Here, she said, reaching down into one of her black saddlebags affixed to the side of her strange insectoid mount. She retrieved a small black leather pouch. This is some of your pay in advance. I had feared my prospective guide might show some hesitancy when meeting me. She tossed it to Roland, and he snatched it out of the air. He pulled the leather string, tying it shut, and opened it to examine its contents. Inside there was a heap of rectangular silver coins. He retrieved one and examined it. The coin was twice the size of those in Weystra. On one side was 2 chevrons with the points facing outwards, forming a diamond between them, the Kadaran eye. On the other side was the depiction of a young woman's face. He knew not who she was, but assumed she must hold some great importance to the Empire. He slipped the coin back into its pouch and put the pouch in his haversack. He guided his horse up alongside Beogast to within a few paces of her. There, she said.
I thought that might help. There is a reason they say the only god in Weystra is silver, I suppose. Now, one of you hoist that ferry back across the river so that we may cross." She gestured to the ferry on the opposite bank, an old wooden ferry affixed to a rope pulley system. Beogas swung himself down from his horse and grabbed onto the rope. Roland followed suit, helping him hoist the boat over. It was large enough that they could all comfortably ride it back across with their mounts. Once across, the men mounted up and continued south into the Splinterwood, the great forest nestled amidst the splintered mountains. The ride was quiet for a time as they took in the scenery, the only sound the crunching leaves and slurping of mud beneath their horses' hooves. The cataract moved with such grace over the difficult terrain that Roland had found himself intrigued by the beast. He wondered how much it might carry and how long it could be ridden. He dispelled all hopes of acquiring and using one on his hunts, as it would never be allowed near the vicinity of a Weystran city or town. Not to mention Rusty had not warmed up to the creature, instead choosing to keep his distance and maintain a watchful eye on it. "How did you two meet?" Luke asked Beogas, suddenly breaking the quiet.
"She hired me, the same as she hired ya," Beogas replied. "I wager she was more comfortable approaching one of her own. Weystrans are a suspicious bunch. Suspicious of Cadarans and Norgardians anyhow."
"Well, I am an Elvunian, as you might have guessed. We are a far more open-minded people," Luke explained. Roland snorted derisively. Weystrans could be greedy, selfish, and paranoid, but Elvunians had always seemed far worse to him. They were ruled by a monarchy, their citizens born into a strict caste system, and all of them were beholden to the Church of Aldura. Open-minded was the last thing he would call them.
"Your man said we were headed to a manor of sort," Roland called out to Sincaria. "Care to elaborate?"
"Of course," Sincaria replied. "The Wentauki Manor. I'm sure you've heard of him. That weapon on your back was one of his design." Roland had indeed heard of him. Wentauki was the manufacturer of all the Longhunter's muskets. He had made a weapon more powerful and more finely crafted than any of the common arquebuses found around Weystra, and then just disappeared. No one knew to where.
"You mean to tell me you know where Wentauki's house is?" Roland asked. "The exact location?"
"I know that it resides somewhere in the West Splinter Mountain," Sincaria replied. "I wouldn't need a guide if I knew the lands perfectly. I went there a number of times with my father and will likely be able to discover it if we can find familiar ground."
"Why do you seek him out, if you don't mind me asking?"
Roland asked. "I seek someone," she replied hesitantly. "The Red Wizard Galamade. I doubt you've heard of him, as he's been a recluse since before Weystra was colonized."
"That's almost 200 years ago," Roland said. "He'd be long dead."
200 years is a drop in the ocean for him. He is far older than recorded history," she explained. Roland found it hard to believe. He had seen a number of strange things on his journeys, but ancient wizards, magic, and the like were nothing more than fairy tales, fantasies told to children in bedtime stories. He had never seen a spell cast nor a curse spouted, save for the mundane type levied regularly during drunken tavern brawls, and there was nothing magic about those. They traveled for several hours through the thick forests along deer paths and dirt trails. Small waterfalls trickled down the rocky outcroppings at the mountain's roots, spraying them with a cold mist. As night approached, they made camp in a clearing beside a great moss-covered boulder. Rusty stood guard as Roland set up a lean-to and oilcloth in case of rain. Luque and Beogas gathered sticks and wood for the campfire. Sincaria paced around the campsite, playing with a strange ring on her right ring finger. Roland paused, setting up camp to watch her. The ring appeared to be made of steel, but on the side facing inward towards her palm, there was a small wheel that she ran her thumb over repeatedly, perhaps as a nervous habit. As he continued to watch her, he noticed her kneel down to pick up a black feather from the ground. She brought the feather to her red lips and seemed to be speaking to it in a quiet and hushed tone. He watched her for a time as she did this. A black raven swooped down from the trees above, squawking out its call as it landed at her feet. She knelt down again and whispered something to it as she had the feather, and it set off into the canopy overhead, disappearing from view.
"Let's get a roaring fire going,"
Beogas said, dumping some decent-sized logs at the center of camp. Luque poured an armful of sticks and twigs down alongside them and began rearranging them with Beogas' help.
"I saw a dead tree not far from here,"
Beogas explained.
"I'll cut it to pieces and we'll have logs for the whole night."
"Hold up," Sincaria said as the raven returned, landing on her shoulder. It chattered beside her ear, then took flight once more. "We should keep the fire small, or perhaps neglect to build one altogether. We are being tracked."
"By who? Or what?" Roland asked. A number of possibilities came to mind. They might have drawn the attention of the Jundali, or perhaps some of Wakel's gang had been returning to camp and spotted them. It could be a Sasquatch or some manner of goblin. Any number of things could be stalking them deep in the forest, waiting for an opportunity to strike.
A handful of men, Sincaria said. One has a necklace of ears.
Roland, Sincaria, Luke, and Beogast set off early in the morning after a rushed breakfast. Rusty stayed back with Roland and the horses, keeping his distance from the cataract as they continued to follow the mountains south.
"Can't you simply cast a spell and make our tracks disappear?"
Luke asked Sincaria. He had been growing more and more worried about the man with the ear necklace, and the more worried he grew, the more he tended to speak, an unfortunate habit for someone ordinarily talkative to have. Sincaria shook her head.
"Magic is the written word that governs how the world works. I could tell the mud to hide a track or two, but to do so would waste more time than simply riding away from them. When they catch up to us, we will deal with them. I trust the Longhunter can fight."
"If need be," Roland answered. "I say we wait for him. Post up and ready in ambush," Beogast called out. "I haven't had a glorious death ye promised me."
"Travel with me long enough, and I assure you, you will find it," Sincaria replied.
"The what now?" Luke asked. "Glorious death?" "Yeah, glorious death," Beogast repeated. "My father, may Ludvina watch over his soul, was a great man. He fought in many wars against Hjarnfell and the giants of Lertenwood, and he brought peace to Gronskager. But he died of old age in his bed. Like a cunt! I'll not go down like that. Never. I'll die with me axe in me hand, blood spewing every which way." With every word, Beogast's voice seemed to rise louder and louder until his words echoed off of the nearby mountains. "I say we wait for him here. We fight him head on."
"I say we don't get ourselves killed," Luke said.
"If my vote counts for anything," he added, trailing off.
"We will fight them when they come. No rush. They'll reach us before dusk," Sincaria said.
"Perhaps I should guide you to safety, my mistress," Luke suggested. While Beogast and Roland prepare the attack, you being the fair sex and all, and me being ill-equipped for battle."
"Rest assured, I am more than capable of defending myself if it comes to it," Sincaria explained.
The company stopped only briefly at noon to have lunch, making camp at the entrance to a great cave in the side of the mountain. Roland took the opportunity to find out more about Weystrand's northern neighbor.
"Is it true that Cadarans use a cave system to navigate the world?"
he asked.
"Indeed," Sincaria replied. "The Nether roads, as many refer to them. They stretch from country to country, through mountains and beneath seas, but I do not suggest that you traverse them yourself, as they are host to all manner of monstrosity and horror, things that would drive you mad at a mere glimpse."
"Yeah, she speaks true," Beogast said, chewing on some salt and meat he had produced from his pack. "In Norgard, our cities are bound by mines and caverns. We spread messages vast distances by singing. The caverns carry our songs, but sometimes our songs awaken something horrible." "Why then is it safe for Cadarans to use the roads?" Roland asked.
Sincaria's red lips curled into a wicked smile. "Because the monstrosities and the Cadarans serve the same masters, of course."
"The elder gods," Beogast grumbled. "I worship only one god, the great and wise Ludvina, mother of the western point. She's all what looks out for us."
"Do not mistake Cadaran's servitude for worship. They serve their elder gods out of fear and respect," Sincaria explained. "Some things deserve to be feared."
"Fearing a god? That is truly a sad thing," Luke explained. "I follow the goddess Aldura, though admittedly not as devotedly as I ought to. She is the goddess of beauty and love, of fertility and life, a goddess truly worthy of worship."
"The same goddess that those witch hunters wanted to burn you in the name of?" Roland asked.
"The very same," Luke responded, nodding repeatedly and seemingly missing his point. He looked back to Sincaria. "Do you, worship any, serve the Cadaran gods?"
"No," Sincaria chuckled. "I worship no gods, and I serve only myself. Something the Longhunter and I have in common, perhaps."
Roland said nothing, but nodded as the witch kept her gaze on him for a moment.
She turned back to Luke and Beogast.
"But enough theology. Let us continue on," she said. "We should find a place to ascend the mountain, find a clearing with some bluffs. If we maintain the high ground, we will have a better chance of staving off our pursuers."
They refilled their canteens at a small spring.
The water was cold and refreshing, then continued southwest along the jagged mountains, climbing ever so slightly higher until they found themselves in a clearing atop a barren plateau an hour before dusk. Orange hues spread out across the sky overhead as Sincaria paced around the tumbled rocks. "There," she said, gesturing to a sizable hunk of limestone. "Position yourself behind that and use it to prop up your musket for a clean shot when they exit the woods." Roland wasn't accustomed to taking orders. He hadn't since he had left Rafe's gang, but her direction made sense, so he did as he was told. "You there," she said to Beogast. "Position yourself beside him, but stay hunkered down. They'll advance on him when he reloads, and you could spring out and hack his attackers to bits." "What am I to do?" Luke asked. "Stay with the horses and secure them to a tree a ways to the south," Sincaria replied. "When the fighting starts, they might get spooked, and I do not wish for us to be stranded here without them." Rusty paced nervously. On some level, he seemed aware of the upcoming fight. He stayed close to Roland and Beogast near the boulder. Sincaria's cataract climbed with eerie liquid movements up onto one of the large pines at the edge of the forest, positioning itself in a way that it was nearly invisible to the unsuspecting eye, hanging from thick strands of silver web. Roland watched on as Sincaria stood out in the open and spoke strange words aloud. The words sounded like a crowd, like many voices spoke with various words and pronunciations from her red lips. She spoke again and the voices unified slightly, merging into a chorus. Eventually, only one word came forward as she continued to repeat it in a chant, focusing it, her black eyes concealed behind closed white lids. Obadiah Woodman, also known as the Ear Collector, stepped forward from the edge of the forest with his hands on his hips, sweeping back his jacket to show off 6 flintlock pistols strapped in leather holsters across his chest. He had a total of 10 men with him, far more than he needed to overcome Roland and Beogast. The situation looked dire.
"Can you believe it? You lot nearly gave me the slip,"
Obadiah called out. His men all had their arquebuses in a relaxed position, confident they would not meet resistance.
"I was about to head out of town when I saw a wanted poster with a familiar face on it. Your face."
He looked up at Roland.
"You stand out, you know. That and I never forget a face. Part of the profession."
Sincaria stood on the edge of the cliff, staring down at them. She didn't bother with cover. She wanted them to see her. Some of the men recoiled at the sight of the White Witch of Cadera, but looked at their boss for strength and regained their composure at the sight of his. He was unshaken, unmoved by the sight of the White Witch. He, too, was a man who had seen many of the darker sides of Weystra, Roland thought. The threat of magic spells and curses were not about to deter him.
"Look, just come out. The witch hunters want you alive,"
Obadiah explained.
"We can bring you boys back with a couple of holes in you, but our medic is shit, and there's a good chance you'll die along the way."
Roland looked over at Sincaria for some direction. He didn't want her and Beogast to sacrifice themselves for his and Luke Hayes' mistakes. She didn't bother to look back at him, didn't say a word. She just kept her eyes focused on the men at the base of the forest, and toyed with the steel ring on her ring finger with her thumb.
"Well, don't say I didn't warn you,"
Obadiah said.
"Fire!"
And the men raised their weapons, but Roland fired the first shot, narrowly missing Obadiah as he ducked behind a nearby pine. Splinters exploded around him as his men unleashed a flurry of shots. Many of the shots glanced off of the rock as Roland ducked down behind it to reload. Sparks and fragments of stone rained down on him and Beogast.
"Glorious death!"
Beogast yelled, vaulting out of cover to charge the men as they reloaded. Rusty attempted to follow, but Roland grabbed him by the collar and pulled him back behind the rock. Obadiah stepped out from behind the damaged pine he was using as cover and drew up 2 pistols, one in each hand. He aimed, poised to fire on Beogast, but was abruptly snatched up from the ground in the claws of the cataract. He screamed, firing his pistols in a blind panic, missing the great creature descending upon him. Its tentacles ensnared his face and twisted his head off with a quick, easy motion. Beogast cleaved one of the 10 men in half with a mighty swing of his battle axe, but the others had reloaded by the time he turned his attention on them.
"Glorious death!"
he screamed again as the remaining 9 men leveled their arquebuses at him. "Not today," Sincaria whispered. She screamed out a word foreign to Roland and the others, and spun the wheel on her ring with her thumb. Sparks issued forth and a column of fire engulfed the remaining 9 men, searing flesh from bone. The pines roared with fire, sending ash and cinders into the darkening dusk. The orange licks of the flame rose higher, mingling with the orange and yellow hues of the sky until it looked as though the whole world was aflame. Beogast looked about him at the burning ash of his fallen enemies, then over at the decapitated body of Obadiah.
"Oi, fuck," he grumbled. "That would have been a good one."
Luke approached from the south, surreptitiously sneaking forward with the utmost caution. He stared at the growing forest fire, then looked at Sincaria. "Did we win?" he called out, but none of them answered. Not Baogas, who was busy staring at the smoldering remains of his enemies, nor Sincaria, who was gazing into the fire she had created. Not even Roland answered Luke as he gawked silently at Sincaria, his mouth agape, the scent of burning meat and hair filling his nostrils. The orange flames danced in the white witch's eyes as a wicked smile crossed her lips.
Chapter 4 Wentauki Manor.
Rest had been difficult the night before, as Roland had continued to dwell on Sincaria's ability to cast spells. He had begun to question all he had known about the world. As they rode further up into the West Splinter Mountain, he watched her intermittently, riding atop the strange insectoid beast she called a cataract. "How did you do it?" he finally asked, riding up alongside her. "Do what?" she asked, smiling over at him. She looked like an old woman trapped in a young woman's body, somewhere between early 30s and late 40s. It was a bizarre, disquieting experience to look upon her. "The fire," Roland said, knowing full well that she was playing coy with him. "Oh, that," she said, waving her hand dismissively in the air. "A simple spell. I told the air to change from nitrogen to oxygen. Highly oxygenated, the air only needed but a spark." She extended her right hand, palm up, to show the ring. It was a plain steel ring with a small spinning wheel of flint attached. She ran her thumb across the wheel quickly, and Roland flinched as a small spray of sparks issued forth. "Oh, do not fear your safety, Longhunter. I need you as a guide." "I think you could handle yourself perfectly fine without me," Roland said. "Do not be so on edge, Longhunter. Perhaps I could, perhaps I could not. Perhaps I just want company for the long journey," Sincaria explained. "And I will let you in on a secret here and now about the Cadarans. They are dreadful company." "If company is what you're after, perhaps you should be speaking with Luke, Roland said. "Perhaps," she replied, smiling sinisterly. "He hasn't taken his eyes off of me since our first meeting, has he? The boy might be worth a bit of entertainment." Roland looked back at Luke, who had been jealously watching him converse with Sincaria from over the shoulder of Baogas, but promptly looked away when he had been spotted. He turned to Sincaria. "So, do you need the ring? The spark?" "Although I am a speaker of Maijin, the arcane language, I must still work within the rules," she explained. "There are other means to reach the same or similar ends, but this method has been reliable to me. I imagine the one I seek, Ganymede the Red, can do nearly anything if he wishes, and in a number of ways. But we must take one step at a time. For now, we must find Wentauki's manor. If anyone knows where Ganymede is or how to contact him, it's Wentauki." Roland nodded and slowed his horse to fall back a ways and match pace with Baogas and Luke. Rusty had stayed back, keeping alongside Baogas and Luke's horse, far away from the cataract, which the great Elvunian mastiff still did not trust. Luke raised his eyebrow as Roland rode alongside him. "So, you two are getting close?" "No, we're not," Roland replied, glaring at Luke. "Oh, good," Luke breathed a sigh of relief. "Do you think I have a chance?" Roland ignored the question as they pressed on up the mountain along the increasingly sparse and dwindling trees towards the tree line. The air had grown cold, and a harsh wind howled through gaps in the great broken rocks littering the mountain path. Small caves appeared from time to time, their black depths threatening to spew forth untold horrors. The group stayed their course, but kept their senses sharp for the possibility of an ambush. In such an inhospitable place, there was always the chance of encountering something hostile and desperate. They crested a ridge, guiding their horses along the narrow path, and it came into view, the Wentauki Manor. The manor was impressive and wholly unique. It didn't prescribe to any particular classic style of architecture, instead taking influences from all of them in a haphazard mishmash of extensions and rooms. Roland had never seen anything like it. "There it is," Sincaria said, "the Wentauki Manor. It has changed a great deal since I have last seen it." "How unique," Luke announced, gawking at the manor. "It looks like a right mess," Baogas explained. He spat off the side of the mountain. "Looks half collapsed, half ugly." "There is a beauty to it, in its chaos," Luke argued. "The foremost entrance is of Primgian design, similar to the manors back home from my region. Columns supporting a front gable over a porch, great bay windows, and decorative woodwork.
Then it expands back and has an addition more in line with the Virtal style, high peaks, stone arches, and stained glass windows. I can see hints of Orantil and Mir Dune architecture as well, though I would have to get closer to be certain.
Bah, there's got to be 100 rooms in there, Beogas grumbled. It'd take us a week to explore it.
Ideally, the master of the house will greet us, Sinkaria said, eyeing the sprawling, decrepit structure. Ideally, she repeated to herself.
Roland held out little hope for a warm reception. Where the manor was at its best, there was chipped paint and missing shingles. Where it was at its worst, entire rooms had collapsed and tumbled down the side of the mountain, leaving only broken, moss-covered wood and detritus. The place looked abandoned.
Why is it such a mess?
Beogas asked as they rode nearer to the building. As they approached, a crevice separating them from the front door came into view. It was approximately 10 paces across, and there appeared to be no sign of a bridge, only a moldy wooden mailbox and a brass hitching post covered with a thick green patina.
Wentauki was always a unique fellow,
Sinkaria explained. She dismounted her cataract and tied the strange insect up to the hitching post.
When I had first met him, he was already a bit of a recluse. His home was constructed, but only the foremost part. Everything else was added on later. You see, Wentauki had suffered from an ailment of the mind. He heard whispers and voices, but believed them to be ghosts of the men his invention had slain. He became more and more reclusive and afraid, expanding his house to confuse the spirits. Ganymede, being a bit of a recluse himself, had a soft spot for the man. He helped him, in his own way. Neither I nor Ganymede believe in spirits or haunts, but nevertheless, Ganymede helped him by creating powerful magical traps and wards all throughout the house. It helped Wentauki feel more secure, and it gave both he and Ganymede something to do in their pastime.
Well, that was nice of him, Luke remarked.
Ganymede was never nice, Sinkaria said, quickly correcting him. He was bored.
Why do you seek him then, if he be an arse?
Beogas asked.
That is complicated,
Sinkaria replied.
For now, let us focus on the task at hand. We must find a way into the manor and seek out Wentauki, if he still lives. If not, there may still be a way for me to reach Ganymede from inside the manor.
Roland nodded. He dismounted, hitching his horses up alongside the Cataract Hound. Beogas did the same. Rusty bounded up to him and rubbed his face on his leg. Roland patted the big dog's head and scratched him behind the ears.
The horses will be fine with that thing, won't they?
Roland asked, glancing over at the great insect.
Yes, assuming we don't take too long,
Sinkaria replied. Beogas walked over to the edge of the crevice and peered down into it.
Fucking hell, it's got to be 100 feet down, he said. White Witch, don't you have any spells to make us a bridge?
He asked Sinkaria.
I have a number of spells, none of which make a bridge, she replied.
What spells exactly do you have?
Roland asked, joining Beogas at the edge of the crevice. In the shadow of the mountain, it was hard to tell exactly how far down it was. Bits of broken wood littered the dark, hinting at the existence of what was once a small bridge that was now little use to them. The mountain, rising up along the right side of the crevice, was too sheer to climb, and on the left side, the trail dropped off sharply. It seemed impassable.
I know a number of Maijin words, Sinkaria replied. Each can be used to cast a number of spells, dependent upon my intention. A magic word is just a word without intention behind it, and each Maijin word can have a number of intentions and a number of inflections placed upon it.
So you simply speak a word, imagine what it does, and it works? Luke asked. Might you teach me some?
Perhaps, Sinkaria replied, though it would take a great deal of time to perfect a single word. I know a handful, and they've taken me a number of lifetimes to perfect. Ganymede the Red knows a lexicon worth, and he has lived for centuries, perhaps millennia.
Roland found her claims hard to believe, but it mattered not. He had a problem to solve, and it seemed that magic would be of no use. He searched around for a tree, but found only sparse shrubs and spindly half-dead pines. He looked back at the horses and the cataract, taking inventory of their resources. They hadn't any pitons, but the rope tying the horses up might work. He looked at the chittering cataract. Its small beak ringed by tentacles clicked together nervously. It was a horror to behold. He remembered how it had lowered itself on small strands of silk and snatched Obadiah's head from his shoulders. Then it dawned on him.
strands of silk. Sincaria. He interrupted her and Luque's discussion on magic. Can you command that thing to make it silk? Yes, it obeys me, Sincaria replied. But the silk, it's far too sticky if your plan is to make a bridge. We can cover it in dust and dirt from the road, then use it to cross, Roland explained. Clever, Sincaria said, her red lips twisting into a smile. Very well. She walked over to the cataract and untied it from the hitching post. Roland, Luque, and Baogas looked on as she stroked the black carapace of the hideous beast and spoke to it in a language wholly unfamiliar to them. It was a harsh-sounding language, but with every rough consonant came a beautifully elongated vowel sound. There was a music to it, though in Roland's mind he likened it to a music played on an out-of-tune instrument. The cataract responded to Sincaria's command, backing up to the crevice as Baogas and the others parted and made way. It poised itself, thorax out, and fired a long, silvery strand of rope-like silk out across the gap and onto a pillar of the house, right in front of the porch. The alien creature twisted around and pinned the other side of the strand to an exposed rock at the edge, then wove the strands, crossing back and forth until a sturdy web bridge was completed. Sincaria spoke to it again, and it took its position back at the hitching post. Roland grabbed up some dirt and sand from the mountain path and began tossing it over the bridge. Baogas and Luque did the same. When the entire web bridge had been covered with a generous coating of dirt and sand, and the webbing seemed to have lost all stickiness, they prepared to cross. Roland was first. He surreptitiously stepped out onto the webbing, and it flexed beneath his weight. He wasn't a hulking behemoth, but his muscular frame put him on par with the bulkier but shorter Baogas. It seemed wise to test the bridge with the heaviest first. That way, they wouldn't risk being stranded on opposite sides if it were to collapse later on. If the heaviest could make it across, then the lightest should without problems. Each step knocked loose sand and dirt off of the web, casting a cloud of dust down into the darkness of the chasm, and revealing the gaps between the web and the bridge. Roland looked up away from the bridge. He looked out ahead of him, focusing on his goal, reaching the porch. If the cataract could deftly cross the web and not break it, it had to be able to hold his weight, he told himself. One step after another, finally he reached the other side and hoisted himself past the pillar and onto the porch. He breathed a deep sigh of relief. Although the porch was old and worn out with damage and broken boards, it seemed far more stable than the web. Come on, Baogas next, he called out. Aye, Baogas said. He looked down at the bridge, then over at the other side. Fuck me, he muttered, then closed his eyes and sprinted across the bouncing web bridge, leaping at Roland on the other side, who caught him only halfway, guiding him to the floorboards of the porch. Dirt and dust knocked out from beneath the porch from the impact, and Baogas bellowed out a happy laugh, relieved to have survived. Luque, you're up, Roland said. I can wait with the horses, Luque said quickly, too quickly, as if he had been planning it over and over in his head since the idea first came to fruition. Someone should tend to them, and keep an eye on them. Come on, fop, Roland said. I'm not a fop, Luque yelled back, glancing over at Sincaria, who appeared bored and impatient. Very well, if you doubt my valor, Luque said. He paused, waiting for Roland to deny that he doubted his valor, to take back calling him a fop, and suggest that perhaps he ought to wait with the horses. Roland said nothing. God damn it. Luque approached the bridge. He cautiously stepped one toe of his boot onto the bridge, and it relented beneath his step, causing him to leap back. It's just so damn springy. Hurry it up, Roland called out to him. Luque stepped forward again, but the bridge flexed again under his boot. He fell forward and grabbed onto it. Then slowly, impossibly slowly, he pulled himself forward like an inchworm across the bridge. Inch by inch, he pulled himself along until he reached the other side where Roland and Baogas grabbed him up off of the bridge and hoisted him onto the porch. Lastly, Sincaria stepped onto the bridge. One step after another, heel to toe, she crossed it effortlessly. She held her hands out, and Baogas and Roland took them, guiding her onto the porch as a gentleman might a lady entering a carriage. Rusty barked from the other side of the crevice, from beside the horses. Come on, boy, Roland said. Rusty approached the web, sniffed at it, then backed off. All right, wait there with the horses then, you big coward. Rusty whined and sat down at the edge of the crevice, watching them. Roland, Baogas, Luque, and Sincaria turned to the door. A heavy oaken door with a glass doorknob and great brass knocker. Roland looked over at the others, then shrugged and knocked loudly on the door. They waited, but there was no answer. Sincaria sighed. I was afraid of this, she said. He is likely dead, passed on. He was quite old when we last met, which means we will have to navigate Gallamade's traps and wards. This will be no easy feat. Sincaria ran her delicate white fingers across the surface of the oak door, whispering to herself in a strange arcane language. She stepped back and looked at the others. It has a ward on it. Anyone who attempts to enter will be violently repelled, she explained. Roland, Baogas, and Luque all at once looked back at the black crevice they had just crossed. What do you suggest? Roland asked, turning to Sincaria. I will test the windows, check them for similar wards, she explained. Perhaps they will provide us an alternative passage. Wonder what we'll find in there, Baogas said, scratching at the tight braids of his beard. What if it is haunted? Luque asked aloud, worriedly, filled with ghosts slain by Wentauki muskets. Nonsense, Roland said, retrieving his musket from his back. He glanced down at the well-crafted device, much more powerful and capable than the typical arquebus, but still just a weapon, a piece of steel and wood. The only ghosts we'll encounter will be that of the dead man's failing mind, traps and such. You seemed skeptical of magic too, Roland, Luque said. Then Sincaria burned down half the forest. I'm skeptical of everything until I see some proof of it, Roland replied. Better than worrying about things that might never come to pass. Aye, the Longhunter is right, Baogas said. But when I talk about finding stuff, I mean treasure, gold, jewels, and such. The man's dead, don't need it no more. I'll not rob a grave if that is what this place has become to the poor fellow, Luque explained. Let the dead be at peace, I say. He'll be at peace whether we take his things or not, Roland said. Over here, Sincaria called out from a large bay window on the far side of the house, extended out beyond the length of the porch and created a sort of half-tower jutting out from the side of the manor and out over the edge of the mountain. The wards have worn off, age has damaged them and rendered them ineffective. We can skirt the wood paneling and climb in. Fantastic, more heights, Luque grumbled. The four of them followed Sincaria's lead as she stepped out onto the wood paneling and pried the window up. One by one, they followed her in, climbing out onto the paneling and then through the window. Inside, the house was surprisingly plain. Roland wasn't sure what he had expected, but the interior was decorated how one might imagine a grandfather or grandmother to decorate it. Old, run-down furniture, moth-eaten and broken, littered the room, and several trophies lined the walls. Deer, badgers, raccoons were all stuffed and put on display, but the central trophy, the one above the fireplace at the center of the building, was a great moose head. Baogas began climbing the time-worn stairs. Sincaria promptly called out to him. Search if you must, but remember the size of this place. Our first priority must be to locate Wentauki. Failing that, we must find a portal frame or perhaps an ebon mirror. They'll be black, made of umbrinium, and they'll have runes etched along their sides. Roland wondered how he had gotten roped into such an adventure, then looked over at Luque and remembered. He had known the fop would be trouble from the first moment he had met him, but he could never have imagined the degree. He had one simple task, to reach his old companion Wakel and stop him from attacking the town of Lakeview, but now he found himself high up in the splintered mountains, searching a sprawling, decrepit manor for some sign of an ancient wizard. She's right. Let's focus on the task at hand, Roland said. They gave up on exploring and focused on what they believed to be the most direct path, but the winding hallways and ever-changing decor made navigating the manor a nightmare. There were no maps, no signs, and no telling which way they were going and where they might find what they searched for. For every empty room or room decorated with strange knickknacks, there was a room with blades hidden in the walls or an explosive rune carved in the wood beneath the carpeting. Even Sincaria seemed frustrated on more than one occasion, and after hours of climbing upstairs and cautiously walking through partially collapsed hallways and descending even more stairs, the group found a small sitting room with cushioned chairs and bookcases with moldy books. They decided it was as good of a place as any to make camp and eat lunch. This is beginning to feel hopeless, Luque whined, pouring some water out of his canteen onto a piece of hardtack to soften it. Baogas chewed away at some meat and spoke between bites. I imagine more treasure. This place got naught but junk. For rich fella, he sure keeps a lot of junk. Admittedly, the journey has not gone the way I would have liked, Sincaria said. She took a drink from her canteen and brought the white sleeve of her robe to her brow, which was glistening with sweat. However, every room we search rules out a room. Every step we move forward is one step closer to discovering what I need.
How do you figure? We might be stepping away from the room with the things you'll be looking for, Beogast said before stuffing his mouth with dried jerky.
If I were as paranoid as Wentauki, afeared every shadow, I would hide at the far end of the manor. I would put as much space between me and the entryway as possible, Sinkaria explained. If he truly believes that creating a maze will confuse spirits, then that will be where we find him.
Here's to hoping you're correct, Beogast said, taking a big swig from his canteen.
The liquid was golden tinted and had a sweet scent to it, likely mead. Roland had a personal rule to avoid drinking on the hunt, but he was not about to judge Beogast's methods. The Norgardian had proven himself effective in a fight and a capable traveling companion. Luque paced around, chewing his hardtack, and made his way over to one of the bookshelves. He pulled a book out, and a chain with a golden symbol on it dropped to the floor. He quickly scooped it up and set the book back on the shelf. "A follower of the Church of Aldura," Luque remarked, holding up the holy symbol. The symbol shone gold in the beams of light filtering through gaps in the manor's broken roof. Roland had seen the symbol before, prominently displayed on the witch hunters, but he had thought nothing of it. Most Weystrans weren't raised religious, and he was no exception.
"What's that thingy now?" Beogast asked, pointing at the symbol.
"It's a symbol of Aldura, the mother goddess who defeated the devil Mulsim Zul, casting the second moon of Guldur down upon him, burying him beneath the Guldur Mountains," Luque announced dramatically. He clipped the necklace around his neck, letting it drop across his chest. "Funny thing, I learned in college, the symbol itself is actually supposed to resemble a woman's, reproductive parts," Luque said, grinning ear to ear. He pointed at it. The symbol was a loop that was closed on the top to form a V shape.
"You mean to tell me you just put a cunny around your neck?"
Beogast asked, then promptly burst into fits of deep guttural laughter. Roland shook his head as Luque grinned and raised his eyebrows up and down. Sinkaria coolly explained, "I imagine old Wentauki has a number of holy symbols littering this place, all attempts at protecting him with little emotional value attached." She cracked a slight smile as she continued. "Any port in a storm, one might say," she chuckled to herself. At that remark, Beogast fell over backward with laughter, toppling down off of a moldy chair he had been resting on. He rolled out onto the ground, clutching his sides. Roland smiled to himself. He had spent so long alone that he had forgotten what good company could feel like. He ate some of the jerky from his pack and gulped down some water. Traveling through the manor had been deceptively taxing. The setting reminded Roland of an inn or courthouse, or perhaps of a wealthy man's home, posh in spots, decorated with paintings, books, and places to rest. But in fact, it was a maze, an endless labyrinth threatening to kill them at every turn. Eventually, they reached a room made of stone with broken stained glass windows, a lectern on the north end, and rows of pews. The stone structure seemed more stable than the others and appeared to serve as a chapel but had no obvious way out, a dead end.
"Tell me more of this Aldura,"
Beogast huffed in frustration as they came to a stop, crunching some broken glass beneath his boots. Roland looked out the window, out over the pine trees below them that made up a green carpeting over the valley. "In truth, I only know what a priestess of the church had once taught me," Luque admitted, leaning back against one of the pews. "I mean, she wasn't a priestess at the time. She was studying to be a priestess. But she would tell me things that she was learning. She found them fascinating." The artist looked lost in thought for a moment, then continued. "She told me that Aldura was a healer in a tribe, the only one capable of mending wounds with a touch." "Exaggerations, perhaps," Sinkaria interrupted, pacing around the room anxiously. "There is no known Mayan word for healing. Not even Galamade could do that. Perhaps she was skilled at crafting poultices, things that hastened healing. She was in the tribal era, after all. Knitting flesh together by laying on one's hands is unlikely. Stitches and bandages were probably considered magical back then." "I'm just relaying what I was told, Mistress Sinkaria," Luque said, taking out his canteen, eager to catch his breath and take a pull from it. He drank, clearing his throat, then continued. "As the story goes, she was a healer," he explained. "She healed wounds, prevented death, and so on. She could do these things with a touch and a song. She could sing food into growing plentiful, and fresh springs would burst forth at her beckoning. Naturally, the tribe believed her to be a goddess, and so took to calling her one. Not every member of the tribe was pleased with this, however. Mulsum Zul, who went by another name then, I can't remember it, he was jealous, envious of her power. He formed a rebellion with other like-minded folk, and soon the tribe was in civil war. Much blood was shed on both sides, but Aldura came and healed the belligerents from both sides, tended their wounds. Naturally, this ended the war, and Mulsum Zul was exiled. The united tribe prospered under Aldura. She worked fervently to mend various disagreements and long-lingering feuds, but while she did, Mulsum Zul gained powers of his own. He summoned up great horrors from his very nightmares and launched an attack against the tribe. They fought the monsters, but were quickly overtaken. Aldura assisted as best as she could, wielding a staff of pure light. Mulsum Zul saw her and, in a rage, transformed himself into a great red dragon. He attacked her, and they battled it out among the stars. Eventually, Aldura was badly wounded. Instead of healing herself, she used her powers to call down the second moon of Alder to strike Mulsum Zul, crushing him and burying him beneath what is now known as the Gulder mountain range.
That is quite the story, Roland said. What of the goddess?
She succumbed to her wounds, falling into the depths of a great waterfall and was never seen again, Luke replied.
So she's dead, Beogas scoffed. Some goddess.
There is a prophecy about her return, Luke explained. The prophecy of Oldamai. She will return, mourn herself, take up her staff of light, and heal the world. Something like that. I can't remember exactly.
Over here, Sinkaria called out. Behind the stone lectern was a great door crafted from rock with runes etched all around it. It appeared to have no hinges and showed no outward sign of opening, just indents as if it were a bas-relief of a door and not an actual passage. The group gathered around as Sinkaria whispered something over and over, closing her eyes as she ran her fingers along the stone surface. Dust kicked back, and the indents grew deeper until finally the stone slid apart, revealing a hallway. The hallway beyond the door was half collapsed, leaving only a foot on one side where one might skirt along the wall. Roland approached first, hugging the wall, and the cold air pricked at his skin and stole his breath away. He moved slowly, digging into the wooden slats that formed the wall with his fingernails as he carefully shuffled along. He could feel the floor slant away from the heels of his boots, down towards the sheer drop-off of the side of the mountain, one step after another until the floor evened out again and he found himself on the other side of the hall. Beogas followed his lead, hurriedly shuffling along the wall to the other side. He glanced down only after he was safe and on solid ground. Sinkaria mimicked Roland, gripping the wall with her long red nails as she moved along it. She reached them on the other side of the wall with little effort. Luke fought with himself for several minutes, finally crossing after being told, "You can do this," by Sinkaria in a tone that attempted to be encouraging but somehow came out as more condescending. When they stepped through the door at the end of the hall, they were greeted by a study, reasonably well kept and organized. There were still loose books and papers strewn across the floor, blown around by gusts of air whistling through the cracks in a broken window, but a chessboard on a small marble table was surprisingly untouched. So too was a large globe in the corner of the room, but those things did not draw Sinkaria's attention. She was immediately pulled towards a large, black, oval plate against the wall between two bookcases. It had a severe crack down it, but there was no doubt it was the object she was hoping to find. With a surface like polished obsidian, it reflected the room perfectly.
"So that's the mirror,"
Roland remarked. "Yes, damn it all," Sinkaria said, running her fingers back through her milky white hair. "It's fractured. I doubt it works at all." She whispered a few words to the mirror, but nothing happened.
"Can't you just fix it?" Beogas asked. "You don't got a spell for that."
"Repairing enchanted items is tricky," Sinkaria replied. "I can do repairs on mundane things, but enchantments make it much harder. Blasted. We'll have to keep searching, I suppose." Luke fiddled with the chess set, moving a knight out of its starting position as Beogas examined the globe. Sinkaria walked over to the next door and examined it for traps. Roland impatiently waited to move on to the next room, but he swore he saw something out of the corner of his eye. Something in the mirror. An old man with wild gray hair ringing a bald head and a long gray beard. An old man with madness in his eyes. He shook it off. It had been a while since he had had a good night's rest.
Sinkaria opened the door to the next room and waved at them to follow her. The doors parted, revealing a massive room, the largest one yet. There was a canopied bed at the far end beside a great fireplace, and on the wall to their right was a black stone archway shattered into pieces. A rocking chair was seated at the center of the room with a skeleton in it, clutching a musket. Behind it was a 9-foot-tall, stuffed humanoid creature coated in black fur with a snarling maw and features similar to a human.
"That a squatch?"
Beogast blurted out, wide-eyed.
"It looks like it,"
Roland remarked.
"A big one, too."
"Never mind the Sasquatch," Sinkaria blurted out, racing over to the gateway. "It's damned it all. It's ruined, too. This was all for nothing." Roland approached the remains in the chair, the musket resting in the bones. No flesh clung to them. He had been dead for years. Among the pile was a holy symbol similar to the one Luque had pilfered, as well as a number of other holy symbols he didn't recognize, all on one chain. "Be careful, Roland," Luque called out from a safe distance, positioning himself behind Beogast in case he might need to use him as a human shield. Roland knelt down and grabbed up the musket. It was finely crafted, much finer than his, though the basic design remained the same. The barrel appeared to be made of umbrinium, as it was black and iridescent. The stock was ivory and carved with various runes and markings. As the skeletal hand dropped loose from the musket and clattered to the ground, dust began to trickle from the Sasquatch. Roland looked up at it just in time as the Sasquatch roared and lunged forward. He aimed the new musket, but the Sasquatch struck with astonishing speed, knocking him to the ground and knocking the musket to the far side of the room. Luque ran back towards the door, but found it had sealed shut behind them. He began pounding on it, hopelessly trying to break it loose enough to escape. Beogast screamed out, "Glorious death!" and charged the beast, axe raised high. He swung, hitting it in the leg, but was quickly batted away, bouncing off of the wall, cracking several boards. Sinkaria wound back and flicked her thumb across her ring, causing sparks to issue out, but as she spoke her incantation, only a small gout of flames lashed out, catching the Sasquatch's dry fur. It grabbed her up, wrapped its massive hands around her thin torso with ease, pinning her arms to her side. Loud pops and cracks issued from her body, and with one violent motion, the beast threw her through a wall into an adjoining room. Splinters and dust erupted from the broken boards, obscuring Sinkaria's fate. In mere moments, the stuffed Sasquatch had incapacitated 3 members of the party. It heaved itself towards Luque, each step knocking loose dust from the surrounding walls and ceiling. It grabbed Luque up, spinning him around. "No!" he cried out in terror, clutching the symbol of Aldura. He held it up like a shield between he and the beast, and it faltered, freezing in its spot. Luque peered through squinted eyes at it. "What is happening?" he asked.
"Luque, tell it to put you down,"
Roland said, grabbing up the musket from the floor. "I don't want to speak to it," Luque said, gasping and keeping his holy symbol held aloft. He forcibly opened his eyes the slightest bit and peered through his eyelashes at Roland. "Do you think it'll help?" he asked, tears welling up in his eyes. He forced himself to look up at the Sasquatch. It stood motionless, its snarling maw only a few inches away from Luque's face. A steady trickle of sawdust leaked from its leg where Beogast had struck it with the axe. "Please set me down." Much to his surprise, the Sasquatch set him down, obeying his command. "Please go back to the wall and bloody relax." The Sasquatch slowly made its way back to the wall and took its original position. Luque looked over at Roland. "Why did that work? Did Aldura command it?"
"No idea," Roland said. "Come, let's check on Sinkaria."
He flung the door open to the adjoining room where he found Sinkaria struggling to her feet. Luque and Beogast made to help her up. "I am quite fine," Sinkaria said, straightening herself. Her arm was bent in an unnatural position. She popped it back into place, wincing against the pain. The robes across her torso had been torn away from the creature's claws, revealing something unnatural beneath. Roland looked at it curiously. Across her stomach appeared to be a corset, but upon closer examination, it was the intertwined legs of an insect wrapped around her waist. She moved to conceal it, pulling her damaged robes closed. "What happened in there?" "My holy symbol," Luque explained, raising it up for her to see. "It stopped the beast." "Your holy symbol," Sinkaria repeated. She made her way back into the room, and the group followed. Kneeling down at the remains of Wentauki, she gestured to the necklace of holy symbols on the shattered remains. "The taxidermied Sasquatch must have thought his master was under attack when the bones fell apart. but then saw your holy symbol. Wentauki believed holy symbols could ward off spirits, so it only makes sense that a spirit wouldn't wear a holy symbol. The Sasquatch follows rudimentary commands and likely confused you with Wentauki.
Roland walked over to Sincaria.
Are you all right?
He asked.
I was never in any real danger, Sincaria replied. No worries.
She looked over at Wentauki's musket in Roland's hands.
At least the venture wasn't a total loss, I suppose.
I'm sorry you didn't find your mentor, Luque said, quickly walking up to Sincaria. And I was concerned about whether you were all right or not too, he added.
About that, Roland said. This might sound mad, but I've seen plenty of mad things lately. I thought I should tell you that I might have seen an old man in that mirror.
An old man? Describe him,
Sincaria said, her black eyes widening.
He was bald, had a big gray beard, unkempt hair,
Roland explained.
Sincaria looked thoughtful for a moment. The description matches. I'll stay with the mirror. I thank you for your assistance in finding it. Hopefully it will lead me to my mentor. You may collect what you wish from the manor and be on your way. I know you have other matters to attend to.
What of me? Beogas asked. Are you done with me too?
Yes, you have all been more helpful than you know, Sincaria said. If you check the saddle of my Keterak, you'll find a large sum of silver. You may split it. I'll have no more need of it.
This is it? This is where we part ways? Luque asked, his wide eyes full of grief. I feel like we were just getting to know one another.
You can stay with her if you like,
Roland said. Luque looked like he was weighing his options. He had gotten into no small amount of trouble with Roland.
Out of the question, I'm afraid,
Sincaria interrupted before Luque could give an answer.
Galamade is a recluse. He does not entertain guests. I am an exception to that rule. Now be off. Our business is concluded.
Roland gave her a nod and took his leave. Luque and Beogas followed him out. They wound their way back through the labyrinthine mansion to where their horses were waiting for them. Just as Sincaria promised, a large pouch of silver awaited them in the saddlebags. They divvied it up evenly and began their descent.
Roland, what do you think that thing was on her chest?
Luque asked.
No idea, but being thrown through a wall like that, she should have been dead,
Roland replied.
Trade secret of Kadera, eh? Maybe we won't ever know,
Beogas said.
She pays well enough, but if I don't ever see another Kaderan, I'll count myself lucky.
The three men took their time descending the mountain. Each step risked injury on the rocky, uneven trail, and rushing the journey could prove fatal. They camped along the way and reached the tree line before the following midday. Chapter 5 Reflections. It was late in the day when Roland, Luque, and Beogas had made camp in the Splinterwood. Warmer days were upon them, but the chill of spring had yet to fully take its leave of the night. Roland dropped another log onto the campfire. Small golden embers erupted into the cloudless cobalt sky above. Luque looked through his backpack, perusing a collection of baubles he had acquired while they were back in Black Harvest. Beogas plugged a nostril and blew a ball of snot onto the ground between his boots. The noise nearly stirred Rusty, the Elvunian Mastiff, from his slumber, but the old dog was tired. Only the crackles and pops of the fire broke the quiet.
Fuck, I be buggered. I can hardly keep my eyes open,
Beogas grumbled.
Not accustomed to traveling in such heat, like being rocked asleep in a whore's bosom. Maybe I can get a good night's rest, turn in early.
Roland looked at him, then back at the fire. Beogas' blood was more adapted to the frozen lands of Norgard than the temperate climates of Weystra. Roland thought the days had been quite pleasant of late, but the nights could be somewhat chilly. Luque, too, glanced over at Beogas. Incredulously, hands still deep in his bag, he scoffed. You think today was hot? Just wait until we hit midsummer and the temperature climbs 20 or 30 degrees higher. And the humidity. Oh, the humidity.
Same in Weystra as it is in Elvun, then?
Beogas asked. Yes, much the same. We are on the opposite sides of the equator, but it is fairly temperate, Luque replied. You should venture a trip sometime.
Plow that, Beogas scoffed. Spending my time with a bunch of knights and princesses. Maybe they'd pay better than the merchants and governors here,
Roland suggested.
Highly doubt it. Probably assume you're doing your civic duty and such. Award you with a meaningless title or some such nonsense. Very accurate, actually, Luque admitted. Well, I am off to bed. I'll fry up some of those mushrooms we found earlier to break our fast, Beogast said, heaving himself up from the dirt. Rusty stirred awake and looked over at the stout man expectantly. Come on, then. The big dog lumbered after him as he gathered up his bedroll and headed back to his tent. Rusty had taken a liking to Beogast and frequently kept guard just outside of his tent. As good of a guard dog as a sleeping dog tired from days of non-stop hiking could be. Roland inspected the musket he had recovered from the Wentauki Manor, cleaning it thoroughly with an oil rag. The runes along its barrel seemed to catch the light like a twinkling star. It was certainly the most unusual weapon he had ever laid his eyes upon, though he was unsure of whether or not the legend of its slaying spirits had any merit. That is quite the weapon, Luque remarked. I'd wager it's worth a fortune. I like it. I think I'll hold on to it, Roland said. He placed the musket against a nearby tree and grabbed up a relatively thick bit of fallen branch. Breaking it over his knee to reduce its size, he brought it over to his seat by the campfire and retrieved a small Eluxinium blade from its sheath on his side. I thought you were all about the coin, Luque said. Roland focused his attention on the bit of stick, drawing his platinum-colored blade across it. On the contrary, coin can mean freedom. I'm all about freedom, Roland replied. He whittled away bit by bit, reducing the stick down to the size of a child's fist. He looked over at Rusty, sleeping in front of Beogast's tent, and continued whittling. And yet, you are a prisoner to your past. You are heading down south, through the splinters, through Jindali lands, for what? To meet with your old gang members? You don't want to be on this voyage, that much is clear from your sour attitude. So why crack on with such fervor? You're prying again, Roland remarked, his voice like the low, agitated warning growl of a grizzly. The bit of wood in his hands was slowly and with some effort taking the shape of a sleeping dog. Luque watched him as he worked, but there was no inkling that he might finally open up and divulge even the slightest bit of personal information. The fop then turned his attention towards rummaging through the bag he had been carrying. What he kept in the bag was anyone's guess. The sky and the forest around them darkened to black, seemingly impenetrable in contrast with the blazing fire. The fop retrieved from his pack a journal, a few loose pieces of parchment, and a quill and ink pen that had spilled over most everything else. Finally, after putting aside his writing essentials, he produced what he was looking for, a bottle of whiskey. Where did you pilfer that from? Roland asked, looking up from the small statue of Rusty slowly taking form. I didn't nick this from anyone, Luque replied, clasping the bottle to his chest in exaggerated offense. I borrowed it from a shop back in Black Harvest. Whence I finish my Bestiary of the New World, working title, I will sneak in and leave the owed money with some interest on the counter of the establishment. Right, Roland replied. He drew his attention back to the bit of wood, working on the finer details. Luque admired the parchment label on the black bottle. It says it's special stock, brewed right in Black Harvest. It was on the top shelf, so it took some doing to fetch, Luque said, proud of himself. He tried chipping away the red wax covering the cork at the top with his thumbnail. Give it here, Roland said, setting down the small sculpture. Luque got up and dragged his bedroll over beside him and took a seat on it. The fop handed the bottle over, and Roland took out his hunting knife and slashed it across the wax, then pried loose the cork. The pungent aroma of oak filled his nostrils. He took the first swig, letting the vanilla and caramel flavors wash over his tongue. Good stuff. Hand it here, then, Luque said with a broad, excited grin. Roland handed it over, and he took a swig, then coughed and winced. Oof! Weystrid whiskey is a lot harsher than I would have expected. What did you expect? Roland asked. Baldura's tits. I don't know. I'm accustomed to vodka mixed with fruit juices that hide the flavor, Luque said, then paused for only a moment before taking another swig. On second thought, it is actually quite good. Hand it back over, Roland said, a wry smile crossing his lips. He took another deep swig from the bottle. You borrowed a damn good bottle. He looked at the label, reading it aloud. Black Harvest Select, brewed in Black Harvest by the students of Black Harvest University. Those kids know their stuff. We brewed alcohol in Galdeborough University, Luque remarked. Nothing this good. He took the bottle from Roland and drank deeply. He sighed to himself. I miss it sometimes, Golderboro. At times, I thought I should have stayed at the university, studied longer, and become a professor. I still imagine what my life would have been like had I stayed on. So many people all around, all passionate about something and excited for their futures. He passed the bottle off to Roland, who promptly took a swig. I learned so much there. Music, languages for a time, then painting. What did you, focus in? Roland asked, handing the bottle back. Fine arts, he replied plainly. A general degree focused on an appreciation of the arts. Jack of all trades, eh? Roland asked, taking a long pull from the bottle. Master of none, as the saying goes. Luque said, and for the first time Roland could see his usual broad grin and cheerful demeanor falter. Bah. Roland shoved the bottle back into Luque's chest. Master of none, my ass. What was that song you were singing on the trail a while back? That wasn't terrible. Luque straightened up a bit and seemed to gain some of his cheer back. Right, you must be referring to From Grand Rosa to Beckbury, the one I sing to the tune of Greensleeves. I am particularly fond of that one. What better time than now, around the golden campfire, to sing it? That's really not necessary. Luque sang, From Grand Rosa to Beckbury, traveling throughout hills of green, forests dark and golden prairie, no greater beauty have I seen. You have my soul, my sweet, no one else understands. My heart is at your feet, my fate is in your hands. Our hearts race quickly in our chests, the heat rises as we undress, our lifeblood pumping under breast, we both succumb to love's caress. You have my soul, my sweet, no one else understands. My heart is at your feet, my fate is in your hands. Your touch in darkness I embrace, we both know that we must part ways. I wipe the tears from off your face, for I shall love you all my days. You have my soul, my sweet, no one else understands. My heart is at your feet, my fate is in your hands. Luque hummed the melody a little longer, then trailed off to end the song. He appeared lost in thought. Perhaps he was reminiscing or longing for some great lost love, Roland thought. After a few minutes, Roland broke the silence, asking, Was that about a woman you knew? Yes, Luque replied, snapping out of his trance. Many, in fact. He smiled. I purposely kept the lyrics vague so that they might be applied more broadly. While I was out and about with the Bardic Boys, my traveling band, I fell in love quite often. Roland stared in silence at Luque. Luque stood up and took a bow, then took a pull of the bottle. Although he didn't want to admit it to himself, the fop was beginning to grow on him. He was endearing in a way, like a puppy was, dim-witted and loyal, without an ounce of malice. He might have been a thief and a swindler, but he was nothing like Roland's old gang. Roland believed that Luque truly had himself convinced that he would one day pay back those who he had borrowed from. An inhuman howl pierced the silence of the woods. Both Roland and Luque perked up and stared in the direction from which it came, but saw only the black night beyond the campfire. The howl lingered on, sounding something like a mix of a wolf and a scream. Eventually, it lowered to a wail, the cry of a woman. Then it disappeared. The two men looked at each other, and Roland glanced over to his musket, still resting within arm's reach. What in the Stitchlands was that? Luque asked. No idea, Roland admitted. There's a lake near here, maybe something living in it? Let's not find out, Luque muttered, his voice shaking slightly from the sudden rush of adrenaline. I have no intention to, Roland said. Time became somewhat hard to track as a couple of hours went by and the bottle was nearing its end. Roland stumbled up to his feet, using his musket to steady himself, and made his way to the edge of the campfire's light. Wait, don't venture off, Luque said. What if that thing is still out there? I gotta take a piss. You stay on guard,
Roland said, stumbling to the edge of the light. He put his hand on a tree to help himself keep balance and relieved himself just out of view. There were no more howls or wails, but he could have sworn he saw a white, glowing light moving among the trees. He ignored it, finished up, and headed back to camp. All right. I've talked about me. I've traveled with you for quite some time. Spill it. Why did you leave your gang? Why did you become a Longhunter? Even I know no one becomes a Longhunter without a good reason, Luque said. Come on, let's hear it. Yeah, I see through your plan. Roland chuckled. Ply me with whiskey, then get me to talk. Luque shrugged, not bothering to dismiss the plainly true accusation. Maybe a bit more whiskey and I'll tell you how I became a Longhunter. The night had stretched on late, and all that remained of the whiskey bottle were the last dregs. Roland had finished the small statue of Rusty and set it beside him on the ground. The Longhunter stared long into the fire. When I was young and stupid, I joined up with Rafe's gang, a group of highwaymen based out of an old abandoned silver mine to the far south of anything resembling civilization. Roland began. Luque was surprised that the Longhunter, even with the assistance of drink, was suddenly willing to open up. He turned a little to better face him and listen in. Roland continued. There was a time when the mine had harvested loads of silver, and the workers and their families lived in the village around it. But that time was long past. A monster, or maybe the natives, had saw to that. I don't rightly know. Anyway, I worked with Rafe and his crew for quite some time. I was just a young man when he took me in, just starting to get hair on my chin. And I looked up to Rafe. He had taken me under his wing, taught me how to fight with a sword and fire a flintlock. He had taken a lot of wayward wanderers in back then. Boys, girls, men, women. If you had no place to be, he'd give you a bed. Another such wanderer went by the name Wakel. He was around my age, and we became something like brothers. Luque's eyes flashed with recognition. That's the man who runs the gang now, right? From what I hear, yeah, Roland replied, his voice taking a more dour tone. Wakel was never quite right. I knew it when we was younger, but all those cruel, stupid things that boys do, he never grew out of them. Pitting bugs on sticks, pulling wings off dragonflies, he just graduated to people. I did my best to wind him in, but the other members of the gang were more like him than me. One day, we were out on a job, a routine job like any other. We had dug out a trench in the lowlands northwest of Stilton to create a trap. The swamp flooded the trench and made for a spot to stop a wagon. You see, Rafe had heard tell that a bank carriage full of silver was being transported by one of the owners. It was going to be moved in a regular wagon without guards, incognito. I don't know where he got the information, but we posted up all the same and waited. Just you and Wakel? Luque asked. No, me, Wakel, Thaddeus, and Butch. We were Rafe's go-to men at that point. We'd do the most dangerous jobs as we'd reached the proper age for it. We were around about 18 or 19 then. Still kids, but hungry to prove ourselves. You know how that can be, I'm sure. Luque nodded. Anyways, we had lied in wait, and eventually the carriage came. It hit the ditch, just like we'd planned, and we rushed the carriage from both sides and cut the horses loose. Inside was a wiry fellow. Brave, though, in hindsight. I think Rafe might have worked out some sort of insurance deal with him. He seemed relatively unperturbed by the whole thing. Stand and deliver, I had said, as was customary. Rafe taught us not to be barbaric in our ways, not to demand money or threaten unless forced to. We were told to hold one hand out with our arquebus or pistol resting in our other hand and make the request. The wiry man unlatched the back of his wagon and started producing bags of silver, more than I'd ever seen. Then everything went to shit. How so? Luque asked. Well, Wakel didn't like that the guy wasn't scared. He started roughing him up, shoving him against the carriage and threatening him. The man chuckled, whether nervously or because he didn't think Wakel was serious, I don't know. It just made Wakel more angry. Wakel took out his pistol and bashed the man in the face, fractured the bone under his eye and knocked him to the ground. The man stopped chuckling then. Then Wakel heard the girl. No. Luque leaned back, watching Roland intently. Roland didn't want to continue, but forced himself to. He hadn't spoken about the events to anyone. He
He felt that, perhaps, it was time. Yeah, the merchant had a wife, a young one, much younger than him. She was red-haired with cheeks covered in freckles, about our age, 18 or 19, if I remember correctly. Wakel dragged her out of the carriage and said he was going to have some fun with her in front of the merchant. I told him to knock it the fuck off. He called me soft, said I didn't have the stomach for the bandit life. She begged Wakel to let her go. I remember her big, pleading blue eyes. The merchant, I don't remember his name, called out for her too. Her name was Emmeline. I'll always remember that. Roland went silent, but only for a moment. I took him by the collar of his shirt and threw him back, but Thaddeus and Butch leveled their arquebuses at me. They'd never been too fond of me, seeing me as Rafe's favorite, I guess. Wakel told me to head back to camp with the silver if I didn't want to partake, and I left. I left that girl there with those monsters. I took the silver and returned to camp. Thaddeus, Butch, even Wakel. They were brothers to me, and yet they were willing to kill me. I thought on that the whole ride back to camp. They were willing to kill me, but I wasn't ready to kill them, yet. Roland didn't meet Luque's eyes. He stared into the flames. Luque was uncharacteristically quiet. Roland wondered if telling the story was the right thing to do. He didn't feel any better. Putting words to his weakness did nothing to allay his regrets. He still hated himself. Finally, his friend spoke. You were outnumbered. You couldn't have helped her. I could have died trying, Roland said without a pause. He had recited to himself the same excuses numerous times. I should have died trying. Better to die for the right cause than to live with the regret of never having fought at all. Violence. Always violence in these lands, Luque said, inhaling deeply. He continued. I'm sorry that I cannot advise you better, but I'm not a violent person by nature. This whole place, this culture, it's foreign to me. I don't know what I had expected when I left Elvoon, but perhaps this was a mistake. There was a long pause between the men. Roland thought that perhaps the fop was right. Perhaps Weystra wasn't the place for him. Weystra was a violent land, and Luque was not a violent person by nature. I was always looked down upon as weak, by my family, by rival families. My mother was especially hard on me, Luque continued. My older brother was the pride and joy of the family, a knight, a warrior, a natural leader. I was none of those things. I never wanted to be any of those things. I didn't envy him, and I had, for as long as I could remember, hoped that their fixation with him would allot me the time and space to pursue my dreams of being an artist. They did, for a time, but eventually their eyes fell on me. I used their pull to get accepted into Guldabur University, then their gold to afford my way. I partied and spent most of my time faffing about, but eventually I graduated and I was expected to return. I was to wed and preside over my own bit of land as a lord. The thought terrified me, so I fled. You fled from responsibility. I left a woman to die, Roland said. You clearly understand nothing that I've said. I understand that it's easier to run than to face those you are closest to disappoint them or hurt them, Luque said, meeting Roland's eyes. You made that same choice, but now what? You'll head down to confront Wakel? Kill him? The second I get the chance, Roland replied. Consider another option, Luque said, putting his hand on Roland's shoulder. Roland glared at him until he removed it. Wakel sounds like a monster, true, but perhaps he can be reasoned with. Perhaps this needn't come to violence. Wakel is a monster. He can't be reasoned with, and I do not intend to reason with him. How can you try and convince me that he just needs talking to after the story I told? Are you a damn fool? Roland pushed himself up from his seat to glare down at Luque. I'm not suggesting you spare Wakel for Wakel's sake. Although I abhor violence, I am more concerned for you, my friend. I fear what killing him might do to you. You left because he and the others were like family to you. Killing him might very well make the world a better place, but in doing so, you might lose some part of yourself, and I don't want that, Luque said. There was a long pause. Roland looked as though he might say something, but stopped himself. Luque finally broke the silence. Is there no other way for Weystrans to handle things other than violence? Roland's eyes narrowed. Maybe not, he grumbled. If we're too uncivilized for you, you should head back to Elvoon, he said. He
He abruptly turned away and stumbled in a wide circle around the fire towards the shadowed edge of the woods. Luke watched him in silence as he staggered off behind a tree to relieve himself again. Roland grunted, freeing himself from his breeches. The cool night air felt nice after the heat of the fire. He finished up and struggled to fasten his belt. He spotted something out of the corner of his eyes. A white light. It was just as before, a white light flitting in and out of the trees. Only this time he was too drunk to resist its call. He finished with his buckle and stepped out in its direction.
Roland, where are you off to? What of that creature from earlier that we heard? Roland?
Luke called after him. Roland followed the light, bashing his way through the undergrowth of the forest until he found a deer trail to follow. He stumbled along the path, hitting thorns and breaking through low-hanging tree limbs until he reached a clearing at the edge of a small lake. In the middle of the lake, the white light rested, then glowed brighter until it took the form of a woman in an all-white dress. A woman with red, flowing hair.
Emmeline.
Roland muttered in disbelief, then stepped forward into the icy cold water. Roland waded deeper into the lake. It must have been spring-fed, as it was colder than he had anticipated. He stepped forward slowly, one step after another, disturbing the smooth, mirror-like surface of the water. Ripples bent the reflections of the swirling stars and great moon overhead as he moved onward towards the woman in white at the center of the lake. She stood atop the water, arms outstretched, welcoming him.
I'm sorry.
Roland gasped against the cold. The chill of the lake went so deep that it stole his very breath away as the water rose up to his chest.
I swear, I'm sorry for leaving you behind.
Come, the woman whispered, but the whisper sounded in Roland's ears as if the woman stood beside him. She continued beckoning him forth, and he slowly closed the gap between them. The water began to reach his neck, and he stretched to keep his head above the surface. The cold chill cut through him as he neared her. Somehow, the water seemed colder with every step. She floated, motionless, and his eyes were transfixed upon her. She wore an all-white gown that glowed with the light of the moon. Her red hair floated about her as if she were submerged in water. Although she appeared just above the water's surface, everything about the way she and her clothes moved gave the appearance of a woman floating in the lake. Roland stretched to his toes as he stepped forward, one careful step at a time, towards her.
Embrace me, and all will be forgiven,
she whispered, and again the whisper sounded in Roland's ears. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up, but he pressed on. Finally, Roland's head dipped beneath the surface of the lake as he could no longer stretch to reach the bottom. He squinted his eyes and kicked his feet, keeping himself afloat, and continued swimming towards her. As he closed the gap between them to no less than 5 paces, he could see her more clearly. Her face was identical to that of Emmeline's.
Emmeline, I'm sorry,
Roland said. He knew not whether she was a spirit haunting him or visions produced by a guilty conscience. But he had given up. He was tired of feeling the guilt. He would make amends or die.
Embrace me.
The spirit's voice whispered again, and Roland felt a pull on his ankle. He kicked against it, assuming his boot had become tangled in some seaweed, but whatever it was grasped tighter. Then something else grabbed his other ankle, and try as he might, he couldn't free himself. In a flash, he was submerged in the icy cold lake. Roland held his breath, straining to free himself. He squinted down through the water and found it surprisingly well illuminated. Long, black tendrils wrapped around his ankles. He reached down and pulled at them, and found that they had the texture of hair. He grabbed at the hunting knife at his side and pulled it from its sheath, slashing the thick strands of hair loose. He looked up and came eye to eye with the source of the lake's unnatural light. Floating upside down in the water was a woman in white, the reflection of the woman he had seen floating above the surface, though this woman was not Emmeline. Her hair was black, not red, and issued from her head like 1,000 writhing tentacles. Her face bore no resemblance to Emmeline's, and was pale with sunken black eyes. The creature's mouth opened unnaturally wide, bearing long black teeth, and a scream reverberated through the water as strand after strand of her hair coiled itself around him. In that moment, Roland knew he was dead. He slashed thick strand after thick strand away with his blade, but more would replace them, and no matter how hard he fought, he would find himself being pulled deeper and deeper into the depths of the lake. His lungs felt like they would burst, his eyes burned, and he was becoming increasingly disoriented. Suddenly, the echo of something loud reverberated through the water. The monstrous lady in white wailed and shook. A massive plume of black blood exploded out from her chest, and she began to convulse. The strands of her hair fell loosely from Roland's body, and she fell upward, connecting with her reflection at the surface of the water. Roland swam up and broke the surface, barely managing to catch his breath. He paddled hastily away from the floating white body and pulled himself on shore. Standing a few paces away, teeth clenched and trembling, was Luque. He was still holding Roland's musket aloft. "That was the Bell Witch," Luque said, finally lowering the musket. Roland breathed slow, measured breaths to calm himself.
"I don't know about that," he said, "but whatever it was wasn't good. Nice shot."
Chapter 6. Catch and Release. Roland guided Bell along the trail through the deep forest of the Jurndali Valley, also referred to as the Splintered Valley. Amity followed behind, hauling their supplies, as Luque and Bayogas rode at the rear. Rusty loped along through the forest as he always did, taking intermittent breaks to chase squirrels that only he saw. Luque, as always, chattered on to Bayogas, who he had found to be a much more willing conversationalist than Roland. "So why are you still with us? I don't mean to insinuate that your presence isn't enjoyed. It certainly is. I just can't see a benefit in accompanying us this far south of civilization," Luque inquired. Bayogas grunted out a chuckle, then twisted to look over his shoulder at Luque. "I explained it to you earlier, eh? Me pa died in his bed. I don't want to go out like that, and you lot seem a lot closer to death than most." "Ah, lovely. You're with us because you think we're all gonna die in some gruesome way," Luque said. "That's just lovely to hear."
"Keep your eyes open. We're in Jurndali country now,"
Roland called back to them.
"Their scouts have no doubt seen us. Let's hope the agreement stands."
"What agreement?" Bayogas asked.
"My old gang had an agreement with the Jurndali. We could travel through the valley freely, and in exchange we'd give them some of our ill-gotten goods. It came with the added bonus that no bounty hunters or lawmen would dare venture into the valley after us,"
Roland explained. "Let us hope that agreement does indeed remain," Luque said, nervously glancing at the surrounding forest.
"Well, we're not dressed as highwaymen,"
Roland explained.
"No black leather coats, no tricorn hats. There's nothing to distinguish us from any other traveler venturing into the valley. Hopefully they decide to talk to us before firing arrows."
They rode on for several hours through the winding valley, following the Minawanu River as it wound its way between the shattered mountains. The tree-filled valley made for the perfect spot to be ambushed, but the men kept their guard up as best as they could despite the disadvantage. Rusty occasionally came to an abrupt halt, pointing his flat snout to the sky and sniffing, letting out a few huffs of breath. When he did, the group would come to an abrupt halt as well. Bayogas would scramble to grab the haft of his axe, and Roland would swing his musket up from his back. Luque would hunker down and hug tightly onto Bayogas' waist in pure panic. Then Rusty would return to the trail like nothing had happened, and the men would slowly regain their composure and continue on the path. They continued this way until nightfall came, and they made camp. On the second day, the men took turns bathing in the river, one at a time, in the early morning. One in the river, two on the bank with weapons at the ready, scanning the forest for any sign of movement. Rusty dove into the icy mountain-fed river and splashed happily before shaking himself dry once back on shore. The men mounted up and rode on. The journey through the valley was over 300 miles and would take around 10 days to complete. After the first few days, the anxiety of being hunted began to diminish. It was getting overcome by the sheer beauty of the valley. The great flowing river was intermittently joined by smaller creeks and streams of water that tumbled down the surrounding mountains. Waterfalls as small as a trickle and as wide and roaring as a river fell around them. Many were distant, while some were so close that their mists cast a haze in the air and dampened the men's clothes. On day 5, the men fished. Roland had a collapsible fishing pole, and Bayogas whittled 2 others from suitable tree limbs for he and Luque. They gathered up night crawlers from the muck along the banks of the river and used some spare hooks and line Roland had stowed away in Amity's saddlebags. Roland had one nice wooden bobber for his pole, but after a little bit of work, 2 more suitable bobbers were whittled out from some hunks of driftwood along the bank.
"Roland, I'm going to catch a catfish as big as your dog."
Bayogas laughed, tossing his line into the river.
"What sort of fish do you get up in Norgard?"
Roland asked.
"Cod. Lots of cod. Delicious scree. Trout is good in the rivers, too,"
Bayogas replied.
"Oh, there's nothing like it, sailing the fjords with a pole in your hands, northern lights dancing across the sky overhead."
"It sounds beautiful," Luque said, casting his line and pulling it back in immediately after not getting a bite. Roland cast his out and waited, slowly winding his reel bit by bit.
For a time, the group forgot about their perilous situation, distracted by the prospect of being the first to catch a fish. Beogast had claimed he would be the first to land one, saying it was in his blood. Roland disagreed, claiming he would be the first. He had fished this river before and knew all of the best spots. To everyone's surprise, it was Luke who landed the first bite. Oh, guys, I have something, Luke called out.
A stick?
Roland remarked, smiling.
Nay, he hooked it on some rocks again, I wager.
Beogast laughed.
At least it's not one of our lines again.
No, really, Luke said, fighting with his pole. The smile left both Roland and Beogast's faces as Luke's pole bent sharply over as he pulled and tugged on the line. Roland and Beogast dropped their poles and rushed to Luke's side.
No, let it wear itself out, Roland said. Stop pulling on it like that. You'll break the damn line.
Listen to him, boy. Let it tire itself, Beogast yelled. The two men spoke over each other, urging Luke on and helping as best as they could as he dragged the fish towards the shore, pulling the line hand over hand. When it reached the shoreline, Roland and Beogast hunkered down in the mud and Roland grabbed the fish by its lip.
It's a smallie,
Roland called out, lifting the fish from the river.
Eh?
Beogast tilted his head to get a better look at the fish. What is a smallie? Luke asked.
A smallmouth bass. Good size, too,
Roland explained.
20 inches, I wager.
The three men took the day to rest and recuperate. Roland filleted Luke's bass and cooked the fillets over the fire. Beogast attempted to season it with some wild garlic and chives he had gathered. The fish tasted buttery and delicious. It wasn't the best the men had ever had, but after weeks of dried trail rations and gathered berries and mushrooms, it was a welcome change. On day 7, it finally happened. Beogast was already awake for morning watch, frying mushroom skewers over the fire with Rusty, when Rusty suddenly froze and began to bark. He seemed to be barking at nothing, but this bark was different than before. It was harsher and more threatening.
What is it, boy?
Beogast asked, grabbing up his axe by the haft. He squinted at the woods and spotted movement.
Oi, men, wake up!
Roland burst forth from his tent with his musket ready and spun on his heel to face the forest, keeping his back towards Beogast. Luke peered out of his tent, terrified and unsure of what to do. Roland and Beogast stood back to back, weapons at the ready, and watched the forest. Rusty barked threateningly, standing at the edge of camp. They were at a disadvantage. Wherever their potential attackers were, they had yet to discern, and with the cover of the surrounding woods, they would be nearly impossible to find until it was too late. An arrow struck the ground beside Rusty, and he jumped to the side, then moved over to it and sniffed it. A voice called out from an unseen source in the forest.
Heal your beast, and lower your weapons, the man demanded.
Roland lowered his musket and gave a sharp whistle, calling Rusty over to his side. Rusty reluctantly obeyed and trotted over to his master. Beogast scanned the forest, axe still raised, for any sign of the man who issued the order.
Heal both your beasts,
the voice called out again. Beogast gave a deep growl.
It's fine, Roland said. If they wanted us dead, we'd have been dead already. They want to talk.
Your master is correct, a young Jundali man said to Beogast as he emerged from behind an especially large maple tree. He had a bow and quiver strapped to his back, and his body was draped in long, unrecognizable leathers. Roland guessed they might have been made from the skin of some sort of forest devil, but he couldn't be certain without closer inspection.
My father wishes to speak with you.
He turned his attention to Roland.
He recognized you by your skin, uncommon in Weystra.
Lucky me, Roland remarked.
Indeed. Had he not recognized you, you'd be dead, the man said. Come, men, gather their weapons.
Not a fucking chance, Beogast growled, his grip tightening around his axe handle.
We don't have a choice,
Roland said.
We could die fighting,
Beogast said, gritting his checkerboard of teeth.
It's your wish to die honorably, right? Not to be shot full of arrows in an unfair fight?
Roland said, tossing his musket to the ground.
Drop the axe.
Beogast hesitated, then let it slip from his hands to the ground.
I don't trust these fuckers.
The young Jundali man gave a wave, and several other Jundali, 8 in total, emerged from the surrounding woods to close in around them. They took Roland's musket, hunting knife, and saber, and Beogast's axe. One grabbed Luke and pulled him out of his hiding place in his tent, shoving him over by Beogast and Roland. Rusty looked on, tongue dangling happily from his mouth. When it was clear they were no longer a threat, the young Jundali man gave a hand signal. An older Jundali man emerged with a young Jundali woman at his side. The older man wore a great headdress of black and white feathers and armor made from the hide of a Hodag. The woman was slender and had black hair and wore a long doe-skin dress. They approached the group.
You travel with Rafe's freemen, correct?
The older Jundali with the headdress said to Roland, phrasing it as a question as much as a statement.
I did once, Roland said. Does your deal still stand with them? No, regrettably. I had hoped you might illuminate the reason why. But forgive me. I have yet to introduce myself. I am Chief Wanbli of the Jundali. I'm Roland, and this is Baogas and Luke. The dog is Rusty, Roland said. Pleasure to meet you.
That is yet to be seen, colonist, the young Jundali yelled out.
Be silent, boy,
Chief Wanbli yelled to him, then turned his attention back to Roland.
Forgive my son. He has grown up on tales of injustice committed by the Weystrans, the tales of plagues and massacres perpetuated by your people, and now it seems that even our allies have turned against us. Rafe's freemen hunt us for our scalps, turning them in for bounties. Whatever truce we once had appears to be off.
Rafe is dead, Roland explained. The truce is no doubt off. The gang is led by Wakel, a madman who lives by no rules and goes wherever his twisted whims take him.
And you are no longer a member of this gang?
Chief Wanbli asked.
Then what brings you to this valley?
I was tracking a young member of the gang. He and 2 others tried capturing me in a northern village and failed. If he reports to Wakel what happened, they'll burn the whole village down. Those people don't deserve that, Roland explained. I lost his trail some time ago, but I know he had to travel through the valley, and I had hoped to catch Wakel leaving.
Lay your fears to rest, then. The young man you speak of did travel through here, and he will not be reporting anything to his master. He was felled not far from here when he refused to lower his weapons,
the chieftain explained.
I'd be lying if I said that wasn't a weight off my mind,
Roland confessed. So, are we free to go, then? Luke asked nervously, glancing at the lowered bows of the surrounding tribesmen. Despite their precarious predicament, Roland noticed that Luke still couldn't keep his eyes off of the young Jundali woman and hoped that the fop wouldn't make their situation worse.
Do you intend to continue in the direction of Wakel's encampment?
Chief Wanbli asked Roland, ignoring Luke's question.
Yes,
Roland replied.
I intend to kill him. This is a difficult situation, the chieftain admitted. If I release you to your destination, there is a good chance you might report our party's location in numbers, and I can't endanger my tribe. I must deliberate with the other elders. You are to travel back with us to camp. We'll feed you and show you hospitality, either as guests or as prisoners awaiting death.
The trek back to the Jundali camp was a quiet one. The chieftain's son watched them like a dog would watch a bone, eagerly awaiting permission to snap his jaws around it. Roland knew Chief Wanbli would keep his word, and that they would be safe until his deliberations with the other elders had finished. They arrived at the cozy camp after no more than a half hour of travel. It was tucked away into the recesses of a mountain, in a low point hidden away, surrounded by thick pines. The camp itself wasn't particularly defensible, but it didn't need to be, as it was so unlikely to be found. The surrounding hills provided good lookout points, and the tribe could move at a moment's notice, a skill picked up over many decades of forced migration. Roland noted that some of the tents that the tribe kept were pointed, tied together cones of hide and leather that allowed smoke to escape from their points. Well designed to allow warmth in harsher winter, good for any season. Other tents were rounded and likely used to store and keep supplies dry. A central campfire raged, and around it several of the Jundali cooked food in preparation for dinner. Mushrooms, wild game, and gathered berries were all on the menu.
What are the odds that these savages cook us up for dinner?
Baogas grumbled to Roland.
They're not cannibals,
Roland replied. Luke eyed a flank of venison roasting by the fire, salivating at the sight of it. A tribeswoman seasoned the meat as it sweat grease out over the fire, flaring up the flames beneath it. The men were forcibly shoved down by the fire, and 2 guards positioned themselves on their flanks, ready to kill them at the moment's notice. Chief Wanbli gestured to the food being cooked over the fire.
You'll be fed and treated as guests. I must confer with the elders on the next course of action.
Thank you, Roland said. Chief Wanbli nodded and took his leave.
Thanking the man what's about to kill you. You're a queer fellow, Roland,
Baogas muttered. The meat was removed from the fire and sliced up by obsidian blades before being delivered to them on tightly woven baskets lined with native plants. Roland tucked in, savoring the flavor of the meat. The seasoning they had used rivaled the best taverns in Weystra. Beogast was hesitant at first, fearing he might be poisoned, but followed Roland's suit and quickly devoured his meal. "This is truly fantastic," Luque remarked. "I can't remember the last time I've had something tasting so divine."
"Enjoy it while you can," Beogast remarked.
The Jordali woman Luque had been ogling for the better part of the afternoon approached them and knelt down, giving them a hollowed-out gourd full of fresh water to drink. Roland and Beogast drank their fill. When it came time for Luque to drink, he took it from her slender fingers and gazed up into her dark brown eyes. "Thank you," he said. "Though this water will quench my thirst, it will not quench the fire that burns in my heart when I drink in the sight of you." The woman simply smiled in return.
"She don't speak Elvonia, you fucking nitwit,"
Beogast yelled, throwing his hands up.
"You're fucking hopeless."
"We don't know that," Luque said. "We can't assume anything. Perhaps she's just quiet." He drank the water and passed the gourd back to her. She took it and departed without saying a word. "Love is its own language. I don't need words to express it. I'll simply,
"Keep eye fucking her and hope for the best,"
Beogast said, chuckling to himself. He looked over at Roland, who hadn't spoke for quite some time and was silently staring into the fire.
"Reflecting, worrying about dying. I just hope they toss us to some beastie with weapon in hand. Give us a chance to go down fighting."
Roland wasn't thinking about dying. He was thinking about Lakeview. He was thinking about Constance at the constantly open inn. The young man who had witnessed him kill Thaddeus had been dealt with, but Wakel might have known where the man was traveling to. There was still a chance that Lakeview was in danger, that Constance was in danger. He hoped that the elders would trust him and give him the chance to fix things. The chieftain's son walked over to them and began pacing behind them, eager to met out their punishment. Beogast twisted himself around to eye the young man warily. The rest of the tribe seemed amicable enough, though they didn't bother to speak with them. Some of the tribe's children would watch them from the opposite side of the bonfire, whispering among themselves in their native language. It wasn't every day they had captives, and rarer still that the captives were so unusual looking. The Jordali had little to no facial hair and long, straight black hair atop their heads. Roland was the inverse of this, having a big, bushy black beard and no hair to speak of, save for bits of stubble atop his head. His dark skin only added to how unusual he must have appeared to the tribe. Beogast was no ordinary sight in Weystra either, having skin as white as the moon with hair and beard to match. Even Luque, who was arguably the most common sight in Weystra, an Elvunian, had blonde hair the color of wheat. It was unlikely that the children of the tribe had ever seen a stranger group of 3 men in their entire lives sequestered away in the valley. Luque waved over the Jordali chief's son. "Excuse me, sir," he said.
"What is it, colonist?"
the chief's son asked, spitting the words out. "Might I inquire as to the name of that young woman who served us the water?" Luque asked.
"No,"
the chieftain's son replied simply.
"You might not. And listen, keep your leering eyes off of my sister unless you wish to lose them."
Luque nodded and silently turned his attention back to the fire. Beogast stifled a laugh. A few more minutes of silence passed as the men stared into the fire, awaiting their fate. Finally, Luque turned to Roland and asked, "So, how do Jordali execute their captives?"
"I've only heard rumors. Flaying, burning, beating, the usual ways,"
he replied. Luque looked noticeably worried.
Roland added, "They'll probably put us down quick. If they kill us, it'll be because they had no choice, not because of some specific wrong we've done to them."
He had hoped that would allay the fop's fears, but it seemed to have little to no effect. After a half-hour had passed, Chieftain Wanbley stepped out from the large yurt towards the back of the camp and walked over to them, kneeling alongside the fire.
"We have come to the conclusion that allowing you to leave would only bring further dangers upon the tribe. It is a harsh time when even allies have turned against us, and we do not wish to further risk our dwindling members. You are to be put to death by arquebus. Your death will be as quick and painless as we can make it."
Luque gasped, his eyes frantically darting around for a route of escape. Beogast simply nodded, content that his assumptions had been confirmed and that they had never had a chance. Roland shook his head and then said,
"Let them go. They don't know the way to the Highwayman camp, so they're of no risk. Execute me if you have to, but let them go back up north. To gather bounty hunters and slavers to avenge you, I am afraid not," Chieftain Wanbley explained. "I do hope you see that we have no choice."
Then keep me as a slave or a manual laborer, something like that," Luque quickly suggested. "Please, anything. Don't kill me."
"Die with some dignity, man," Beogas said, hitting Luque on the shoulder reassuringly. It'll be fine.
But it literally won't be, Luque yelled back.
The chieftain's son gave the order, and the warriors of the tribe gathered the men up and shoved them towards the back of the camp. Rusty chuffed and barked threateningly. Roland called out to him that it was okay and to calm down. In a mossy, cold place, beside a limestone wall behind the elder's yurt, Roland, Luque, and Beogas were forced to stand in a line. The chieftain stood back as 3 of the warriors equipped themselves with arquebuses and took aim at them. Rusty looked on, confused.
Any requests?
Chief Wanbley asked.
Yeah, go plow yourself, tree fucker,
Beogas yelled out.
Don't kill me,
Luque said, pleadingly, glancing at Beogas and Roland for some sign that they might escape their fate. He squinted his eyes closed and breathed slowly, trying desperately to calm himself, to put himself in another place, any other place.
Roland, do you have any requests?
Chief Wanbley asked.
Take care of my dog, Rusty, and my horses,
Roland said.
Take Rusty away or he'll probably get violent when I'm shot. I want him to be safe.
Granted, Chief Wanbley said with a nod. He gestured to one of the warriors standing guard to guide Rusty away. Rusty barked and growled, protesting at first, but Roland called out for him to behave and told him it was going to be all right. The big dog reluctantly lumbered alongside the Jundali warrior as he guided him away. He glanced back at his master once as the warrior pulled him around the yurt and away from sight.
Ready,
Wanbley said. The 3 executioners raised their arquebuses.
One more thing,
Roland said.
If Wakel travels through here, kill him. I know you were already fixed on doing that, but just do it right away. Don't let him through the valley. Why the urgency?
Chief Wanbley asked.
He and his bandits are dangerous. We had planned on waiting for an opportunity to present itself. There's a woman up north, Constance. She's important to me. She might be in danger if he comes this way. Some of his men went missing up by Lakeview.
Roland explained.
Constance, in Lakeview.
Chieftain Wanbley repeated to himself under his breath.
Old men,
he said.
Lower your weapons.
Father, what is the meaning of this? The chieftain's son yelled.
Be gone, son. Tend to other matters. The prisoners are my responsibility,
Chieftain Wanbley explained. His son turned on his heel and briskly marched away without a word. The chieftain stepped between the executioners and the men, approaching Roland.
You said Constance, at Lakeview.
He asked again to be certain.
Yeah,
Roland said. And in that moment he saw it. The shape and color of Constance's eyes and those of the chieftain's.
I was in love with a woman from Lakeview once. A woman who had inherited a tavern from her father. She was the greatest love I had ever had. I was much younger then and more naive. I had thought that the treaties we had signed would change things. That Weystra was moving in a different direction. That perhaps, one day, we might all share this land. I was wrong. The treaties were just a deception to lower our guard and allow the Elvunians to exterminate and enslave us. I fled, like a coward, leaving my love and our daughter behind. Tell me, Roland, is she doing well? Better than most,
Roland said.
She runs the tavern now.
There was a long pause as the chieftain pondered the situation. He gazed off at the thick clouds slowly drifting across the blue sky overhead. Finally, without turning back to face Roland, he spoke.
Will you kill Wakel if I release you?
He asked. He turned around to fix his eyes on the Longhunters.
I swear it,
Roland replied.
I want to believe you,
Chieftain Wanbley said, nodding solemnly. The air was tense as the chieftain analyzed Roland for a shred of deception. Luque glanced back and forth nervously between the men, praying for some shred of hope to form. Beogas stared at the men with the arquebuses opposite of him, keeping his eyes fixed on the one that was set up to kill him. After a minute that felt like an hour, the chieftain spoke again.
I shall keep your friends as prisoners until you return with the head of Wakel. You have 2 weeks.
Chapter 7. Reunion.
Wakel rolled out of his goose-down bed and onto the dirty wooden floor of his cottage. He had spent the better part of the previous day drinking, and his head felt like it might split open. He staggered up to his feet and steadied himself against the wall momentarily before walking over to the table at the center of the room, using a chair positioned behind it as a brace to keep himself from tumbling over. Collapsing into the chair, he pulled forward a small tin from the edge of the table. He flipped the lid open and admired its contents, a black, felt-lined interior that held a metal pipe and an amber-colored ball of tree resin. The resin wasn't just any old tree resin, but a potent narcotic known as Aldura's blood, harvested from the depths of Umberdur. Colloquially, it was often referred to as simply resin or amber, and it was highly illegal on nearly every continent. Its illegality and unparalleled addictiveness made it valuable and sought after. Wekol exploited this by sending his men on frequent sojourns into the nether roads of Umberdur by way of the nearby abandoned silver mines. The ventures were dangerous and often resulted in the deaths of several of his men, but the gathered resin would bring much wealth to the city, and more importantly, more resin for Wekol's ample personal stores. Wekol took the ball of resin and placed it in his pipe, inhaling its sweet scent. Even unlit, the narcotic was pungent. He sighed deeply as he realized the candles in his room had gone out and he lacked a means to light his pipe. "Hey, sweetheart, you up?" He called out for his girl, but got no answer. "Fucking bitch," he muttered to himself. He hoisted himself up from his chair, an action that took some effort, despite his wiry frame. He felt like every muscle in his body was screaming. He needed his fix. He stumbled up to the oaken door of his cottage. Light spilled in through the cracks, blinding him. The painful thump of his heartbeat pulsed in his head. He undid the hatch, securing his door, and stepped 1 foot out of the door before pausing and leaning back in to retrieve his holster and pistol from the wall. He muttered curses to himself as he strapped the pistol on and stepped out of his house, careful not to let the old door slam loudly behind him. He peered out over the valley where the Freelands rested, his home, his kingdom. The Freelands were a spattering of cottages and shacks deep in the southern portion of the Shattered Vale, also referred to as the Jurndali Valley, among long-abandoned and forgotten silver mines. It was a place for outcasts and outlaws, founded by his mentor Rafe long ago. It was once meant to be a sanctuary away from the exploitation and cruelty of Weystra, but under Wekol it became something like a kingdom under his rule. He oversaw everything that transpired in the Freelands and met out justice when need be. Rafe was too soft, too idealistic. Wekol built the Freelands into something better, something more profitable. As a result, some of the denizens of the Freelands had begun whispering things that weren't good for their health. Wekol would root out the rats wherever he could, but a constant atmosphere of distrust meant he would have to wear his pistol wherever he went. Wekol squinted against the blinding sunlight and found his personal guard leaned back in his chair a few feet away, staring out at the blue skies over the valley. He gave the chair a sharp kick, sending the man tumbling to the dusty, gravelly ground. The man, a new recruit Wekol had yet to be formally introduced to, flailed about and reached for his weapon, but found Wekol's pistol aimed squarely at his nose. "Oh, sir, you're up. I must have gotten lost in the clouds there a bit," he muttered, staring nervously up at the barrel of Wekol's pistol. "Where's my girl?" Wekol asked. "And why is some new recruit like you standing watch over me?" Your girl? Oh, yeah, she had some urgent matter to attend to at the gate," the man replied. "What's your name, fella?" Wekol asked. "Tiny, sir." "Your name is Tiny?" Wekol repeated. He slipped his pistol back away in its holster. The man was neither big enough to make the name ironic, nor small enough to make it fit. "Fine, Tiny. Just keep an eye on my place. I gotta go find my girl." Wekol began to walk down the steep, gravelly road towards the center of town when he paused. He turned back to Tiny. "Say, you wouldn't happen to have a flint on you?" "No, sir," Tiny replied, "but I'll keep an eye on your place, I swear it." "Good man," Wekol said, forcing a nod and smile. Interacting with others was going to be a struggle until he got his fix, but he had made enough enemies. He had to start sowing in some goodwill to harvest later. Wekol descended the gravel path. Intermittent yellow limestone steps made the way a little easier as he approached the Freelands proper. Small one-room cottages as well as larger buildings and stores made up the city. The small homes were hand-built, but the larger ones were mostly repurposed from buildings abandoned when the mine was left behind. Some several stories tall and box-shaped, while others, with old conveyors and minecart tracks, were made up of more avant-garde shapes. In the front of one of the old mining facilities, now a general store, a man swept the front stoop and looked up at Wekol as he walked by. "Good morning, sir," he called out. Wekol gave him a nod in response and kept making his way through the town towards the front gates. A few more good mornings were leveled at him from various shop owners and citizens, and he was beginning to grow nervous. He hadn't been so far from his cottage without an armed guard in quite some time. Where was she? And where was Butch, for that matter? Then, just as he had asked himself the question, he heard the sound of a man jogging up from behind him. "Sir," he called out. Wekol spun around, hand gripping his pistol, but was relieved to see Butch. Butch was a man built like a barrel, with large forearms from smithing and a large belly from ale. He leaned in to Wakel and lowered his voice so that only the two of them could hear.
Sir, you know you ought not come out here without an escort. There are unsavory elements in this town what would see you dead.
Yeah, Wakel replied. I was out looking for my girl. You seen her? Wakel asked. I left my cottage and she wasn't there. Some tiny fellow was standing guard.
Yes, sir, in fact I have,
Butch replied.
So you haven't heard then? Someone showed up at the gates this morning and she went out to greet him herself,
he said. Well, stop being so dramatic. Who is it then? Wakel asked.
Roland is back,
Butch said, his eyes fixed on Wakel to gauge his reaction. Wakel knew his eyes widened. He knew he couldn't hope to hide the excitement spreading across his face. Roland was back. Finally, his brother had returned to him after all the years of searching. He grabbed onto Butch's shoulders and howled out a cheer that startled the nearby townsfolk looking on. He's back! He's back! Things are going to change now.
Sir, this isn't necessarily a good thing,
Butch began, but Wakel shoved him back and glared at him. Not necessarily a good thing? Are you fucking kidding me? Wakel growled through gritted teeth. I've been looking for Roland for, Dora damn it, going on 10 years. We found him, and now he can help me keep this rabble in check.
I simply meant that there are people what would see you deposed. Roland was always fairly well liked, and him being back just gives them an alternative choice, if you will.
You know what I think, Butchie? Wakel growled back at him, stepping up to him. In any other situation, a man as wiry as Wakel threatening a man as large as Butch would be ridiculous. But Wakel was more than his size. His attitude made up for his spindly frame. I think you're afraid of losing your position here in our fair city. Third in command after my girl is a pretty good place. But where do you go when Roland is back? He'll be my number 2, bumping everybody else down a notch. Number 4 isn't such a prestigious spot, is it?
Sir.
No, you just keep your mouth shut, Wakel interrupted. Get your sidearm ready and guard me. Let's go give my brother a personal greeting. Roland approached the gates, his musket slung onto his back and his saber held in the scabbard at his side. He had no intention of giving the guards at the gates of the Freelands an excuse to kill him. The trained militiamen and guards of Weystra's various city-states were bad enough when given a modicum of power, but give that same power to a group of sociopaths and bandits and it was a recipe for unexpected violence. Hold, a man's voice called out. The wooden palisades skewered the sky with their sharpened points, and flanking either side of the great gateway were 2 wooden towers with armed men with arquebuses standing guard. The order had originated from one of the guards, but Roland wasn't sure which. He stopped in his tracks.
State your name and purpose.
Roland Hatcher, the Longhunter replied.
I've come home.
There was a brief pause. Then one of the guards yelled over to the other.
Is it really him?
I don't know. I wasn't around when he was, the other guard replied.
Neither was I, damn it,
the first guard yelled.
Just go and report to Wakel.
The last time someone told Wakel that Roland was spotted and didn't deliver, he was buried up to his neck in ants and smeared with honey, the second guard protested.
This fellow fits the description. Tall, dark-skinned, and he's got a big beard. Plus, he ain't going nowhere. I'll keep my gun on him if he tries to leave. It won't be like that other time, the first guard explained. Now go. That's an order.
God damn it all. The second guard cursed repeatedly to himself as he climbed down from his post. The first guard kept his weapon leveled at Roland.
Now don't you move an inch or I'll shoot, he said.
Roland nodded and shifted his weight impatiently from one foot to the other. 10 minutes passed before the guard finally relaxed his aim and lowered his weapon, using it as a sort of crutch to bear his weight. Roland looked around at the valley, the place he had once called home. It was strange to return to it after so long, so different, yet so familiar. The Freelands had grown a fair amount since he had left them behind. It was no longer the commune of bandits it once was, but something else. A city like any other, but for outlaws. The gates creaked as they opened inward and revealed a woman with a cutlass on one hip and a pistol strapped to the other. Her hair was messy and red, and a series of scars covered her face. One running over the spot her right eye had once been, another slightly deforming her lips. She approached Roland with no hint of fear, stepping up to him within inches and focusing her one good eye, pale aquamarine in color, on him. "You've returned," she said. "Wakel will be thrilled. He has told me a great many stories about you. He never gave up hope that you would one day come back to him." Roland stared into the pale blue eye of the woman, looked over the scar standing out from the dirt on her face, and felt sick to his stomach. A shiver ran through him, accompanying a horrible realization. She was familiar to him. Throughout all the years he had been absent, hiding from his past failures, he had overlooked a more horrid possibility. He had assumed Wakel would have killed Emmeline when he was done with her. He had assumed that he had left that poor girl to her death, but the truth was far worse. He had left her to suffer with her tormentor for over a decade.
Emmeline?
Roland asked, hoping he was making a mistake, hoping his guilty conscience was playing tricks on him, hoping that the spirit of the lake that had tormented him a week prior had yet to lift its curse. "It's bloody Emmeline now, Longhunter," she said, "and I suppose you think that Wakel will simply welcome you back into the fold, that you'll take my spot as his second in command? He can be a fool, but not so foolish as to trust a traitor like you." Roland froze momentarily, uncertain of what to say. When he had last seen Emmeline, when he had failed to stand up to his gang and fled, he had left behind a young woman. She was so much different now, so changed by the years of torment she wore on her body. There was nothing he could say that would make things right. There was nothing he could do to change things. When he finally spoke, he did so cautiously. "I'm no threat to your position here." "No shit, Longhunter," she spat. "I ain't afraid of some drifter coming back to steal my station. I worked hard for this position, and I intend to keep it." "My brother hath returned to me," Wakel called out. His familiar voice cheerfully cut through the air, slicing Roland to the core. He and Butch stepped through the gates and made their way up to Emmeline and Roland. He offered Roland his hand to shake, but Roland refused it, instead glaring at him. Roland wanted to free his saber from his side and gut the rogue. He looked past him, over his head at the two guards in the tower. Predictably, they both had their weapons poised to fire. Butch kept his hand on his sword as well. He might be able to kill Wakel, but it would be a short-lived victory. Then there was Emmeline. He had ruined her life enough already. Turning this meeting into a bloody battle could only make things worse for her. "You've been looking for me," Roland said. "Here I am. Now let's finish this." "Let's finish this? You always were so damn moody," Wakel said with an exaggerated laugh. "Now what is that even supposed to mean?" "You and me, we find somewhere quiet and we settle this. I'm sick of being hunted. Rafe gave me leave from the gang, but you couldn't let go," Roland explained. "Are you challenging me to a duel, Rolly?" Wakel chuckled. No way, no sirree. You'd kill me." He continued laughing. "You are damn near 3 times my size, a better shot, and better with the sword. You'd tear me to pieces. I ain't doing that." Wakel shook his head and smiled. "I have a better proposal. This place, the Freelands, it just hasn't been the same without you. I missed you, brother. I propose that you help me fix this place. Bring it back to what it once was. People loved you here." Butch scoffed audibly, and Wakel glared at him, his cheerful demeanor shifting in a second. He focused back on Roland. "The people love you. I've had my bards tell them stories of your glorious triumphs. I've gathered your tales from all around Weystra, the Longhunter, a killer of monsters and men, a great hero for our modern times." "And what are you proposing? We co-rule? I be your conscience while you ignore me, raping and pillaging caravans and towns to your delight?" Roland growled. Whoa now, Rolly." Wakel tossed his hands up and laughed. "I'm a grown man now. I've got a girl," he said, grasping Emmeline around the waist. She didn't seem to protest, but a bored look on her face made her seem less than enthusiastic about the title. "I'm a leader now. I lead. I don't do my own pillaging, as you put it. My men handle things and give me a cut. Things is different. We ain't no kids no more. I swear, things is different." Wakel's promises did little to alleviate Roland's rage. Knowing that Wakel faced no repercussions for his actions, faced no backlash or retribution for the atrocities he regularly committed, made Roland sick. For years, Wakel had acted in opposition to all that was just and moral, and as a result, he was rewarded with power and status. There was no justice in Weystra. Roland thought to himself for a moment. In that moment, Wakel must have believed that Roland was debating joining him, debating becoming one of the family and the Freelands again. But he wasn't. In that moment, a number of thoughts raced through the Longhunter's head. He thought again about lashing out at Wakel, trying to make a clean enough kill that there would be no chance of saving him. He would be shot down moments later, but at least Wakel's evil would be at an end. He also thought of Constance at the constantly open inn. His appearance at the Freelands and his confrontation with Wakel had already ensured her safety and the safety of the town. In essence, his original plan had been achieved. Then he thought of Emmeline. He thought about how he had failed her. He thought about his friends, Luke, Beogas, and Rusty, and how the Jundali chieftain had given him 2 weeks to return with Wakel's head, or else they'd be put to death. He couldn't fail them, too. Always deep in thought, Rolly, Wakel said, a small shakiness to his voice. Let's get drinks at the tavern, talk about old times. It was approaching midday as Wakel, Butch, Bloody Emmeline, and Roland made their way to the Silver Mill Tavern, a tavern built in the remains of an old silver mining mill. The great building overlooked a serpentine river that wove its way between the mountains and shone silvery from the overcast sky above. Wakel's guard entourage had grown to 10 as he had ordered a few patrolling guards to accompany them on their way. Inside, the tavern was lit with oil lanterns and natural light filtering in from large glass windows along the side and front. 3 stories high and mostly flat on 2 sides, the roof was like a great wedge in 3 separate tiers, with a more traditional gabled roof at the very top. The bartender was a middle-aged woman, and the servers were mostly younger women and a few younger men, those who likely didn't want to participate in robbery and criminal acts. Over here, Wakel said, walking up the stairs to the 3rd floor. A barmaid followed them to a table positioned in front of a large set of windows at the very top. The table was imposing, filling most of the room and made of stained oak. Surrounding it was 6 chairs. Butch unfastened a strip of cloth from in front of the table that had been positioned in a way to sequester it away from the public, and they all took their seats while the guards took up positions at the top of the stairs. See, Rolly? This is the high life. This is the life we fought for back in those days. What would you like? The barmaid asked. Oh, let me guess, Wakel said, looking over at Roland. Bourbon, right? You always liked brown liquors. Roland nodded. I'll have some gin, as per usual. And Emmeline? Wakel began, but was interrupted. Brandy, Emmeline said. Butch, what are you having? Wakel asked. The rum we got from the Infinite Isles, if we still have it, he said. We do indeed. Your drinks will be right out, the barmaid said with a smile. Wakel's eyes followed her out of the room. Roland unslung his musket, causing Wakel's guards to nervously turn to face him, then leaned it against the wall. He leaned back in his chair and stared out the window at the view. Clouds danced among the pine-swept mountains over the silvery river below. Had circumstances been different, he might have enjoyed this time in the tavern, but he had to keep his wits about him. He had to wait for an opportunity to arise to kill Wakel. Perhaps at night. Perhaps after a few drinks he would leave his guard down and he could strike. Roland, Butch said, drawing his attention. The barrel-chested highwayman took off his black leather tricorn hat and set it on the oaken table in front of him. His balding pate reflected the light of the sun from a nearby window. Ran into Thaddeus on your travels? Or Garrett? They've been gone for quite some time. I ran into them somewhere off the Golden Road. You won't be seeing them again, Roland replied, a mix between a smirk and a sneer forming on his face. You piece of shit. Butch stood up from the table, reaching for his sword, but Wakel already leveled a pistol in his direction. Butch, sit down, Wakel said. Wakel's guards had turned around and were aiming the arquebuses back and forth between Butch and Roland. You heard him, sir. He said he killed them, Butch said. They was our kin. Emmeline stared out the window, disinterested in the conflict, though Roland could have sworn he detected a hint of amusement in her listless expression. He didn't bother to go for his gun or his sword. He knew Wakel would much rather kill Butch than him, and he was in no real danger. Wakel had always seen the people around him as objects. He had never cared about his fellow gang members nor the citizens of the Freelands, but for whatever reason, Roland had always been the exception to this rule. His only guess was that Wakel had repeated to himself long enough that Roland was his brother, that he had somehow managed to convince himself that Roland actually meant something to him, despite him being incapable of attachment. Roland looked over at Wakel. Wakel's finger was tightening ever so slightly on the trigger of his weapon. Butch knew Wakel well enough to know he wasn't bluffing, and slowly released his grip on his sword. Now be a good dog and sit, Wakel ordered. Butch gritted his teeth and took his seat back at the table. Wakel slipped away his pistol into its holster and relaxed again, kicking his boots up on the table. Just like old times, Wakel said, letting out a happy sigh. Speaking of old times, whatever happened to Rafe's men, the old-timers? Roland asked. They wouldn't have liked Wakel taking over. Back in the olden days, when they would talk about secession and leadership, they would float Roland's name quite frequently. It was an open secret that Rafe had wanted Roland to succeed him as the leader of the Freemen. He had a similar demeanor to Rafe, reserved and introspective. He knew how to be a bandit while holding on to some semblance of morality. It's been 10 years. Few of them died off. Others have become a thorn in my side. I can't have them killed off, but they certainly don't like how I'm running things. You know, they always liked you. I thought... Wakel stopped himself mid-thought and trailed off. Thought what? Roland pressed. We work together. That'll shut him up. We can fix this place. Reunite everyone, Wakel explained.
Sir, with all due respect, you let this fucker anywhere near your position, and yours be as good as dead, Butch growled in protest. Those old folks would replace you with him. You should have shot him at the gates.
I do hate to agree with Butch, but he makes a valid point, Emmeline said, finally rejoining the conversation. She turned away from the window to face the group and meet Roland's eyes. He's trouble. He's my brother, Wakel said, again convincing himself that Roland mattered in the slightest. Roland thought that if Wakel ever took a moment to reflect on his true feelings, he'd discover that he'd had none, and promptly have him executed. For the time being, however, Wakel had himself convinced. I ain't killing my brother, but I sure as shit can get another girl, he said, glaring at Emmeline. He turned his ire on Butch. And I sure as shit can find a third or fourth or wherever the fuck you are in command. Both Emmeline and Butch grew silent and tended to their drinks. Roland drank his bourbon. The quiet hung in the air as thick as the clouds above the mountains outside the window. It lingered uncomfortably long until the barmaid returned to ask if they needed anything. Yes, miss, Wakel replied with a forced cheerfulness that came across more unsettling than reassuring. Fetch me some of that resin I have stowed behind the counter. Your matron will know where it is. I'm a little on edge. Right away, the barmaid said, departing once again. I'm a little on edge, you know, Wakel said, agitatedly. I haven't completed my morning routine. Emmeline left some fucking new recruit to guard my cottage, and it's lots of excitement is all. The guards came to see you, Emmeline explained bluntly. They had claimed that Roland was at the gates. I thought they were full of shit, so I went to see myself. I had assumed you wouldn't wish to be woken up so early for what was likely a false alarm. You left some nobody in charge of guarding me, Wakel hissed back, lowering his voice so that only those at the table could hear. At times like these. The barmaid appeared at the top of the stairs again, her big blue eyes wide and her lips trembling. She nervously picked at her nails as she spoke, her voice shaky. That there are men here to see you, she said. What? What man? Wakel yelled out. His guards readied their arquebuses, aiming them down the stairs past the barmaid. Several armed men flooded the room, led by an older man and woman. Hold your fire, Wakel called out. He had recognized the couple, as did Roland. Nadine and Lyle, two of Rafe's old crew who had run with him and helped found the Freelands. Nadine stepped up between Wakel's nervous guards, ignoring their presence and ignoring his, and focused her eyes on Roland. Roland remembered her as a squat, older woman with a round, cheerful face and grayish-blue eyes. She had aged quite a bit in the last 10 years. Her blondish hair with gray streaks had been consumed by gray, and her cheerful demeanor was all but gone. Roland, so the rumors are true, she said. Lyle, as thin and elderly as always, had gained a few wrinkles over the course of the past few years. Worry lines, as some would call them. He grinned a toothy grin, though many of his crooked teeth had fallen out and given way to great gaps. Welcome back, son, he said. I am impressed by your gumption, Wakel said with a chuckle. In 10 years, this might be the boldest thing you've ever done. I could turn this place into a shootout at a moment's notice. You must know that. We merely wanted to see if Roland truly had returned, Nadine said. She focused her attention on Roland. He wanted you to run the place, you know. He knew you'd make a good leader, and it's not too late. I have no interest in being a leader, Roland said. Never have. See, your little coup attempt, or whatever this is pointless. Roland don't want to be no leader, but I know we haven't seen eye to eye. That's why I brought Roland up here to drink and discuss matters. I want him to be at my side, leading this place into a grand future, Wakel explained. I know you lot love the sound of that. No need to go off the rails here. Let's just let things unfold. We're all family here. I don't intend on joining him either, Roland interjected. I intend on leaving this city with Wakel's head. Wakel chuckled nervously and glanced at Nadine and Lyle, then back at Butch and Emmeline. For a moment, it seemed like the room would be filled with smoke and fire, that blood would paint the walls and soak the floorboards. For a moment, it seemed like chaos would break out and no one would leave the old mining mill. It's a work in progress, Wakel said, downing his gin. We've yet to hammer out the details, that's all. A shootout did not go down that day. Nadine and Lyle gave Roland one more tentative glance as they departed the tavern peaceably. That night, Roland was set up in a private cottage with a personal guard, as much for his safety as for Wakel's.
Chapter 8. Slide Rock Bolter.
Wakey, wakey, Wakel's voice called out, startling Roland from his slumber. Unwelcome daylight poured in through the cracks in the old cottage he was given to sleep in the previous night, exacerbating the splitting headache he had from a long day that had stretched into a late night of drinking. Emmeline had remained stoic and quiet through most of the night, but the more she drank, the more cracks had formed in her stony demeanor, exposing a deep resentment towards Wakel and the rest of the gang. Butch, on the other hand, had grown all the more clingy and obsessive with Wakel's approval as the night stretched on. At the urging of Wakel, Roland had shared with them a few tales of his time as a Longhunter, but the awkwardness in the room never completely dissipated. He had made it through the night safely despite the honest threat he had leveled against Wakel. Whether because Wakel still held on to some small hope that he might be convinced to stay, or because Wakel couldn't risk killing him and inciting Nadine, Lyle, and the rebel faction in the Freelands into action, he couldn't be certain. He was alive, and that was all that mattered. As long as he remained alive, he had a chance, however remote, of killing Wakel and taking his head back to the Jundali to save his friends. Wakel opened the door to the shack, Butch at one side, Emmeline at the other. "Want some help waking up?" he asked, breathing in a deep hit from a small metal pipe. The smell of resin filled the room. Roland had smelled the scent before in various black market dens across Weystra, but had never partaken. He heaved himself up from bed and slung his musket over his shoulder. In doing this, he made Butch startle and reach for his weapon momentarily before relaxing again. Emmeline was decidedly calm, having come to the conclusion that he was no threat to her.
"I'm good, thanks," Roland replied. "What's the plan for today? More drinking?"
"I wish," Wakel said with a laugh. No, we have something more important than that to deal with. You see, I want to prove to the old folks that I am a good and capable leader, and that you and we put our problems aside. What better way to do that than to have you open up the passage to the Tatharak Pass?"
"Never heard of it,"
Roland replied. "With good reason," Wakel explained. "Rafe never talked about the pass because he deemed it too dangerous. But allegedly, there are tunnels that would allow our men to move through the mountains unmolested by the Jundali. We don't have too great of a relationship with them at the moment, and that pass could prove very prosperous to us."
"And where do I come in?"
"You're a Longhunter, Roland, and we have a problem fit for a Longhunter. The pass is guarded by something folk call a slide rock bolter, something of a land-based whale that slides down mountains eating up folk and their wagons whole," Wakel explained. "Just the problem for a famous Longhunter. You kill that thing, with help from Emmeline and Butch, of course, and we prove to the old folks that we could work together and improve this here city."
"You're not coming?"
Roland asked. "Why in the stitch lands would I come with? I'd just get killed. I ain't no adventurer," Wakel explained. No, you lot will do fine. I'll send a handful of men with you, too. Butch, you could bring some of your fellows with."
"Yes, sir,"
Butch replied. Emmeline waved for Roland to follow. "Come, let's head to the pass while we still have light. I've ordered some of our men to meet us at the edge of town with supplies, oil lanterns, climbing pythons, rations and the like. Can't be too careful with a creature that causes landslides and traverses caverns." "Oh, and one more thing. I got you something," Wakel said cheerfully. "Tiny, bring her here."
Tiny, a man of average size and the plainest of appearances, stepped into the doorway carrying a large leather highwayman jacket and a leather tricorn hat, both black, symbols of Rafe's elite. Both Roland and Wakel had worn them in the olden days. Wakel's face lit up at the sight of it being offered to Roland. Roland took the jacket and punched his arms into its sleeves. It fit perfectly. He put the hat on. It, too, fit perfectly. He matched Emmeline, Wakel, and Butch. The feeling of the leather was too familiar. It took him back to times both pleasant and horrible.
"Now that just feels right, don't it?"
Wakel said with a chuckle. Butch said nothing, simply glared at Roland. Emmeline watched him with a more inquisitive expression. Roland looked at her, fighting to keep his knitted eyebrows relaxed.
"Well, off you go. I trust a famed Longhunter such as Roland will have this thing killed in no time. Let me know if you need any other supplies."
"Actually,"
Roland stepped out the door between them.
"Black powder in a wagon. I might be able to set a trap for this slide rock bolter. If it is the size of a whale, fighting it outright sounds like suicide."
"Black powder in a wagon. All right, I like the sound of that. I'll send one to the edge of town to wait on you, along with a mule to haul it," Wakel said, patting Roland on the shoulder. Roland recoiled and, for a moment, wanted to strike him, but didn't. Wakel sensed the reaction and held off giving him another shoulder pat, awkwardly letting his hand linger in the air for a moment before falling to his side. Roland followed Emmeline and Butch out of the shack and down the hill into the city. The Freelands dwarfed many of the larger villages and towns in Weystra and could rival Fort Daggerwood or Last Respite in population and armament.
It had always been difficult for Roland to imagine how such a large and centralized criminal element was allowed to exist in Weystra, but as he had gotten older and seen the rest of the country, it became clearer. The freelands couldn't be taken. The Drindali Valley and inhabitants thereof had provided a natural bulwark against full-scale invasion from the north, but more than that, the city was quite large and nestled into a highly defensible position among the south splinter and east splinter of the Shattered Mountains.
Taking in the sights, Longhunter?
Butch asked. His eyes hadn't left Roland for most of their trek toward the edge of town. Emmeline had stolen a few glances as well. Roland met eyes with Butch.
Don't you have to go round up your men? Looking for a little alone time with Emmeline. Don't bother. Boss has rented her out to damn near everyone in the gang. She's nothing to write home about,
Butch said, hacking out a laugh. Emmeline stared at him, as emotionless as a stone statue, daring him to say another word. Like a beaten dog, his smile faltered and he went off to gather his men. Roland continued following Emmeline down towards the edge of the city. Tall, spear-like palisades pierced the hazy gray sky. Near their base, a row of sharpened stakes jutted outward, threatening the seemingly peaceful woods. They were well maintained, and by their positioning it was clear that they were not meant to keep out men, but beasts of the Weystran wilds. The wooden gate raised up with a rattle as oiled, slack chains snapped taut like a serpent biting at its prey. On the other side of the doorway, 8 men stood idly by a small hill of backpacks and satchels awaiting their arrival. They had not been graced with the highwayman leathers that Roland and Emmeline wore, but more common flop hats and deer skins. Some had arquebuses slung over their shoulders, others impatiently toyed with their sabers. "Attention," Emmeline said on approach, and all of the men immediately took notice and stood up, more discipline than Roland had expected from a gang of cutthroats. "As I'm sure you've all heard, this here Longhunter is Roland Hatcher, the famous," she spat on the ground with disdain before continuing, "Roland Hatcher." Some of the men looked as if they wanted to ask questions, but wouldn't dare. The younger men seemed surprised, curious, maybe even in awe. The older ones had an expression Roland recognized all too well. Without saying a word, their faces told the story.
"He's not so tough. I could take him."
And him? The very same final thoughts that had graced the minds of countless bandits and roadside robbers Roland had met with before. "Don't let the fancy jacket fool you," Emmeline said, gesturing to Roland. "I'm in command of you, and if we get separated, Butch is in command. The Longhunter is not in charge. Got that?" A chorus of "Yes, ma'ams" rang out in response. Roland gathered up some rations from one of the provided packs and filled a lantern with oil. He left the climbing kit with Emmeline's men, hoping he wouldn't have to resort to them. The backpacks Wentauki had provided had seen a little less use than his own, so he took the time to swap his tinderbox, bullets, and black powder over to a new bag. He fastened his bedroll, a length of rope from a climbing kit, and his newly acquired lantern to various leather straps and fastens on the outside. He tested the straps to test their durability, then slung the bag over his shoulders. Emmeline and her men stole glances at him as he prepared, mimicking his actions. After a short while, Butch returned with 8 of his men in tow and Wentauki alongside him. Behind them, a great wagon filled with 4 casks of black powder was being pulled along by a donkey. There was enough room for the excess supplies, so Emmeline's men, assisted by Butch's, began loading them into the wagon. Wentauki shook his head, staring at Roland. "Well, isn't this just some bullshit? You just got here, and I'm already forced to send you out again," he said. He looked genuinely sad, but Roland had no way of telling if it was an exaggeration, a facade, or a true emotion. Wentauki glanced about at the supplies and the sizable party that had assembled. "I should give some sort of speech or something, right? Well, I ain't gonna. I don't have one planned. Just get out there, kill that big fucking thing, and come back as heroes." Butch clapped excitedly. He and Emmeline's men hooted and hollered, but Emmeline maintained her usual stoic stare. Wentauki approached her. He leaned in close to her and whispered, "I'll miss you," and slid his hand down her back, squeezing her as if to claim her in front of his men. "My girl." He smiled. She stared coldly, didn't react. Roland felt sick and turned away to adjust some belts on his pack. "And Rolly, old boy," Wentauki said with a toothy smile. He stepped up to Roland, and Roland met his eyes like one might a bear, knowing not to show a hint of weakness. "I know we ain't always seen eye to eye, but this could be a new start. You kill that thing for me, and you show we're chummy as before. We can fix this place." He waved his hand in the direction of Emmeline and Butch, raising his voice so that they could hear him. "And don't worry about them. Butchie and my girl know how important you are to this operation. They know what would happen if you don't come back alive." He smiled broadly, too broadly. with the sharp, predatory smile of a shark that let his subordinates know that he was deadly serious. Emmeline rolled her eyes and walked away, back towards her men. Butch looked more concerned by the threat, more worried, as if the threat undid some loosely formed plan he had already concocted. "Good luck, brother," Wakel said, holding his hand out to Roland.
"I'll be back when your beast is taken care of,"
Roland said, turning away. Wakel laughed, clapping his hands.
"That's my brother, a real professional."
As the group of 19 hiked along the poorly maintained path to the Tethrek Pass, Roland took on the duty of guiding the donkey and wagon. He walked alongside the beast, pulling it along the difficult terrain and using the width of the cart and the narrow walking path as an excuse to add some distance between he and the rest of the group. He had no interest in fraternizing with Wakel's gang, and seeing Emmeline, a reminder of his past failure, only made him nauseous.
"Tethrek Pass,"
Butch said aloud.
"That, Jundali? Tethrek?"
"How the fuck would I know, Butch?" Emmeline sneered at him. "Do I look like some sort of Black Harvest professor? Do I look like I read a fucking book on natives in my time off?"
"You better watch yourself, bitch,"
Butch growled back at her.
"Accidents happen on these little outings, and I hear tell that Wakel's grown tired of docking in your port."
Emmeline ignored him and kept walking along. It seemed to Roland that she had learned long ago not to engage with him, but to shut him down with silence. It worked. Butch fell silent and trudged along beside her. The other 16 men walked ahead of them, hacking down branches and overgrowth to help clear the path. Tethrek didn't sound Jundali. It didn't sound native at all, and Roland had spoken to quite a few natives on the road. Tethrek sounded more Kadaran. There were few places that retained their Kadaran names, but most were north of the Ketterveen. For a moment, he wished Luque was with him. Luque seemed more well-versed in language and its origins than he was. Thinking of Luque and Beogast made him anxious. He had not forgotten their predicament, but knew there was nothing he could do to save them as long as he didn't have Wakel's head, and he had no chance of killing Wakel without gaining his trust. Roland wondered if he hadn't made a mistake. He worried that the years since leaving Rafe's gang, the years he had wished to kill Wakel, had colored his plans. Did he abandon his friends to their deaths because he was too focused on his goal? Was there any other way he might have freed them? The time limit was a storm cloud hanging over his head, casting a shadow down upon him. As they trudged along, the woods cleared a bit. They had yet to reach the tree line, but as they approached the southern splinter, the trees thinned out a bit and grew shorter and more scraggy. The great mountain loomed in the distance, but the approach was subtle, like a hill at first. The climb grew steeper as they went, until the washed-out path became little more than a jumbled mess of stone and dirt. Roland had to pull the donkey and cart, and several men had to lend their assistance in pushing it from the rear. Without a spare axle wheel or yoke, the going grew slower until they moved at a snail's pace.
"Do we really need that plowing thing?"
Butch yelled back from his new position towards the front of the line.
"Just leave it."
"We need it if we're going to kill this slide rock bolter,"
Roland replied.
"How in the Stitchlands will you know? You ever kill one of these things?"
Butch scoffed.
"I know we're not killing something the size of a whale without it,"
Roland replied. The ground trembled. Stone pebbles and dust kicked up from the sides of the mountain, and everyone halted in place, glancing around for a source of the quake. Roland kept his eyes skyward, scanning the tops of the mountains for a hint of a creature that might slide down and consume them. The sky was gray and overcast, and the snow-strewn peaks of the mountains were as still as always.
"They say this thing hangs by hooked fins and just waits. Days, months at a time,"
Butch said in a hushed tone, his voice shaking slightly. He quietly cleared his throat and glanced about the various crags and spires for any sign of the beast.
"Let's keep moving, as quietly as possible,"
Roland said.
"We still haven't seen any signs of this thing, and something that big has to leave a mark."
Butch nodded and they continued along the path. Stealth was difficult with so many men, but Roland was pleasantly surprised with their efforts. Small tremors and shakes beneath their feet served as a constant and effective reminder of what was at stake, that even the most deranged and disobedient bandit couldn't ignore. 20 minutes passed, and the intermittent tremors still hadn't subsided. They would have spotted the creature had it been stalking them from among the mountains, Roland thought to himself. It had to be stalking them from below, sensing the vibrations in their steps, and waiting for the perfect time to strike. The narrow path cleaved through the mountainous terrain in such a way that it left little room for something as big as a slide rock bolter was purported to be. A ways ahead, the path opened slightly to a wider valley. The mountains to the right still reached high, scraping the surrounding clouds, but those on the left were much lower, broken down and partially eroded.
"Up ahead here. Let's make camp,"
Roland said, gesturing to a spot on the ground that was somewhat even. He had noticed scrape marks up and down various parts of the mountain, marks that might be mistaken for natural formations, but he recognized them as too uniform to be natural. Butch grabbed Roland's arm to stop him and muttered under his breath,
"Are you fucking mad? That thing is hot on our trail. It's been following us, waiting for an opportunity. It'll strike one way or the other. Let's be ready for it when it does. Have it attack us on our own terms,"
Roland explained, jerking his arm free from Butch's grasp.
"Tell your men to get ready."
Emmeline watched them from a distance, listening in but said nothing, then motioned to her men to prepare. Roland watched as the camp was set up in a ring around the wagon, but every minute or so would glance upward to scan the mountain. Small openings to caverns littered the great mountain, openings that were naturally found in limestone and shale, but many of them were unnaturally round, as though they had been carved out. He checked the small hill to his back, making sure there was little to no chance for the beast to emerge and surprise them. There wasn't. No caves or plain ambush spots to catch them off guard, but also no place to hide out if it showed up and proved too much for them. The men took up arms, and Emmeline had them position themselves in a wide, sparse ring around camp, spread out enough to hopefully not get caught up in their quarry's gaping maw. Roland, Emmeline, and Butch took up a position together opposite of the tall mountain.
"This had better work, Longhunter,"
Butch muttered, eyes fixed at the clouded peak of the mountain. "Be quiet, Butch. You always were a coward," Emmeline hissed, but her eyes didn't dare to leave the peak either. Roland glanced at the entrances to the caves and scanned the snowy peaks, but found nothing. The pooling clouds mingled among the mountaintops, casting a fog over the small valley. The wagon had been set up and primed with explosives. Several pieces of flint stacked surreptitiously along the small mountain of black powder atop the barrels. Roland had a shot loaded and his musket cocked, but he hadn't taken aim yet. He knew he would have to time his shot perfectly or the trap would be a waste. The donkey shifted its weight anxiously behind them, tied to one of the scraggy trees that dared to survive amidst the harsh terrain. "Is this supposed to take this long?" Emmeline grumbled quietly. Roland didn't answer, only waited. He had hunted countless creatures across the face of Weystra, and most of the time a weight came with the territory. No fisherman pulls a fish out on his first cast. The creature would attack when it was good and ready. Several hours passed. The bandit crew had grown impatient and had begun clumping together, chit-chatting and speaking in bored, hushed voices. Their fear and caution had given way to boredom, and they looked to fill it. Both Emmeline and Butch had stopped ordering them back into positions a little over an hour earlier. The sun was dipping behind the mountains, and an orange hue had filled the sky.
"They must have left,"
Butch said, leaning back against a rock.
"The ground hasn't shook in forever. There's no sign this thing is even still around."
He looked less disappointed than relieved. Emmeline looked impatient, agitated. "This damn thing is supposed to be so dangerous, but we can't even get to bite," Emmeline hissed. She shot up to her feet and quickly began walking away.
"Where are you going?"
Butch called out to her. "To take a piss," she yelled back. Roland watched the bandits. They paused, listening in on their leaders for a moment, then took their exasperation as a sign that the hunt was over and began setting up to play cards in various little groups. He ignored them. He expected nothing less from a group of bandits, and instead focused on the cliffs.
"You think this thing is even still out there? Maybe it's sleeping,"
Butch said, sounding the slightest bit hopeful. Roland said nothing in response, remaining as alert as possible despite exhaustion setting in and aches in his bones. Butch lowered his voice and leaned in.
"Look, man, between us, why'd you leave?"
Roland looked over at him. The question caught him off guard. They had been out on their hunt for several hours, and neither Butch nor Emmeline had showed the slightest inclination in wanting to get to know him.
"I mean, I know the bandit life is rough, but damn, if this ain't rough too."
Roland said nothing for a moment, letting the question linger in the air. He had an answer, but was it an answer Butch was even capable of understanding? It was as much use trying to explain to Wakel why he left. The answer was a simple one that any ordinary person would understand. But Wakel and Butch were not ordinary people. They could never understand, not truly understand, the concept of guilt. It was one thing to rob a wealthy merchant, to shake down a group of traveling traders moving wares, to threaten violence, and even, in some cases, dish it out, but another altogether to live the way they did. There was a line that Roland wouldn't cross, a line that Butch and Wakel couldn't even see or understand the concept of.
"Do you think Rafe would approve of how you and Wakel do things?"
Roland asked, fixing his eyes on Butch, scanning him for any instinctive sense of remorse, but finding none. Butch smiled, a genuine smile.
"Come now, Rafe always said you was a sensitive sort,"
Butch replied.
I think you might be misremembering things a bit. What is that supposed to mean?
Roland asked, moving to use his musket to keep his balance as he turned towards Butch.
I mean, the Wraith were sick with the plague, on his deathbed, but he weren't mad. He had his wits. He appointed Wakel as his successor. If that ain't approval, I don't know what it is.
Butch explained. Roland turned away from him to look back at the mountains. Perhaps he had been wrong. Perhaps Rafe wasn't the gentleman bandit he had always remembered him as. Emmeline returned, buckling her belt around her waist, and took her position squatted down beside Roland, opposite of Butch. She scanned the mountain once more before turning her gaze down to the men who had set up a series of small campfires to better light their card games in the growing dark. She chuckled to herself, amused, and possibly a little agitated by their lack of discipline, but settled into her spot and let herself relax all the same. The day was long, and the night was looking to feel a lot longer. The golden glow of the campfires barely lit the darkened valley. The mountain's black silhouette loomed over the small pack of bandits like a watchful giant as the men played cards, laughed, and joked with one another. Any thoughts on the creature they were hunting, the creature that might be hunting them, were momentarily forgotten. Roland, Emmeline, and Butch had created a small campfire of their own. Only the popping and crackling of water being baked out of the wood broke the quiet between them. Roland was still on edge, still waiting for the creature to make its move. Butch tried small talk here and there, but Emmeline ignored him, as she had for most of the journey.
You know, earlier Roland was telling me about why he left the gang,
Butch said. Emmeline looked over at him, glanced at Roland, then looked back down at her own men by the wagon. There was a hint of curiosity, but not one she wished to express.
He got a crisis of conscience, I guess.
Roland ignored Butch's attempts at goading conversation out of him, and kept his eyes on the still lake of clouds concealing the top of the mountain. The slow-moving clouds appeared like waves caressing the side of the great cliff, slowly rippling along it. Then, a small disturbance, a ripple. Then another. Then the clouds roiled and broke like waves against the prow of a great vessel. Roland stood up, grabbing his musket from the ground.
There! Arm yourselves!
He called out. Emmeline and Butch jumped to their feet. The creature emerged, but the tails did not do it justice. It was whale-like, true, but its immense size made it appear like the top of the mountain itself had broke off and was sliding down towards the camp. The gargantuan creature gained speed, opening its vast maw as it descended rapidly upon the camp. Its lower lip curled downward and was wedge-like, cutting a swath through the stone as it descended. Its top layer of teeth were yellowed, but had great streaks of red iron throughout them, and they hooked backwards, evolved to prevent anything from escaping once it was caught. Arquebuses flashed, cracking the air with shot after shot as bandits fired upon the beast, but its thick, leathery hide absorbed every shot. The creature swallowed up several of the men as it slid down out into the valley, toppling the wagon, bursting it into splinters of wood and scattering much of the black powder that had been prepared. The slide rock bolter writhed and twisted like a fish on the deck of a boat, then its sides split, expanding as soft flesh was exposed between the thick hide. From that soft, flexible flesh, soft tentacles telescoped outward and grasped the remaining bandits, one by one, and plunged them into its mouth. Crunches that would haunt the dreams of the most seasoned hunter echoed throughout the valley, as the bones and flesh of the men were mashed and crushed in the beast's gnashing teeth. Emmeline fired on one of the tentacles, trying her best to liberate one of her men. The tentacle exploded, sending black, inky blood outward. It twitched and dropped the man to the floor, but the fall was great and he hit the dirt with all the grace of a sack of flour. She rushed forward and Roland called for her to stop, but she either didn't hear or wouldn't listen.
Let her go, she's as good as dead,
Butch yelled out.
Aim for that powder,
he said, and fired upon it himself. His shot hit the dirt beside the spilled powder, failing to ignite it.
Oh, fucking shit,
he yelled out, rapidly struggling to reload his weapon with two trembling hands. Roland aimed at the black powder. The great creature was writhing beside it, snatching at what few remaining men were left. Emmeline, too, was beside the black powder, kneeling down to help her injured man amidst the snatching, writhing tentacles of the beast. The shot was clear. Roland's finger tightened on the trigger.
Do it,
Butch called out, packing a bullet into the barrel.
Take the shot.
Roland knew it would be mad to risk his life, to charge in, sword drawn, to assist Emmeline and some injured bandit he didn't even know. He knew Butch would fire on the black powder with him down there or not, but he had to do it. He drove the butt of his musket into Butch's face, knocking him back to the ground, then rushed forward, pulling his saber from its scabbard. The tentacles lashed towards him, but he slashed one away, sending a spout of black blood scattering across the dirt around him. He rushed up to Emmeline and slashed away the tentacles closing in around her and her man. She pulled the injured bandit away from the beast as Roland parried one tentacle after another, driving back the beast's attempts. The slide rock bolter was as much focused on the remaining bandits as it was on them, but as it snatched up the last remaining few, it was free to direct its attention fully on Roland. The creature writhed and twisted, facing Roland with its great maw. Roland backpedaled, following Emmeline and the injured bandit back up towards Butch. Butch had recovered and stood up, blood streaming down his shattered nose. He aimed his arquebus at Roland and fired. The shot sailed past Roland and struck its true target, igniting the black powder. A thunderous explosion filled the valley, trembling the ground and knocking Roland, Emmeline, and the injured bandit into the dirt. Roland spun around to his back to see the slide rock bolter writhing and twisting. A large portion of its side, where its soft tentacles had emerged, was blown off, revealing a cavernous black hole leaking inky blood. It bellowed deep, enraged and in pain. Then he noticed it. The trembling earth hadn't stopped after the explosion. Dirt and stones bounced along the ground as the entire side of the great mountain looming over them shifted. A landslide of rock and dirt was coming, and there was no escape. To run, to stand still, both would mean certain death.
Into the caverns,
Roland yelled, using his musket to help push himself up to his feet. He sprinted towards one of the small caverns. Butch chased after him as Emmeline struggled to haul her injured man. He made it inside with Butch right behind him. Emmeline barely managed to pull the injured bandit in with them as rocks and dirt crashed down behind her, barring the entrance and leaving them in total darkness.
Chapter 9. The Nether Roads.
Roland sparked up his lantern, casting a yellow glow across the cavern and filling it with a surprising amount of light. He clipped it back onto his belt and assessed the situation. Butch was leaning against the nearby cavern wall, his eyes closed, still trying to catch his breath. Emmeline was frantically checking for the pulse of the man she had tried to save. After a moment, she slumped down and hung her head in defeat. Roland looked ahead, deeper into the cavern. It seemed to go on for a ways. He had heard tales of the maze-like tunnels running all throughout Alder, the nether roads of Umberdur, as some called them. An endless network of tunnels so vast that they could take you from one country to another, if you knew the way. He had always assumed such tales were legend, but now he found himself hoping for some truth in them, some chance of finding a way out. He looked over at Emmeline. He didn't know what to say. He never knew what to say in moments like that, and he doubted any condolences or sympathy he might offer her would help her feel any better. Still, he felt he had to try.
"Were you close?"
he asked. Emmeline shifted her weight from one leg and forced herself up from the ground. "I was close to all the men under me," she said. She walked away from him and stared off into the darkness of the cave. "We should move. We don't have enough food or water to stay here. All the supplies got left behind, and I doubt we'll get any rest anyway."
"Why don't you just say it?"
Butch muttered through his hands. He stepped forward, letting them fall slack at his sides. He stared at Emmeline, blood drying on his broken nose.
"We're as good as dead."
He glared over at Roland.
"This fucker did a real great job."
He approached Roland.
"If I'm dying down here, maybe I ought to make sure you're the one to die first."
"Try it," Roland growled, glaring back at him, one hand on his saber, the other on his musket. He glanced at Emmeline. She still had her saber, as did Butch, though both of them had abandoned their arquebuses upon firing. His musket was still loaded, and he was no slouch with a sword. He wondered if he could win a fight with both of them, if it came to it. Emmeline watched on, hesitant to interrupt. Finally, she spoke, breaking the tension. "As much as I'd like to watch the two of you kill each other and then finish off whoever remains, I think it most prudent to work together. None of us are friends, but we don't know what's in these caves. Hell, we don't even know if that whale thing is still alive out there. We can kill each other when we find an exit." Butch nodded, backing away from Roland. Roland stepped forward towards the shadows of the twisting cavern, disliking the idea of having them at his back. He had no choice. He was the only one who held onto his lantern during the fight. He had to trust that they wouldn't stab him in the back as long as they moved through the cave. Stalagmites jutted from the ground and stalactites from the ceiling, some meeting to form vast columns, casting shadows like jagged teeth from his lantern as he moved. Water droplets echoed around them, reassuring him that fresh water might not be a problem. He stopped, holding his hand up to halt Emmeline and Butch, and listened for the droplets bouncing off of some distant underground lake. He moved again, following the sound as carefully as he could. The cavern started out as a winding path, but quickly sprawled out in all directions. Some of the offshoots small and too narrow to fit anything more than a small child or dog, while others opened up into larger rooms. Why the fuck are we following him? Butch grumbled. Why is he leading this expedition? He had us running here in the first place.
And we'd be dead if he hadn't, Emmeline said. The first nice thing Roland had heard her say, though he knew it was more of a jab at Butch than a compliment directed towards him. He's a Longhunter. He spends his days out in the wild. If he can't find his way out of these caves, we sure as shit can't.
Yeah, a Longhunter. A woodsman, not a fucking spelunker or whatever. Be quiet,
Roland said, letting the words slide out in a low grumble.
You can hear water. We can drink our fill since we lost our water skins. Hopefully, it'll lead outside.
Following the sound of the dripping water, the twisted cavern opened up more and more until they entered a partially flooded great room, no fewer than 30 feet high and 100 feet across. The stalagmites stuck out of the water like little islands, and drips fell from stalactites overhead, creating a symphony of echoes throughout the cave. It was a still lake, save for the droplets breaking its mirrored surface. There was no sign of a current that might lead to an exit. Roland knelt down and cupped his hands, pulling the water to his lips. He savored the cool water, drinking his fill. Emmeline and Butch did the same, knowing it might be the last time they had water for a while. They knew not how far they would have to travel through the cave, or if they would ever find an exit. "Look over there," Emmeline said, gesturing towards the darkness. At first, Roland didn't know what she was pointing to. Then he noticed it. A glint. An unnatural glint. It wasn't the light bouncing off of the rounded surfaces of the cave, or off of the rippled ribbons of stone formations along the walls, but something flat, something square. Roland waded into the water, the icy cold of it nearly forcing the air out of his lungs. He sucked air in through his teeth and stabilized his breathing as he moved forward. Emmeline waded in after him, mimicking him and trembling against the cold. Butch reluctantly brought up the rear.
"Fuck me, that's cold,"
he stuttered out. They made their way towards the reflection, Roland holding his lantern high. The light bounced off as they approached it on the opposite bank of the underground lake. Stairs.
"Now what in the—"
Butch trailed off, staring at the partially submerged steps. They were black, iridescent, and clashed against the deep brown rock of the cavern, both in coloration and formation.
"Old my almighty. How long does it take cave formations to grow? It looks like they've partially grown over these steps." "A very, very long time,"
Roland said, stepping up onto the first step. He climbed the stairs up, exiting the water. The chill air did little to relieve him of the cold. Emmeline and Butch followed him up the stairs and out of the water. Butch stared down at the steps with a mixture of fascination and awe. Emmeline focused ahead, more concerned with finding an exit to the cavern. The steps led upward for an impossibly long stretch, climbing higher and higher. It seemed like they would never end. Finally, when they did end, they did so at a walkway. The walkway, like the stairs, was strewn with bits of stone and dirt that had gathered over the years. It was tiled and textured with small indentations to allow better grip, despite its slick surface. Parts of the path were damaged and cracked, but much like the other ruins found across Weystra, it was in remarkable shape. The material used to make it was the same as the barrel of Roland's musket. Scholars called it umbrinium. Colloquially, folk just called it black iron. Unlike the serpentine path of the cavern, the umbrinium walkway was straight. Sections of the wall had been carved away, and many were decorated with etchings of strange creatures made from soot. Roland was no expert on anthropology, but he had assumed that the etchings were not made by the same people who had made the walkway. They were likely made much later by people who had stumbled upon it in a similar fashion to how they had. Any guess he made as to the origin of the walkway or the etchings would be as good as a shot in the dark, and he knew that such discussions with Emmeline and Butch would likely lead to a dead end. He thought of his companion Luque, trapped by the Jundali. Had he been there, he might have been able to shed some light on the etchings or on the walkway. He had claimed to have studied at Guldabur University in Elvoon. University folk knew things about ruins and ancient writings. He worried about Luque and Beogast. He worried he would be stuck in the cave and they would be executed by the Jundali. He tried not to let his mind linger on such thoughts.
"Have you seen anything like this before?"
Butch asked, walking alone behind Roland and Emmeline.
"Black Harvest is built on ruins somewhat like these,"
Roland said.
"And there's a tower in North Crossing made of this material."
He thought of another place he had seen the strange metal umbrinium, his lodge. He hadn't spent much time training there, and preferred his solitude away from the guild, but the Longhunter's lodge was built on Kadaran ruins far up in the mountains north of Fort Daggerwood.
You think it's Kadarin then? Butch asked. I know there are them Kadarin ruins everywhere, but I ain't never heard of 'em building no pathways beneath the ground. I mean, when Wakel talked about tunnels, I thought he meant tunnels, caves. These are like roads, real roads. With a bit of black powder at the entranceway and some wood to build a bridge, we could use this place to move wagons.
The pathway ended at a set of giant black doors. A wooden board, rotted and decayed, was rested across the handles as if to bar something from exiting. Roland pulled the black handles of the doors, and the board disintegrated, falling to the ground in several pieces.
I don't know what that was meant to keep in, but...
Roland said, his voice trailing off. He stepped through the doors, and the walkway led to a massive chamber. Inside, Roland's tiny lantern could do nothing to penetrate the vast darkness above them or all around them. The walkway stretched out into a black abyss ahead with neither a floor nor roof in sight. Roland walked forward a ways, then leaned over the black rails to peer down into the darkness. Holding his lantern out, he could see that the walkway was held aloft by incredible large vaulted pillars that only stood out against the blackness of the cave's depths by their iridescence. Even Emmeline paused, staring off into the darkness below. Her fixation on survival had given way to awe as the three of them gaped at the great room. Where others might be disturbed, Roland had always felt a strange sense of calm in the presence of great wonders. They made him feel small, insignificant, like everything he had ever done or ever will do meant nothing in the grand scheme of things, and that he was no more than a tiny bug in an incalculably large universe. His successes, his failings... He looked over at Emmeline. Her one good eye was wide as she took in the spectacle. None of it mattered.
Come on, let's keep moving,
Roland said, continuing forward. Roland, Emmeline, and Butch walked for more than an hour along the black bridge, the reflective walkway shining like a streak ahead of them, guiding them through the pitch-black darkness, had become hypnotic. They lost track of time as they moved along, feeling like they might go mad as nothing seemed to change. Minute by minute passed without difference. Step after step was the same. Shadows played just out of view, making Roland question his sanity. Then, just as before with the stairs, a glint of light played off of the surface of something ahead of them. They stepped towards it, and the light of Roland's lantern spread out across the great object as it came into view. It rested at the center of a crossroads with another walkway. 50 feet high, glaring down at them with 1,000 polished jewels for eyes, an umbrinium statue of some horrific aberration. Tentacles coming from all directions covered its surface, winding around, encircling the crisscrossing pair of bridges. Roland squinted, forcing himself to stare at the thing, though his head throbbed in protest. It was hard to focus on it, and the longer he stared, the more he could swear he heard whispers from it. Whispers from within the statue. Or perhaps from below it, from the darkness surrounding them. Perhaps the whispers were from everywhere all at once. He shook the thought away, and turned back to Emmeline and Butch. Butch stared blankly at the statue, spittle forming in the corner of his mouth.
Through all time, through all things, I see,
he muttered quietly, nearly incoherently to himself. Emmeline shook her head as if to clear cobwebs and looked over at Butch, concerned.
The calling is coming. You cannot stop it. I have seen you at the end,
Butch muttered, eyes still transfixed by the statue.
You cannot stop it. I will save you. I will save all of you.
Butch's eyes moved from the statue to meet with Roland's.
You will not stop it. You cannot stop it.
Butch drew his saber. Roland drew his and stepped back.
Butch, you, in there?
Roland asked, taking a defensive stance. Butch, come to your damn senses, Emmeline yelled, drawing her saber as well.
I've seen you there, at the end of all time,
Butch said, eyes fixed on Roland.
I must stop you. I must, to save the world.
He lunged forward with incredible speed, but Roland parried the attack. He swung again and again, but Roland knocked the blade aside and backpedaled. The shadows played. They moved and twisted like nighttime waves on the ocean. Damn fool, Emmeline muttered. She glanced from Roland to Butch, but then stepped back. She was not about to get involved. Roland parried another attack from Butch, but this time retaliated with a slash to Butch's forward leg, hitting him across the thigh. Butch staggered, blood soaking through his slashed breeches. Roland exploited the momentary gap in his defenses by following up with another slash across Butch's arm, then another immediately across his chest.
Butch stumbled back, leaning against the rail for support. Roland rushed forward and ran him through the chest with the point of the blade. He stared Butch in the eyes, cold, empty eyes. He imagined Butch was Wakel. Butch convulsed, arm outstretched, and dropped his saber. Their eyes locked. The coldness and emptiness left Butch's, replaced by confusion, by betrayal. Roland stepped back, freeing his blade from Butch's chest. Butch crumpled to the ground, becoming still as his heart pumped its last beat. Roland wiped his bloodied saber off as best as he could on his leather coat before returning it to its scabbard. Emmeline glanced at Butch's dead body, then at Roland. "What the fuck?" she asked, to no one in particular.
"He gave me no choice,"
Roland answered anyway. "You didn't exactly seem to hold back," Emmeline replied. "Is that your plan for me too? Or do you want to keep me around and toy with me like your brother?" She caught herself, a little too late. In the shock of the moment, she had let slip what Roland had been wondering about since they had met at the gates. She was not loyal to Wakel. She despised him. She had survived as best as she could since he had abandoned her and fled the gang that day so many years ago.
"I have no intention to kill you. I'm gonna kill Wakel,"
Roland said plainly.
"I said it in the camp, and I meant it."
There was a long silence as Emmeline stared into Roland's eyes, searching for truth in his statement, but in the end she said nothing. She couldn't believe him, and he couldn't blame her. For years she had lived among Wakel's gang. For years she had no one she could confess her hatred to. No one to trust or confide in. If there was one law in the Freelands, it was to look out for your own. Killing or hurting a member of your family, a member of the Freelands, was punishable by torture and death. Emmeline had been raised under that law, and no matter what Roland might say to her, nothing could convince her with utter certainty that he was sincere about killing Wakel. Roland stepped forward towards the statue, but kept himself from looking upon it. He knew not what eldritch magic the thing possessed, but dared not risk it possessing him as it seemed to have possessed Butch. Emmeline followed him as he skirted around it, following the large circle encompassing it, and made to continue on the opposite side of the bridge. "Wait," Emmeline said. "How do you know this is the right path? What if we took a right back there?" she suggested.
"I have no idea,"
Roland confessed.
"This path, that one. Ordinarily, I have a great sense of direction. Compass plants, the position of the sun. There are countless ways to find your heading, but here, I'm lost. I'm just guessing."
Emmeline stayed a ways behind Roland, hesitant to follow. Roland wondered if she still believed he might kill her as he did Butch. He had given her his back as he walked along. She might just as easily have tried to kill him. The thought had crossed his mind, but he had hoped, and continued to hope, that she would rather keep him as an ally, even if only for a time. He turned and continued walking. She followed. They walked along for what felt like an hour in silence. Shadows taunted them from the endless darkness surrounding the bridge. Do you think, Emmeline began, quickening her pace to walk alongside Roland. She kept a safe distance between them. The bridge was wide enough to allow it. It was wide enough to allow a full wagon. "Do you think," she continued, "that stuff that Butch was saying, what do you think it all meant?"
"I couldn't begin to guess," Roland replied. "Maybe the dark got to him, the cave."
"It was that statue," Emmeline said, putting to words what Roland had been thinking. He didn't want to admit it, something so strange. He had fought all manner of monstrosities lurking in the wilds of Weystra, but he had never seen a statue possess someone. The thought was unsettling, that one could lose their faculties so quickly just from looking at something. He thought of all the times he had witnessed unparalleled beauty in the world. Vast, majestic mountain ranges as purple backdrops against rolling golden plains. He thought about the times he watched the fog dance across a lake reflecting pastel in the morning sky. He had witnessed great beauty, beauty that had given him elevated feelings he couldn't explain. He was not a religious man. He wasn't even sure if the goddess Aldura or any of the other gods existed. But there was something almost religious about those times. Likewise, there was something about that statue that evoked a feeling in him. Not the feeling of majesty, but of dread. They continued for some time longer until the waning light of the lantern revealed, through glistening reflections, the wall of the cavern and another set of doors. Roland approached them, but hesitated, unsure of what he might find on the other side.
"Ready?"
he asked Emmeline. She drew her saber from its scabbard and nodded. He pushed the doors open, relieved to find that they hadn't been barred. The walkway continued forward down a hall. Black mosaics depicting various monstrosities lined the walls, though the depictions were too primitive to make out any discerning features. Leathery wings, multiple legs, eye stalks. Each creature was horrid and alien in its own way. Some manner of looping script connected by a line was written under each, but Roland couldn't even begin to guess what it said. The road continued forward until they came across another set of black doors. These doors opened up to a small room rather than a hallway. The room was oval in shape, about 30 feet across on one side and 20 on the other, and at its center was a dais. Large stone pews were wrapped around the dais, allowing those seated to all have a decent view. At all four corners of the dais were large braziers. The room was shaped in such a way that their footsteps carried throughout it with surprising volume. The flame in Roland's lantern flickered, but not from a draft. They were running out of fuel. Roland walked up to the dais and looked down at the braziers. A dried sludge mixed with bits of wooden detritus filled them. He took off the lid of the lantern and removed a piece of wood from the brazier, lighting it with the lantern. "We should stop to rest," he said. He tossed the lit piece of wood into the brazier and it flickered dimly, slow to ignite. Once the fire took hold, it burned low but consistently. Emmeline shifted uneasily. She looked about the room, then looked over at Roland. "I'd rather not stop," she said. "We've been walking for most of the day, and we might be walking all day tomorrow. We're running low on oil, and I'd like to at least keep my wits about me if we're going to be traveling in total darkness. Maybe some of this will burn for a time, but it's not a suitable replacement for lamp oil," Roland said. "Fine," Emmeline said, "but keep your distance." She looked around at the stone tiling for a suitable place to sleep and moved to rest along the wall. Roland grabbed a pew, attempting to move it beside another to form a makeshift bed, but the seat was massively heavy, hundreds of pounds, and he was too tired to bother. He set his saber and musket across the floor next to it. He laid lengthwise across it and thought about the pack and bedroll he had left back at camp while running for his life from the landslide. The pew wasn't comfortable, but seemed like a preferable choice to the tile floor. It had been a long day, and despite the accommodations, both Roland and Emmeline quickly drifted off to sleep. Roland awoke to a rhythmic clicking. Click, click. The sound bounced off of the walls and echoed throughout the small chamber. Then it stopped. Roland looked around, but the brazier had burned out in the night, and the blackness of the room was so deep that he couldn't see his hands in front of his face. It was an unsettling darkness, where no shapes or forms could be seen. Absolute darkness. He listened for the clicking sound again, but there was nothing. Absolutely nothing. The lack of sound was as disturbing as the total darkness. The quiet was thick, like a pressure on his ears. He felt like his head might burst from it. Then, a click. 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 The sound felt incredibly loud against the quiet of the room, like a knife cutting through the deafening silence, piercing his eardrums. "Roland," Emmeline whispered. The whisper felt loud. He moved towards her, but every motion was loud against the silence. The buckles on his jacket, the swishing of his leather coat, the sound of metal from the scabbard of his saber and the butt of his musket scraping the tile floor ever so slightly as he lifted them up. He moved towards her, and he could hear her jump, scuffling against the ground to move away. "It's me," Roland said. "Shh, something is out there," he whispered. Click, click. The noise came again. It echoed, bouncing off of the walls. It was much louder this time, less like the distant sound bouncing through the caverns and sneaking its way through the gap in the doors, but now a sound on the other side of the doors they had yet to explore. A sound that threatened to break in and invade their camp. Click, click. It grew louder. The doors that awaited them on the opposite side of the room, the ones that they had planned to travel through and explore come morning, swung open. Roland and Emmeline couldn't see the doors slide open, but the sound of them scraping and sliding across the dirty, debris-strewn tile floor was unmistakable. Soft footfalls that might have been imperceptible to the ear had the thick silence of the room not made them so clear, betrayed the presence of a creature. Roland listened carefully, making out whatever he could of the beast. A footfall. The soft pad of a foot, followed by the light taps of long, sharp claws. Whatever it was had to be dangerous. Another footfall, similar to the first. Tiny footfalls, more like scrapes, followed each of the major ones. They were harder to distinguish, almost like the creature was pushing off with them. Click, click. Roland felt Emmeline's hand touch the arm of his jacket. He tensed up, nearly sucked air through his teeth, but maintained his composure. He reached over and gently clasped her hand. His heart was racing, her hand trembling. They could see nothing through the darkness and knew any sound might draw the creature in. Any twitch, any involuntary movement might draw the thing closer. They tracked the sound of the creature crossing the room. The sound of howling screeches as the heavy pews in its path were effortlessly strewn across the floor and out of its way. It continued with its slow, deliberate movements, one step, then another, then the scraping of its hind feet. It moved slowly to the other side of the room, to the doors through which Emmeline and Roland had entered the day prior, and pushed its way through. Click, click. The creature scanned the great cavernous bridge room. A flutter, like the sails of a ship snapping against the wind, echoed out. The sound repeated a few times, growing more distant each time until it could hardly be heard.
I think it took off,
Roland whispered to Emmeline. He kept a grip on her hand, and she his, as they hurriedly got up off the floor and made for the door. Roland felt along the wall with his left hand as Emmeline touched the pews on her right. They skirted the wall until they reached the door the beast had traveled through and moved to the other side. Roland, slowly and as cautiously as possible, pulled on the doors, one hair's breadth at a time, until they were closed. He took his saber and felt around the handles, sliding it through them to brace them against the beast, if it were to return.
Light the lantern, Emmeline said, releasing his grip. If we're to die, I'd prefer to see what kills me.
Roland used a bit of flint from his musket and struck it to light the wick. It took a few times, but eventually golden light flooded the room. The flame danced and flickered again. This time it was not due to the dwindling oil. A small gust of air had caused the flame in the lantern to dance. Roland and Emmeline met eyes over the golden glow, a small smile forming on their lips. They followed the slight breeze forward, hastening their pace. The road maintained a straight course, carving its way through the stone with unnatural efficiency. What tools or devices were used to create such a uniform road were beyond Roland's grasp, but he didn't care. He was heading towards an exit. The flame flickered again, then went out. But Roland and Emmeline did not find themselves in the thick darkness again. Instead, they could make out a small white light in the distance. They hurried towards it, following the straight, tiled path as quickly as they could. Steps led upwards into a large, naturally formed chamber. Snow pooled along the floor of the cavern, illuminated by a break in the ceiling overhead, momentarily giving it the appearance of liquid light amidst the darkness. As their eyes adjusted, their smiles faltered. The room was now fully visible in the light, and so too was their path to an exit. The only way out of the breach in the ceiling was by climbing a wall of stone beneath it. Bits of stone jutted out, providing a scalable wall, but much of it was caked in ice and snow.
We could really have used those fucking pythons, Emmeline grumbled.
It's worse than that,
Roland whispered. Emmeline followed his eyes to the various limestone outcroppings in the chamber. Concealed in the shadows were large creatures, none fewer than 8 feet in height. Hanging from them upside down by large claws. They shifted and twitched in their slumber. Each of them had primate-like faces and huge scooped ears that came to tapered points.
Quickly and quietly. Let's go,
Roland said, moving forward. They had no other choice. Their lantern was out of oil. They had no fresh water and no food. They would die in the cavern if they didn't take their chance. Roland took the lead, cautiously moving across the snow towards the wall. It was bitter cold and the snow was powder but not solid, perfect for disguising their footsteps. Had the snow been wetter, it might have sloshed. Had it been more frozen and solid, it might have crunched. He grabbed onto the cold limestone and pulled himself up, reaching his foot up to another to push off. One stony chunk after another, he pulled himself up towards the exit. Emmeline followed his lead, mimicking his exact movements. When he reached the top, he crawled up into the snow and turned around to help Emmeline. She took his arm, and he pulled her the rest of the way up as they braced themselves against the snow-strewn slope of limestone overlooking the cavern. A small shelf of snow cracked free from the rest and tumbled down. Click, click. The sound echoed back at them. They stepped back from the chasm as a chorus of flapping wings erupted from the darkness. Roland turned around and surveyed the landscape. Great peaks pierced the sky all around them, clouds like a wavy ocean far below, and in the distance rested a lone, black tower.
There! Let's make for the ruin.
Roland and Emmeline ran, kicking up thick clouds of snow behind them. Horrid, bat-like monstrosities clawed and screamed from the depths of the cavern, some fearing the light, while others emerged to give chase, beating their black wings against the blue sky. They clicked and screeched, tracking Roland and Emmeline across the snowy field.
Keep running,
Roland yelled, wheeling around to fire a shot from his musket at one of the creatures. It twisted and tumbled out of the sky, landing hard in the snow below. But it was only one of many. The creature flapped, knocking snow around, and arose again a moment later, slightly injured from the shot to its wing, but still capable. Another of the beasts flew down and slashed at Emmeline, but she held it at bay with her saber. It moved with remarkable speed, snapping its maw at her. She made contact with the blade, but it failed to find purchase, and the creature knocked it loose from her hand, flinging it into the snow some distance away. Roland leaped towards the creature, drawing the eloxinium hunting knife from his hip. He plunged it into the beast's side just below its ribs. It howled in pain and swung its muscular arm back at him, striking him with the back of its hand. The blow sent him sailing through the air. He landed a short distance away from the creature he had shot earlier. It descended on him, grabbing him up from the ground with one clawed hand, while maintaining its balance with the other. Roland felt helpless, snatched up like a hawk might snatch up a rodent from a field. He moved to slash at the arm holding him, but before he could, the creature slammed him into the ground. The force of the impact knocked the air from his lungs. His knife fell from his loosened grip. The sky darkened, or was his vision fading? The bat-like monstrosity picked him up again and slammed him down once more, this time dislocating his right arm. Roland howled out in pain, wincing and gritting his teeth. Storm clouds gathered overhead, black and gray. At least he saved her. He protected her, unlike before. He wondered if he had made up for his failing, if he could die now knowing he was not the man he once was. The creature lifted him up again, snarling and bearing two massive canines, prepared to sink them into his flesh. There was a flash, then another, and another. The beast screeched and dropped Roland into the snow. The Longhunter squinted against the web of white flashes issuing from the sky, fixing his blurred vision on the bat-like thing as it tumbled back, engulfed in flames. He struggled to his feet, grabbing his knife up from the snow, wincing against the pain in his arm. He watched as a horde of creatures soaring above him erupted into flames as bolt after bolt of lightning struck them. He looked back in the direction of the tower. It was the source of the lightning. A vortex of black clouds had emerged from its peak and had spread out over the entirety of the mountain. Emmeline was nearly doubled over, trying to catch her breath, beside a woman in a long, white gown. "Come, Longhunter," Sincaria said, extending her delicate white hand. "It's time you met my father."
Chapter 10. The Red Wizard.
Roland took the White Witch's delicate hand, and she pulled him up to his feet. The pain of his dislocated shoulder shot through his body, and he winced. She moved her hand over his arm while sliding her other hand up along his bicep. He looked over at Emmeline, whose eye momentarily widened before she quickly looked away, as if she were witnessing something intimate. Sincaria massaged his shoulder, then his bicep. She gently worked the bone back into place. Roland breathed out, and it was almost as if he exhaled the pain he had been holding on to, as a wave of relief washed over him. There was still an ache in his shoulder as she released him, but the improvement was like night and day. "Better?" she asked. "Much," Roland replied. He looked around at the snowy, wind-swept mountaintop, at the sea of wavy clouds expanding out into the distance, and then back at the black tower behind the White Witch. The darkened storm clouds had faded, dissipating with the last low rumbles of thunder that had accompanied them. "Thank you for helping us deal with whatever those were," Roland said, meeting Sincaria's black eyes. "Don't thank me. It was my father who dealt with the Ahul," Sincaria replied, a faint smile forming on her red lips as she continued. "But don't thank him either. He didn't kill them for you. He dislikes it when pests approach his tower, and has a number of protections in place for such an occasion." Emmeline walked over to them and cautiously asked, "Did we set off those protections?" "No, dear girl," Sincaria replied, turning to meet eyes with Emmeline. "They're in place for creatures spawned by the elder gods. You need not worry about them." She gave the freckled young red-headed woman a once-over. "This your friend, Longhunter? I'm impressed. Most run in fear from the White Witch of Weystra." "You're the White Witch?" Emmeline said, her eyes widening. "I have heard tales of you. I ain't afraid. No reason to be. If you wanted us dead, you wouldn't have saved us." "As I said, I didn't save you, but you are correct in assuming I don't wish you dead. I've been watching your friend Roland here for quite some time," Sincaria explained. "He and I have traveled together briefly, and I confess a sense of curiosity lingered about his fate, and that of our fellow traveling companions. I checked in from time to time." "He's not," Emmeline blurted out, trailing her words off. Roland knew what she meant to say, that they were not friends, nor even allies, but that they were working together out of necessity. But Emmeline was clever, and she knew she was in a precarious position. Roland would protect her. He knew he owed her that much, but whether she would believe him was another story. "We've got a complicated history,"
Roland explained. A mutual acquaintance, so to speak. Silence hung uncomfortably in the air for a few moments too long before Sincaria broke it. It matters not. Come, I will introduce you to my father. Roland and Emmeline followed Sincaria up the snowy path along the narrow ridge of the mountain towards the tall black tower. It was in much better condition than the one Roland had seen in North Crossing, fully intact and undamaged from the looks of it. As they neared it, it became more apparent just how large the tower was. No fewer than 100 feet in diameter and upwards of 500 feet high. The tower was immense. All around the base, a ring of pillars and vaulted arches created a vast arcade that ringed the entirety of the structure, and beyond it, a great set of black doors similar to the ones Roland and Emmeline had passed through in the mountain. Sincaria muttered a word in the Mysian language, and the doors blew open, revealing a great room bathed in the golden glow of a central fire. The circular room was expansive, and all along the walls and floors, small runes could be seen intermittently. They were hardly noticeable, caught in the periphery of Roland's vision, but they were there. They danced and shimmered in a pale violet light against the black surfaces. Roland had managed to fix his eyes upon one series of runes as they scrolled up a nearby pillar. They were part of a bizarre script linked together by a sweeping line along the side, broken here and there in what he could assume to be spaces to delineate separate words. He was not a linguist, and could hardly guess at what they might say. The circular room had 4 sets of giant black doors, each set opposite of each other. One opposite the one they entered, one to the right and one to the left. The floor was black and tiled, similar to that of the walkway Roland and Emmeline had traversed. The interior of the tower mirrored the appearance of the Kadaran ruins in every way save for the fact it was sparkling clean and without dirt, broken bits of stone, or any distinguishing wear. The room itself was sparsely decorated, empty almost. All along the walls were pillars holding up a massive vaulted ceiling overhead, and just behind the pillars was a staircase that wrapped around the interior walls. Stepping through a small archway between 2 pillars, they moved onto the staircase. Heading back towards the door they had come from, they would have skirted along the wall, following the stairs downward into a darkened cellar. From the darkness of the cellar, strange howls and screams issued. Sincaria ignored it, instead moving forward, following the stairs upward in the direction of the next floor. She ascended the steps briskly. Roland and Emmeline followed as best as they could, both struggling to keep her pace, exhausted from their journey through the mountain. The stairs were slick and smooth, and the thawing snow on Roland's boots made them slicker still. He made each step cautiously and deliberately, still dazed from his fight with the Ahul. Emmeline kept pace with Sincaria, but maintained a safe distance from her. When they reached the second floor, an earthy aroma filled the air, mingled with the scent of flowers and greenery. Roland wanted to stop, close his eyes, and take in the scents. It was like being back in the forest. The second floor was a mix of perfectly formed walkways, geometrically laid out between raised garden beds made from the same iridescent metallic material the rest of the tower had been built from. Each bed was piled with soil and grew a variety of unique plants, many of which Roland had never seen. Above the gardens, a great orb encased in rune-covered golden rings moved across the ceiling, blazing like a small sun. This is one of my father's gardens. He grows mostly herbs here, both curative and toxic, as part of his experiments. But come on now, we have quite a few floors to go. The third floor is similar to the second, only instead of herbs it harbored vegetables of all kinds. It possessed an almost identical layout and had another of the orbs of fire circling it in roughly the same position as the previous one had been. What is this? Emmeline asked, gesturing to the orb as they moved through the second garden. What would you guess it was? Sincaria asked as she continued up to the next flight of stairs. Emmeline opened her lips to say, but held back. Roland assumed he had come to the same conclusion, a miniaturized sun, but he too couldn't fathom such a thing might exist. The fourth floor was similar to the second and the third, but this one lacked an orb of light. Instead, it was illuminated by the dim, violet glow of man-sized crystals lining the walls. Umbryllian crystals, Sincaria explained, gesturing to them. Exceedingly rare and dangerous to acquire. They grow in the deepest caves of Alder. Something about them makes them perfect for growing mushrooms, and the light they give off is far less intense and more pleasant than a star. The 5th floor through the 10th floor were all combined into one great library. Ladders built on rollers were set into deep tracks that locked onto the countless bookcases. The pillars expanded from the floor to the very top of the 10th floor, and behind them the staircase continued to spiral upwards. Both Emmeline and Roland gaped in awe at the vast library. Neither had ever seen such a structure before. The intricate architecture of the Weystran Capitol buildings were awe-inspiring, but even the grandest of them paled in comparison to the architecture of the tower. "Did your father build this?" Roland asked, taking in the view of the structure. He felt like a speck as he climbed the grand staircase. Sincaria shook her head. "No, he made modifications, but he did not build the tower. It is a relic of a bygone era when the ancient Gadaran Empire was at its peak. Long ago, long before the months had their names and the modern calendar was created, the Gadaran Empire made towers like this all around the world. Their advanced understanding of architectural design, coupled with their unique building material, allowed them to make such sky-piercing structures. They have since moved on to far stranger, but perhaps more effective designs for their living quarters." "What is this thing made of?" Emmeline asked, running her fingers across the black, pocked surface of the wall as they continued to climb towards the 8th floor. "Umbrinium, right?" Roland asked. He was familiar with the material as any other Weystran, seeing it in countless ruins dappling the landscape. Even his musket, recovered from the Wentauki Manor on his adventure with Sincaria, had a barrel crafted from the exotic metal. Sincaria nodded slowly. "Umbrinium, yes, that is what the scholars of Weystra and Elvoon call it, but not what the Kadarans call it. In their tongue, it is called Rajatur. It is an elemental compound consisting of silver, steel, other trace elements, and..." She smiled and paused on the steps to look over at Roland. "If I told you how the Kadarans formed it, you wouldn't believe me." "Are there other weapons like mine? Weapons made from the stuff?" Roland asked. The thought had crossed his mind before while looking at Kadaran ruins. The metal was strong, nigh unbreakable, and seemed to suffer little to no wear despite constant exposure to the elements. He had not once second-guessed his decision to take the Umbrinium musket from the manor as his reward, as it had proved itself more than worthy to be at his side. "Several, in fact, held by the Gadaran Empire," Sincaria replied. "Spears, shields, all made of Umbrinium." She gestured to the musket slung across Roland's shoulder. "That weapon of yours is unique. Not many Weystrans could have worked the metal. Hold on to it and cherish it dearly." Roland nodded, leaning against the wall with one foot propped up on a step and one on a step lower. Sincaria paused, glancing at Emmeline before turning her attention back to Roland. Emmeline held her side and struggled to conceal the fact that she was out of breath. Roland, too, tried to hide the fact that he was feeling faint and exhausted, but soon gave up and took a seat on the steps. Seeing Roland take the lead, Emmeline mimicked him and took a seat a few steps lower. Sincaria wasn't so much as out of breath. It seemed to just dawn on her in that moment that she ought to wait and allow them to rest. "Please, take as much time as you need," Sincaria said, not at all in a condescending way. She took a seat on the same step as Roland. Her white robe parted a few inches, revealing the glossy black breastplate she wore beneath, the corset-like entwined legs of some alien insect. She tightened her robe with her hands, gripping it closer together to hide the creature. "What is that?" Roland asked, dropping all pretenses. "I've seen it before when we were at the Wentauki Manor, and you were injured." "A lady must keep some secrets," Sincaria replied, a faint smile crossing her lips. "Now, we have a few more floors ahead of us, but before we meet my father, I must warn you. He is not a good man. He is selfish, violent, and as unpredictable as the wind. Once more, he has not left his tower in a very long time, and as a result, he has become quite eccentric. He loves me, I do believe that, and I am confident that that and that alone will provide you some safety here. But do not try his patience or he will destroy you, and it will be as if you were swatting a fly." Roland looked at Emmeline uneasily. She returned his nervous glance. They steeled themselves and nodded, almost in unison at Sincaria. Sincaria nodded back and continued up the staircase. They followed. The topmost floors of the Black Tower were cordoned off from the rest by additional layers of security. Each floor they passed was separated from the stairwell by a set of black doors sealed with runes. Roland was exhausted, but had counted over 15 floors before he stopped keeping track. They stopped as Sincaria approached another large set of black doors with scrolling lists of runes running down their surface. Sincaria paused in front of them, whispering a string of what Roland assumed were Maijin words. The runes dissipated, fading from view, and Sincaria gestured for he and Emmeline to follow. "Quickly now. The wards will return momentarily."
They stepped through the doors and into a large circular room of similar structural layout to the others. This room had black polished mirrors all along the walls and ceiling. Much like the ebon mirror Roland had helped Sincaria recover back at the Wentauki Manor, the mirrors were black and crafted from umbrinium. Images of various locations and people flitted across the surfaces of many of the mirrors, depicting far-off lands Roland had never seen and could scarcely have imagined. A man, frail and hunched over, floated high above them, drifting like a feather on the wind from one mirror to another, checking them. He wore a long, trailing red robe made from the skin of some horrific creature, and at the bottom of the robes, where one would expect a hem, there was instead a trail of long, writhing tentacles. The wizard paused at a mirror near to the top of the room, levitating effortlessly beside it. The tentacles moved up around him, feeling at the mirror, readjusting it as he spoke a deep, gravelly chant in Maijin to it. The image on the surface grew clearer. From where they stood, Roland couldn't see the image clearly on the mirror, but what he did see was unsettling. An army of black, armored soldiers marching out of a great insect hive, like a wasp nest resting on the roots of a tree, only the size of a city.
It has begun,
the old wizard grumbled. He soared down and paused in the air 10 paces away from Sincaria.
They are training, running their drills.
The wizard fixed his tired gray eyes on Roland. His bald head was ringed in long, wispy strands of gray hair that connected to a long, tangled gray beard flowing down past his feet.
You there?
He spoke.
Hand me that weapon.
He stretched out his skeletal, pale hand. His nails were sharp, chipped, and long, like the talons of an eagle. Roland stepped back, not wishing to part with his musket. He felt his body freeze to the spot. An unseen force was squeezing him. He was as a baby bird caught in the wizard's eagle-like talons. The hand that had been resting at the wizard's side was now grasping at the air. It tightened its grasp, and Roland felt the unseen force around him tighten, forcing the air out of his lungs. Roland's musket slowly raised up from his shoulder. Its shoulder strap unhooked itself, and the weapon flew up into the wizard's outstretched hand. "Father," Sincaria said, almost pleadingly. The force choking Roland evaporated in an instant, as the wizard relaxed his grip and looked over the musket, examining it cautiously. Roland fell to his knees on the tiled floor, gasping to catch his breath. The wizard turned the weapon over in his hands.
I helped make this some time ago,
the wizard said.
It must have been years now.
It was decades ago, Sincaria explained.
Then I presume Wentauki is dead,
he muttered, his gray eyes tracing the runes he had engraved along the barrel.
Shame. He was a great craftsman. I could have made a number of artifacts with his hands and my command of Maijin.
Roland struggled back up to his feet. The fight with the Alhul, the trek through the mountain, and now the climb up the tower, all had worn on him, and he could hardly stand. He was well and truly exhausted. The wizard tossed the musket back at him, and he managed to catch it, bringing it into his chest as he stumbled back to maintain balance.
Why is it you have brought these two before me?
The wizard asked, gliding down to his daughter, his feet still dangling above the floor, his long toenails nearly scratching the black tiled surface. Roland, that man there, assisted me in finding you, Sincaria explained. I might not have been able to do so without his help. The other is his traveling companion. Please give them shelter for the night and help them to get back on their quest.
Roland,
the wizard said.
I am Gallimade. Although I believe my daughter more than capable of finding me on her own, you helped her, so I will not turn you and your traveling companion.
He fixed his eyes on Emmeline, who recoiled, before finishing his thought.
Into vellum.
The red wizard focused his eyes back on Roland.
What do you know of the Kadaran Empire?
Not much, Roland said. I know it resides north of Weystra, and that most of the creatures I hunt are from there. Gallimade grinned widely, revealing a checkerboard of yellowed and missing teeth.
Somewhere beneath the surface of Alder is something akin to the concept of a god, an abomination that spawns things unnatural into our world. I know not its motivation, and I know not from whence it came, but I know its goals, to reduce the empires of the world to ash, to cull humanity and halt its progress for a time.
Roland tried to keep the skepticism from his expression, fearing the wizard's wrath, but the claim was hard to believe. He had seen strange creatures in his time as a Longhunter, but he had always maintained a rational approach when it came to the tales of gods and spirits. A week ago, he would have found it just as hard to believe a man was capable of floating through the air, that mirrors could show images of far-off lands, or that miles of black roads stretched through the shattered mountains. He nodded slowly, keeping eye contact with the wizard.
Believe me or not, it matters not.
Galmaid replied.
I'd have not believed it myself had I not viewed it, and even the very act of viewing it fragments the mind. This thing, whatever it is, takes a form that cannot be comprehended. Upon first glance it appears like a giant sea anemone, with a mass of writhing, twitching tentacles moving throughout caverns all around it. When I looked closer at the tentacles, however, I saw them for what they truly were. Each of the arms was a malformed depiction of a human life cycle from birth to death. Men and women, even children, infants, and the elderly, all strung together in a screaming mass of horror. I had to look away lest I go mad.
The wizard shook his head and looked off in the direction of the mirrors again. Roland felt relieved to be free of the wizard's unrelenting, maddening gaze.
Father,
Sincaria spoke, drawing the old man's attention.
Might they stay, just for the night?
Very well.
Galmaid waved them away, then floated up to the top of the room.
2 floors down.
He called down to her, eyes fixed on an image of men in black armor displayed across the ebon mirror.
You know the disabling word,
he said.
Thank you, Father,
Sincaria replied. She looked at Roland and Emmeline, gesturing them to follow. They descended 2 floors down, as directed, and she chanted a Mysian word to disable the wards. The doors opened, and inside was a dusty, neglected room. Unlike the others, this one had a dresser with a large ebon mirror over it, a canopied bed that appeared to have been finely crafted from ebony wood, and several matching chests along the wall. Bookshelves that could have been home in the great library on the lower levels lined the far walls.
You can rest here for the night,
Sincaria explained.
There is only one bed, I'm afraid. My father was never one for guests. If you need me, I'll be in the dungeons on the lowest level. I have research I must attend to. Where do you sleep?
Emmeline asked, pausing Sincaria as she was turning to leave. Whether out of exhaustion or fear, she had chosen to remain silent during their meeting with Galmaid. Either way, Roland could hardly blame her. He too was on the verge of curling up on the tiled floor and immediately passing out.
I don't sleep,
Sincaria replied plainly, a small smile forming on her red lips. She turned and moved through the doors, letting them silently sweep shut behind her. The runes did not return to their surface, leaving the iridescent black doors to retain their natural appearance. Roland unslung his musket and set it against the wall before collapsing back against it himself. He stared up at the ceiling and ran his hands across his face. Emmeline looked at the bed, then over at Roland. She too was on the verge of collapse.
The bed is big enough for both of us,
she said. Roland looked over at her and nodded. Neither wanted to fight. Neither of them had come to trust each other, but both had come to trust each other enough. They each took their own side of the bed, pulling the black silken sheets around themselves before immediately passing out. Roland winced from the pain in his ribs as he sat up in bed. He looked over and Emmeline was nowhere in sight. He swung his legs out of the bed and sat there for a moment, just thinking. It had taken 3 days on foot to reach the freelands from the Jurndali camp. Another day spent drinking and biding his time for the opportunity to strike Wakel, and yet another day traveling out to fight the Slide Rock Bolter before getting trapped in the mountain. A day of hiking along the Nether roads, then another to escape from the darkness and reach the tower. A week had passed. Half of his time gone. Fuck, Roland grumbled to himself, dragging his fingers down his face. Luque and Beogast were set for execution in 7 days, and he was no closer to killing Wakel. With the collapse of the cavern and no clear way back to the Freelands, he was beginning to fear he had missed his opportunity.
What's wrong, Longhunter?
Emmeline asked, stepping into the room.
Where were you?
Roland asked, deflecting away the question.
I was just talking with Sincaria.
Clever woman, Emmeline said. But truly, what's troubling you? I think I've earned a touch of trust. I can kill you in your sleep anyhow. Oh, don't give me that look. I was never going to kill you. You've got a chip on your shoulder and an itch to kill Wakel. I figured if I failed... Now you believe me? Roland said, raising his eyebrow. Sinkaria was persuasive, Emmeline replied. You should thank her. She spoke very highly of you, said that you were the trustworthy sort, kept your word no matter what. She said you were good at killing, too, and I've seen that firsthand. Did a good job of running Butch through, that sack of shit. I'm glad you approve, Roland replied. I more than approve, Emmeline shot back quickly. It was bad enough being a toy for Wakel, but having Butch keep his ever-watchful eye on me, I could rarely meet with Lyle and Nadine. His damn jealousy was too much to bear. He didn't really seem like he carried much of a torch for you, Roland replied. Not me, Emmeline said, tossing her hair out of her eyes. Oh, Roland said as the realization dawned on him. Don't matter no more, Emmeline said. He's dead, and we need to focus on Wakel. She began pacing the room. With Butch dead, and his men dead with him, this might be our best chance to strike. But my men... She paused, stopping in her tracks. Fuck. I'm sorry, Roland said. Emmeline shook her head as if to say it wasn't his fault. They had done what they could against the slide rock bolter. I don't mean to be insensitive, Roland began, pausing for a moment to let the words linger before continuing. But how many more do you have left? We'll need allies. 12. Add that to Nadine and Lyle's 20, and we still fall far short of Wakel's men. He always keeps a group of potentials on standby, young bucks hoping to get the Highwayman leathers and become captains, she explained. She stared at the black wall of the tower, as if she were staring through it out into the ether. What are his weaknesses? He has vices. The resin, you mean? Roland asked. Yeah, we could poison it, Emmeline muttered. Any poison we could make would take far too long, Roland replied. He didn't want to poison him. It seemed weak, cowardly, and it seemed too good for him. Besides, he was in a rush. Any of the poisons he put together from wild plants native to the region would take days to go into effect. Days he didn't have. You, Emmeline said, finally taking her eyes off the wall to fix them on him. Roland was intrigued. He's obsessed with you, she continued. For 10 years he did nothing but talk about you. If my brother was here, things would be different. My brother was the best fighter, the best shot. My brother, she said, doing a decent impersonation of Wakel. We get to the outskirts of the Freelands. I rush the gate and tell them that I desperately need to speak with Wakel. I inform him that we barely survived, and that you were injured during the cave-in, and fought on until we found an exit but collapsed a short ways outside of the gate. I tell him that I don't think you've got long. He'll be so distraught he'll rush right out. Alone? Without his men? Roland questioned. The plan was as thin as string, and balancing on it was the hope that he meant enough to a psychopath that said psychopath would act irrationally. He didn't like it, but it seemed like the best chance they had. A full-on attack with only a handful of men loyal to them and a prayer was out of the question. But so too was any other plan that might take too long, and risk Luque and Beogast's life. He ain't a complete fool, Emmeline admitted. He'll round up who he can, but mustering a whole group late at night while he's in a rush, it'll be a handful of men, at most 5 or 6. I'll do my best to order as many away beforehand as I can. It's not the best plan, Roland grumbled. But for starters, we need to get back to the Freelands, he said as he heaved himself up from the bed and walked over towards the door. Emmeline followed. They made their way down the winding stairs towards the dungeons, where Sinkaria was staying. When they reached her, Roland was relieved to not find the Red Wizard with her. It was one thing to face overwhelming odds or near certain death, but another altogether to face someone who could stop you in your tracks with a thought, like trying to stare down a heart attack. It's nice of you to finally join me, Sinkaria said. She was standing beside a desk, scrawling notes on a piece of parchment. She occasionally glanced up at the sprawling alchemy set that ringed the walls. Roland's mother might have dabbled in medicinal herbs and poultices, but he hadn't the faintest idea what any of the various glass tubes and flasks were called or what they were used for. I apologize for not being a better host, but I've been dreadfully busy,
She paused, glancing over at Roland with a subtle smile. You needed your rest anyway. Emmeline told me all about your little adventure. Roland looked over at Emmeline. The black-clad highwaywoman was leaning casually against the wall. Should he just lay out all of his cards? Maybe Sincaria would be more willing to assist him if he explained the situation with Baelgas and Luque fully. He had already planned with Emmeline on how to kill Wakel, and he would have to trust her to not simply notify him and ambush him in the woods. Emmeline learning about Baelgas and Luque would do little to further worsen their already tenuous situation.
Baelgas and Luque, they're trapped in a Jundali camp.
Roland explained.
I have less than a week to kill a bandit and return to them with his head as proof, or the Jundali will execute them.
Sincaria sketched some more notes down onto her parchment without looking up. A pity, she muttered. I do hope you can help them. I'm dreadfully busy, I'm afraid. Too busy to interject personally.
Too busy to help your friends, you mean?
Roland said, letting his anger tinge his words. He didn't care if she or her father were offended. If they decided to kill him or turn him into something unnatural. She had traveled with them. They had shared meals around the campfire and fought together. How could she be so callous? Sincaria paused momentarily. She laid down her quill and stepped away from her notes to walk towards Roland. He stood his ground as she approached, eyes fixed on her. She slowly opened her robes, unfastening an underlayer. This took him aback. His demeanor faltered. She exposed the insectoid breastplate across her chest. You inquired about this yesterday, she asked. Roland nodded. This is symbiotic armor. It has a different name in Cadera. I acquired it during my time there. It helped me overcome an illness of the blood that I inherited from my mother. The downside, one of the downsides, is that it requires a good deal of nutrients to sustain itself. Nutrients it draws from my body. Whereas it allows me to live longer, heal quicker, and cleanses me of diseases, there are times when I must rest. Hibernate, if you will, for long periods of time. Months. She paused before continuing. Longhunter, a war is coming. A war that, unlike my father, I wish to partake in. I do not wish to sequester myself away in this tower and sleep through it, so I'm trying to negate this issue as quickly as possible by creating a nutrient-dense elixir that I can feed to it. Roland stared at her, mouth agape. She fastened her robes, closed again, and abruptly turned away, walking back over to her desk to attend to her work. The White Witch was an oddity beyond comprehension. Roland couldn't imagine the things she had seen in her unnaturally long life. He could scarcely wrap his head around the concept of armor that was alive and feeding off of its wearer like a host. He didn't care. He briskly walked up to Sincaria's side.
Get me to the freelance. I'm running out of time. Use whatever spells you or your father know to do it.
So forceful, she whispered. She again stopped what she was doing and looked over to meet his eyes. I like this side of you. She sighed and set the quill down once more. It would take just as much time to kill you as it would to help you, and clearly I'll not be able to get any work done with you around, so come along. Roland and Emmeline followed her over to the spiral stairs, and up they went, floor after floor, until they were once again at the doors to Gallowmaid's chambers. Roland had a brief concern that Sincaria might be leading them to their deaths, leading them to her father to have him turn them into ash. He shook away the thought and followed her through the black doors. The Red Wizard was hunkered over at the far side of the room, writing in his own book, a great tome larger than any Roland had ever seen. He was scribbling furiously and hadn't taken notice of them. Sincaria pressed one of her delicate fingers to her lips to shush them. They quietly made their way over towards one of the black ebon mirrors on the wall. The Red Wizard stopped writing and Sincaria paused. Emmeline and Roland did the same, freezing in place. For a moment, the wizard stared off into space, looking up at nothing in particular. The bald spot at the back of his head, ringed by long, gray hair, aimed in their direction. Then he looked back down at his work and continued his mad scribbling. Sincaria pointed towards an ebon mirror. On its surface was a view of the freelance from above. Roland guessed that the mirror's other side was nestled somewhere amidst the mountains outside of the city, somewhere in a small cave. He wondered if it had always been there, or if the Red Wizard positioned it there at some point to keep an eye on the city. He looked around at the others. Each ebon mirror seemed to overlook a major settlement. The ones he hadn't recognized from earlier, ones looking into foreign cultures he had only heard of in books,
Mynostian cities with great stone temples and buildings made from the shells of massive long-dead insects. Elvunian castles and palaces, Norgard's frigid tundra were all on display. But now that he was able to look more closely, he noticed more familiar sights. Stilton, Fort Daggerwood, Black Harvest, Noxton, Last Respite, and North Crossing. Each had a dedicated mirror. North Crossings, he noted, had been positioned atop the great tower central to the city. It allowed the perfect view of all the goings-on without drawing too much attention. A black mirror set into the wall of a black tower said to be cursed, a tower avoided by all who valued their lives. Sincaria waved them in closer and spoke to the mirror quietly in a whisper. At first, the words sounded like a chorus of whispers all struggling to form a coherent sound. Sincaria closed her eyes and appeared to focus. The words all joined, mingling together to form one single word. Parava, Parava, Parava. She spoke over and over again. The border of the mirror glowed, and the intricate runes, all linked together by a singular line, blazed white momentarily. Then the image across its surface became even clearer than before. So clear that Roland thought he might be able to reach through it and retrieve a rock on the other side. Sincaria stopped repeating the word and opened her eyes. She looked at Roland and Emmeline, then gestured with her hand towards the mirror. Go. Roland looked back at her with knitted eyebrows, then at the mirror. He moved his hand towards its surface and, much to his surprise, it passed straight through with no resistance. It was as if a hole had been opened in the wall, a hole that led to the cavern overlooking the Freelands. He looked back at Emmeline, who let out a short gasp. He shrugged, then ducked his head down through the spot where the surface of the mirror had been. He stepped through to the other side and found himself in a cave. He looked back. A black mirror frame rested against the wall, and through it he saw into the wizard's tower. Emmeline cracked her neck, then stepped through. Roland caught her on the other side. Sincaria peered through the mirror at them from the other side. Good luck, Longhunter, she whispered, and in a moment the mirror went black. Only the dull reflections of the cave, Roland and Emmeline, remained on its black surface. Roland and Emmeline stepped away from the mirror and walked towards the edge of the cavern. The Freeland sprawled out below, emblazoned in sunlight. Roland looked over at Emmeline. Tonight is the night, he said. Emmeline nodded solemnly.
Chapter 11. A Glorious Life.
You know, I had a pretty good time with you and Roland, Beogest said. The reflection of the bonfire gave his wistful red eyes a luster like two polished rubies. Luque looked around at the Jundali camp, at the bindings on he and Beogest's wrists and ankles, then back at Lonato, the chieftain's son, who had stood guard over them most every day since Roland had departed, pacing with a tomahawk at his side, ready and willing to carry out their execution at a moment's notice. Surely you jest, he said. We're awaiting execution. Beogest nodded. Aye, but the fishing, that was a damned good time. Luque ignored the Norgardian and glanced around camp. There wasn't much to do as prisoner of the Jundali, save for wait. Roland had been gone for 4 days, and Luque was beginning to worry. He wanted to have faith in his friend, but after so many days his worries and fears had begun to find cracks in his otherwise stony resolve. Beogest looked over at his two-headed axe, leaning against a leather satchel beneath the tarpaulin. Luque wondered what he was thinking. It was certainly not the time to try and make an escape. He had thought on the topic numerous times and had come to the conclusion that the best time to make an escape was late at night, when Lonato had switched shifts with another Jundali. Lonato was far too eager and willing to met out their execution personally. The other Jundali seemed less personally invested in their deaths. If you execute me, bury me with my axe, Beogest said, still staring at the weapon. When we execute you, Lonato sneered, we will leave that overly heavy hunk of steel behind to rust. Beogest twisted and kicked at Lonato, who laughed and hopped back away from his reach. Luque shook his head. A pointless debate. Roland will return. He said he would. He is a very reliable sort. We just have to sit and wait patiently. I hate sitting and waiting, Beogest grumbled. The sun was beginning to disappear beneath the trees, casting the camp in shadows when another Jundali came to relieve Lonato from his position as guard. Luque looked over at Beogest's axe. The intricate engravings across its surface glistened in the light of the fire. It looked valuable.
important, like it had a story to tell. Why is that axe so important to you, Beogast? Luke asked. Was my father's. Beogast replied simply. I thought you disliked your father, Luke said, thinking back to the very first time he had met Beogast when he announced that he would not die in his bed but on the field of battle. At the time, he had expressed disdain towards his father's death of old age. Nay, I loved me father, Beogast said plainly. He was a good da. He elaborated. Taught me to fish, hunt, fight, everything I know. Many other fathers died gloriously in battle in the Ettenwood. Mine stayed behind, said his fighting days were over, stayed with me, and me ma. Then what is your problem with the way he died? Luke asked. Why fixate on a glorious death? He'll not be remembered in Greenskogger. He'll not have his name carved in the caverns below. No tales will be sung of him by the skalds. Beogast replied, meeting eyes with Luke. Luke could see the pain in the Norgardian's eyes. Their culture was a strange one that he didn't fully understand. My mother and father were never around, always traveling about the continent to attend balls and dances with the other great house nobles. I was mostly raised by nannies and manservants, Luke explained. Your father chose to be a father, unlike the fathers of those Norgardians. Unlike my father. To the stitched lands with Greenskogger and its memorials. He might not have had a glorious death, but it sounds to me like he had a glorious life, and that is far more important. You wouldn't understand, Beogast grumbled. What was his name? Luke asked. Eogan, Beogast said. Eogan? Luke repeated. Perhaps I'll write a poem about him, immortalize him in song, or... You never even met the man, Beogast said, interrupting him. No, but you could tell me about him. Give me every detail, Luke explained. You could pass your memories of him to me, and I'll put them to parchment. Good fathers deserve to be remembered. Aye, Beogast replied. If we make it back to the road, I'll tell you all about him. It's a deal, then, Luke said with a smile. The Jundali had gathered around the various fires around camp to cook dinner for the evening. Luke and Beogast eagerly awaited their dinner. Despite their internment, every meal was a high point. The Jundali knew the lands of Weystra better than anyone else, and as a result they had mastered the native cuisine. Highwayman, the chieftain's daughter, would come around whenever it was time to eat, assist with the cooking, and present Luke and Beogast their meals. Luke had thought it impressive that the chieftain had his own children taking care of prisoners. Back in Elvoon, prisoners would be sequestered away in dark, stone-walled dungeons and only attended to by guards who had little investment in the prisoner's well-being. All in all, their treatment by the Jundali was quite pleasant by comparison. Luke watched Highwayman as she gathered up a skewer of fish that had been roasted over the fire and brought it over. She delivered it to Beogast first, along with a side of bread made from the flour of ground-up acorns. She then gathered up another cooked fish and gave it to Luke, smiling at him as she did so. Despite the bread being more than hearty enough to fill his stomach, she slipped him an extra piece wrapped in a leaf. Beogast noticed this and rolled his eyes as he tucked into his fish. As the last blues of the sky faded to black and the stars took their places beside the moon, Luke watched the tribe as they sung beside the fire. He knew not what they sang of, but it was beautiful to hear. The children played with Rusty, the great Elvunian mastiff, while the young men and women flirted and laughed, and the elders smoked and told stories of old times. Although he didn't understand their words, he understood people, and despite all the differences between their cultures, at their heart they were the same. In an instant, the joy and celebration diminished. A young Jundali equipped with an arquebus rushed up to the chieftain Wanbli beside the fire and leaned in to whisper something into his ear. The chieftain's expression faltered and dropped to a scowl. He stood up at once and called out a word Luke didn't understand. The young men of the tribe began dousing the fires with dirt, while the women moved to gather up the children and disassemble camp. Rusty bounded over to stand guard beside Beogast, instinctively sensing danger through the chaos. What is happening? Luke called out. The chieftain kept yelling out orders as the camp was being packed up and prepared to move at a rapid pace. He made his way over to Luke and Beogast. They are coming. We need to move, Chieftain Wanbli explained solemnly. Luke felt his heart skip in his chest. Who were coming?
Did Roland get killed and the highwaymen of the Freelands come to attack the Jundali? They seemed so safe, so isolated amidst the limestone bluffs and forested hills of the valley.
Ooh,
Beogas called out.
Give me my axe. I'll take them. We are not sure. They come from the north,
Chieftain Wanblee explained.
They wear tall hats and have creatures in cages leading them.
Witch hunters, Luque muttered to himself, remembering his encounter with Merald and the tall, distinct hats they had worn atop their heads. But how did they find us here?
Beogas nodded knowingly. Sincaria warned me of them. Told me we ought to put distance between ourselves and the Reformed Church of Aldura. She claimed they had beasts that they captured what can detect changes to the world. Spells cast.
But we don't cast spells, Luque argued.
I am afraid we must break our promise to Roland,
Chieftain Wanblee explained.
I will not have you killed, but we cannot bring you with us.
He gave an order in Jundali, and his personal guard quickly and eagerly rushed off to assist the other young men in tearing down camp and preparing for battle.
Then cut us free,
Beogas growled.
Let me at them. I am sorry,
Chieftain Wanblee said.
We're to leave you behind. We cannot free you and risk you assisting our pursuers. The decision has been made.
Before Luque and Beogas could utter a word in protest to the chieftain, he had hurried off to assist the camp's tear-down efforts. Rusty, Luque said. Rusty, bite the bindings. He brandished his tied-up hands towards the mastiff's face. The big, red-furred dog tilted his head inquisitively, but did not bite the bindings nor tear at them. Damned it all!
If I can get to me axe,
Beogas grunted, flopping down on his sides. The way their wrists and ankles were bound made it nearly impossible to move with any degree of efficacy. He wobbled around on the ground like a fish out of water, struggling to make his way around the smoldering coals of the fire towards his axe. This is hopeless, Luque cried.
Bah,
Beogas growled, twisting and writhing against the dirt. He had positioned himself on his stomach and begun attempting forward like an inchworm. Had the situation not been so dire, Luque might have laughed at the sight.
We were facing execution. Now we're free. Our situation has improved.
Improved? Have you met these witch hunters? They wanted to burn me at the stake for selling some damn dyed water. Luque gasped. They'll torture us. We were facing death. Now we're facing torture. That's not an improvement.
Nay, we won't die.
Beogas inched forward. Gunshots filled the trees in the distance, like cracks of thunder. Luque watched the flashes, like lightning illuminating the distant treetops. The witch hunters must have had scouts, too, and knew of the Jundali's position. It would be minutes until they were on them, and Beogas was making no real progress towards reaching his axe. The camp had been almost completely torn down and looked deserted. Skins, stakes, oiled tents, and cloth blankets were gathered up and ready to move. Roland's horses, Amity and Bell, had been recruited to the cause and were being piled with supplies. In moments, they were gone. The remaining women, old and young, had taken many of the horses and fled south. The men, old and young, had gathered up arms and taken places in the trees to better fire down upon the invaders. The gunshots volleyed back and forth at the tree line where the camp had once ended. Flashes from the canopies and from the forest below filled the air in a near-constant barrage that hurt the ears. Smoke from the gunfire gathered like clouds of fog across the desolate camp. They were close. Too close. Luque knew that the witch hunters would be upon them soon. All hope seemed lost. Highwayman appeared from the fog amidst the abandoned camp and rushed to Luque's side. She removed a small, sharp dagger from a leather sheath on her hip and moved to slash the bindings at his wrists. Rusty interposed himself between Luque and Highwayman and barked a warning. No, boy, no, it's all right, Luque called out. Rusty looked over at him and, appearing to understand, moved away to allow her forward. Beogas paused, laying on his stomach, and gaped in disbelief at the sight as she slashed the bindings from his wrists and ankles, freeing him. Thank you, my dear, Luque said, gazing into her eyes. She smiled at him, and he smiled back. Come, we must free my friend. He pointed over at Beogas, and she helped cut him loose as well.
I can't believe staring at her worked.
Beogas let out a laugh, rubbing the marks on his wrists left from the bindings.
You'll have to teach me your ways when we get to a tavern.
He grabbed up his axe and squinted towards the smoke-strewn wastes that were once a bustling camp. Several silhouettes appeared, moving forward. Gunshots continued ringing out in the distance.
We must hurry, Luque said to Beogast. We have to get her out of here, he said, gesturing to Highway.
She took his hand and pulled on it, having the same idea. Rusty looked back and forth at Beogast, then at Luque and Highway.
Nay,
Beogast growled.
You take her and keep her safe. I'll hold them off. Glorious death!
He howled and charged into the fog of war towards the group of men. Rusty barked loudly and gave chase. The stout, muscular man vanished into the smoke alongside the mighty Elvunian mastiff, with his axe raised high. Luque stared for a moment, mouth agape, too shocked to call out in protest. He looked over at Highway as she continued pulling on his arm, glaring at him as if he was a fool, urging him to move. He nodded, and together they ran. The mountains behind the camp proved impassable, so they took the only route available to them, down the side of the mountain towards the south. The way south skirted the bluffs, but was close enough to the battle that Luque continued to hear shots as they ran. Occasionally, cracks and snaps issued out of the forest around them, mundane sounds that could have been mistaken for heavy rain droplets, but Luque knew them for what they were, bullets that had missed their mark and were striking trees frighteningly close to them. Luque and Highway rushed down a steep hill, stumbling and tripping but maintaining their balance. It was night, and they could only move so fast in the forest, darkened by the canopy of the trees overhead. When they found a clearing, Luque spotted the river reflecting the stars and the waxing moon. It had been full only a few nights prior and still gave off enough light to see well without the trees overhead. In the distance, Luque could see the Jundali women and children moving rapidly away on horseback. More gunfire. The surrounding forest erupted with flashes of light. Another group of witch hunters were positioned downriver, lying in wait for ambush. They were surrounded on all sides. Highway gasped at the sight, horrified. She froze in place, still clutching Luque's hand. I don't know what to do, Luque said. He knew Highway didn't understand him. He wanted to comfort her. He wanted to lie to her and tell her everything would be all right. A droll voice with a rasp issued out behind him and made the hairs on his neck stand at attention.
Warlock,
it hissed. The voice was familiar from before, despite now having a strained hiss about it, and Luque immediately knew to whom it belonged. It was the voice that had haunted his nightmares since he had first met the man, Morald.
I could recognize those golden locks anywhere,
he chuckled. Luque turned to face the man, still clutching Highway's hand as much for his own state of mind as to comfort her. Morald appeared like a specter, straight out of his nightmares. His wide brim hat shielded his face from the moonlight, shadowing it so it looked like little more than a black shade animating his clothing. A kerchief, black and lace, was tied around the witch hunter's neck, betraying his humanity and concealing the scar Roland had given him. To Morald's left, a witch hunter stood, saber on his hip, holding an arquebus aloft towards Luque. To his right, another stood, holding the chain to a cage where a bloated, hideous creature was held. The creature was unlike anything Luque had laid eyes on before. Highway recoiled at the sight of it. It was a floating bag of folded flesh, and between the folds of its flesh, small, finger-like appendages waggled in Luque's direction. Morald spoke again.
As you see, you cannot escape me, Warlock. I will track you to the very ends of Alder if I have to. After having my throat sutured, I immediately set out with my best men, the best I could muster, to track you to Black Harvest, following rumors of a black Longhunter and a blonde Elvunian, and from there, my little friend here.
He moved to run his hand along the iron cage concealing the abomination.
Helped us to track a large use of magic in the Splinterwood. A mile of forest scorched to the ground. You left quite the trail.
I'm not a bloody warlock, Luque screamed at him. I sold ink and water to rich old folks who thought it would grow their hair back or help them keep erect longer. I don't know a goddess-damned bit of magic.
And yet here we are,
Morald hissed back.
Kill the girl and take the warlock.
The witch hunter on the left moved to aim at Highway, but Luque put himself between them without a second thought, ushering her to stand behind him.
The witch hunter holding the arquebus jerked back as an arrow appeared directly in the spot above his nose and between his eyes. He fell limply forward, his arquebus tumbling to the dirt. Morald's eyes darted around. He drew his pistol with his left hand and his saber with his right. The other witch hunter, still gripping the chain to the strange eldritch creature, drew his own pistol. Another arrow struck the witch hunter holding the chain to the creature. He released it and tumbled down, still gripping his pistol, but clutched his throat with his free hand. The caged creature floated up and knocked against the nearby oak tree, getting trapped in its boughs. Morald fixed his eyes on the forest and fired his pistol. A yell followed the shot. Morald tucked his pistol away in its holster and kept his saber out in front of him. Lonato stumbled forth from the forest, his bleeding right arm slack at his side. In his left hand, he held a tomahawk. He glared at the witch hunter, teeth gritted against the pain.
Ordinarily, I don't debase myself by hunting savages,
Morald drawled.
I leave such tasks with the bounty hunters. But there are medicine men and witch doctors among your kind, are there not? Perhaps I could convince Head Priestess Jeanette that this little extermination was worth the effort.
Savages? Luque yelled. You burn people at the stake. You torture people.
Gullinist, take my sister away from here. Keep her safe. We overtook the bounty hunters to the south. The way is clear,
Lonato said, keeping his eyes on Morald as he slowly moved forward.
The boy thinks he can fight, does he?
Morald's toothy smile shone through the shadow of his hat. Lonato charged, swinging his tomahawk at Morald, but Morald parried. Luque took Highway's hand and made to turn south, but before they could, the fight was already finished. Lonato's head rolled past their feet. Highway let out a cry and covered her face.
The naivete of youth,
Morald remarked. Luque looked at the saber resting beside one of the witch hunter's bodies. Morald followed his gaze to it and smiled.
You really mean to fight? You? From the first moment we met, I could smell the wretched scent of cowardice on you. You are no warlock. I know this. I've always known this. Now that my companions are dead and it is just us, allow me to let you in on a secret. I don't care. I enjoy what I do. When I sleep at night, I sleep heavy, dreaming of the screams of those I roast in the brazen bull. When I think of the pins I'll drive beneath your nails, a shiver of ecstasy runs across my skin. Oh, the things I'll do to you.
He moved to the sword and kicked it over to Luque.
But go ahead. Pick it up. Let us play together.
Luque let go of Highway's hand and knelt down. With a trembling hand, he grabbed onto the grip of the saber. He was shaking so hard from adrenaline and fear that he dropped it at once. Morald let out a laugh. Highway gasped, the full realization that her fate was sealed setting in on her. Luque straightened up, blade out ahead of him. He mimicked Morald's stance as best as he could, hoping it would lend some proficiency where there was none. Go! Luque yelled to Highway, swinging the blade at Morald. Morald parried it deftly, moving in close enough to backhand Luque to the ground. Highway ran down the path south. Morald watched her leave. The pistol on his hip was spent. Otherwise, Luque was sure he would have fired on her. Luque got up to his feet and held his saber aloft again. Morald fixed his eyes upon him, devilish eyes that glistened like marbles beneath the brim of his hat.
Come, make another attack,
Morald chuckled. Luque charged, point forward, but Morald simply guided the point of his blade away with the side of his saber and caught him. Luque felt Morald's black, leather-gauntleted fingers wrap around his wrist and squeeze impossibly hard. The blade fell from his hand as Morald shouldered him and sent him tumbling.
You're defeated, boy,
Morald said, lowering the point of his saber to Luque's throat. He approached him, kneeling down while keeping his blade ready to slash his neck at a moment's notice. Luque felt his heart racing in his chest. He had stood up to Morald. He had helped Highway escape. At least he did that.
Come on, boy. We have a long trip back to North Crossing.
Morald laughed, seizing him by his ponytail, violently jerking him up from the ground. The valley was filled with a fog of smoke and the pungent stench of blood and gunpowder.
Luque was being directed back north at the point of Merald's saber. Every once in a while, when his pace slowed, he felt the prod of Merald's saber. The point pierced the leather of his coat and just barely cut into the flesh of his back. It would indeed be a long journey back to North Crossing. Luque thought on all the horrible ways Merald might amuse himself along the journey. He might have been brave in that moment, defending Highway from the witch hunters, but that bravery was temporary, a fleeting wave of optimism that had since receded into an ocean of hopelessness. A little ways ahead on the trail, through the dense gray smoke, Luque spotted two silhouettes, the silhouette of a short, stout, muscular man, and that of a very large dog. As they neared the pair, Merald noticed them and came to a stop. They emerged from the smoky fog, Bayogas and Rusty, covered in blood, though it wasn't their own.
"You got something what belongs to me,"
Bayogas said. Luque wasn't sure how he felt about belonging to Bayogas, but was relieved to see him.
"Give him back."
"Another toy to play with,"
Merald sneered. He swatted Luque in the face with the flat side of his saber, knocking him to the ground, and stepped out in front of him. Rusty growled a low and terrifying growl that even set Luque's heart to racing. Rusty charged first. Merald swung down with his saber, slashing the big dog across one of his jowls, causing him to yelp out in pain. Bayogas swung his axe back, his feet nearly leaving the ground as he brought the axe down at Merald in the opening Rusty provided. The axe found its mark, Merald's left shoulder. It hacked so deeply that the clavicle bone snapped and the muscles of the witch hunter's shoulder separated. Blood spouted forth, bubbling and spraying from the mighty wound. The witch hunter's wide-brimmed hat toppled from his head to the floor, revealing the face of a man. An ordinary man, not a monster. Luque knew he wasn't a monster, but on some level it was jarring to see his face, to have it laid out so plainly that it wasn't some horror from the woods perpetuating such evil, but an ordinary man. With his last dying breath, Merald drove his saber up into Bayogas' side, then fell limply back to the ground. Bayogas pulled his axe from Merald's shoulders, allowing the two hunks of torso to separate, and stumbled back against a nearby tree. Luque and Rusty rushed over to him. The saber was still protruding from his side, nearly to the hilt. Rusty licked at the wound, and Bayogas grumbled, pushing the dog away and tussling the fur on his head.
"Fuck,"
Bayogas grunted.
"Done in by a priest."
He surreptitiously touched the blade embedded in his side and winced.
"Not a clean blow either. Hit in the gut."
"We can fix this," Luque said, kneeling down at his side. "We just need to find someone to fix this."
"Unless you know a fucking necromancer, I'm done for,"
Bayogas said, letting out a slight laugh.
"This deep in the wilds, I've got 12 hours tops."
"Goddess damn it all," Luque cried, punching the tree beside them. Tears were welling up in his eyes. He could feel it. It was difficult to swallow. He didn't want Bayogas to see him. Bayogas wasn't tearing up. Bayogas was strong, and he was the one dying.
"Bury me with my axe, Luke,"
Bayogas said. Luque began, but had to choke back his tears. "My name is Luque, damn it, you know this."
I know,"
Bayogas chuckled, wincing from the pain.
"I always thought Luke sounded better, less flowery and highfalutin."
Rusty whimpered from beside Bayogas. Luque knew it was not from the pain emanating from the poor dog's slashed cheek. He was a tough dog. He was accustomed to pain. He was whimpering for the loss of a friend. Bayogas continued absent-mindedly rubbing the dog's head, staring at the stars. A realization dawned on Luque, and he stifled a small laugh as the tears tumbled over his cheeks. "You didn't yell glorious death when you attacked."
"Nay,"
Bayogas replied.
"I had been thinking about what you said, about my father and how he had lived. He was a hero, my da. He didn't die to have a glorious death. He lived for those he cared about."
There was a long pause as Bayogas stared up at the stars.
"Norgard, land of cunts, and I've been the biggest cunt of them all. I didn't yell glorious death when I charged, because I wasn't intending on dying. I was fighting to defend me friend."
Luque lowered his face into his hands and the tears rushed out. Despite not knowing Bayogas for very long, he had become a good friend. The shortness of their time together didn't diminish that. In fact, it felt as if he had had a future of good times and memories stolen from him. He grabbed onto his friend's hand. He swallowed deeply and regained his composure as best as he could. "Tell me of your father. We have about 12 hours, right?"
"Aye,"
Bayogas said, a smile crossing his lips.
Then tell me about him. Tell me about Yogden, Luque said. I'll remember every word and commit it to the page, I swear it.
And he did. For the next few hours, Beogas told Luque stories about his father Yogden. He told him of the time he and his father had encountered a lindworm while on a boar hunt and had to fight it with only a sharpened stick, and about the time he was little and he had brought a troll cat home and asked to keep it as a pet. He told him stories that were funny and those that were sad. He told him everything he could remember about his father, and in doing so, he told Luque a lot about himself. Luque would remember everything that Beogas had told him, and, months later, when he would eventually make it back to Black Harvest, he would put it all to parchment. Beogas and Yogden, the tale of two heroes. As the sun came up, Luque buried Beogas with Rusty's help. He buried him in the forest just off the beaten path along the river. He marked the spot with the largest stones he could find. He buried him with his axe.
Chapter 12. The Death of a Highwayman.
Emmeline approached the gates of the Freelands. She had seen the gates so many times, but somehow they looked different. For over a decade, they had welcomed her home from various excursions, raids, and sojourns into the northern lands of Weystra, but now they were standing between her and her goal. She approached, letting the lantern light reveal her presence. "Halt!" The guard stationed at the gate called out, but trailed off mid-sentence. "Emmeline?" he asked. "Let me in. I need to report to Wakel." Emmeline yelled out to him. Without a question, the guard whistled down to two others stationed at the base of the palisades. They heaved a log out from the locking mechanism and moved it to the side to open the gates. Emmeline hurriedly rushed inside. "Wait, what happened? We heard you and Butch went out and fought some monster." She paused, clutching her side as if she were injured. "It were as big as a whale. Killed Butch and the men. Me and the Longhunter escaped into a cave, but he's deathly injured." They looked as though they believed it. The story was believable. Before they could ask any questions that might poke holes in her story, she added, "Hurry to the southern gate, in case it caught our scent. That's an order." They nodded, though the fear was evident on their faces, and quickly hurried into town toward the southern gates. Emmeline left the northern gate ajar behind her and headed in after them, keeping her distance. She glanced around, checking for any guards on patrol, taking care to send them to the southern gate as well. "You there, southern gate, a monster was sighted," she called out to a guard. "You, southern gate, monster sighting. Wakel and I will meet you there," she yelled to another a ways up the path. She continued up the hill towards Wakel's shack, clearing a swath through the city. She stepped up to the door to Wakel's shack. Tiny, the new recruit that was neither tall nor short, was seated in his chair. He looked tired, like he'd been working day and night, and he had a massive bruise over the right side of his face and a black eye. Maybe he was the only man left that Wakel fully trusted. Maybe Wakel just didn't like the kid and wanted to test his limits. Emmeline wasn't sure. "Emmeline?" Tiny gasped at the sight of her. "Everyone thought you were dead. Is Butch and the Longhunter with you?" "Butch is dead. The Longhunter's injured. I need to get to Wakel," Emmeline explained, wincing against the non-existent pain in her side. I'll get the door," Tiny said, jumping up from his chair. He removed the key from his pocket and unlocked it, then gave it 2 hard knocks. "Be careful in there. He's been in a right state. A couple of men made it back and told everyone what had happened, that you, Butch, and Roland were all dead. He's been smoking and drinking non-stop, hardly leaving his room save to holler and rant at everyone." Emmeline pushed the door open. Bits of moonlight spread out through the darkened room. Slumped over in his bed, back against the wall, was Wakel. A glowing gold ember sat in the pipe slack in his hand at his side. "Wakel?" she asked. Was he dead? Had he overdosed on sorrow and resin? Emmeline could scarcely believe it. Then he stirred awake. "What, Roland?" Wakel asked. His body jerked sharply and he fell out of bed, his pipe skittering across the wooden floor, knocking into the wall. Emmeline rushed down to his side to help him up. Could she kill him now? She hadn't brought a knife, but perhaps she could throttle him, strangle him in his weakened state. She looked back at Tiny, who looked on worriedly. Tiny, who had an arquebus on his back and a saber at his side. No, it would have to wait. "It's Emmeline," Emmeline said. "I'm here." "Roland, where's my brother?" he asked, dazed, as he glanced around and tried to gain his bearings. "Roland!" He pushed past her and shoved Tiny aside to peer out into the darkened city. "Roland!" "He's injured," Emmeline said, her voice shaky. She hated him. For over a decade, she had imagined killing him. For over a decade, she had played along, pretending to warm up to him, to be his girl. He had taken a decade of her life, and for what? He didn't even care that she was alive.
Injured?
Wakel asked, stumbling forward to brace himself in the doorframe.
Take me to him,
he mumbled out, almost incoherently.
Now!
He screamed. Wakel stared at Emmeline from the doorway. She looked afraid, worried. Good. Scared folk are easy to trust. But was she afraid of him or for him? Wakel had no idea. The room was hazy and the sleep had yet to leave his eyes. He cleared his throat of phlegm.
Lead me to him,
he said in a more calm and measured tone. Roland, his brother, injured. He had thought that he had lost everyone. Roland, Butch, Emmeline. The freelance were turning against him, and that damn beast had taken everyone that mattered from him. He had thought he was alone in a pit of vipers, that Nadine and Lyle would strike any day and take the last thing he had left, his life. But no, that was not going to happen. Things were changing. Roland was injured, but maybe he could be saved. Maybe he could nurse him back to health and the two of them could run the freelance together. I'll take you, come on, Emmeline said, rushing past him under his outstretched arm through the door. She was clutching her side when she came in, wasn't she? She had just moved like she was fine. Only she and Roland survived? Fuck. Was this a trap? Wakel watched her as she paused just outside the doorway and touched her side again as if it were injured. Fucking bitch. Lying bitch. Fucking Roland. This was a trap.
I need a hit to, wake myself up,
Wakel said.
Clear my head for the journey.
He staggered back into the darkened shack and grabbed the pipe up off the floor. The ember had remained inside, stuck to the bottom, and there was still some life in it. He inhaled. The tingling feeling of hot smoke and ash tickled his throat and lungs. Then the rush came. For a moment, the room seemed much clearer as the blood vessels throbbed in his eyes. A newfound energy surged through him. He felt awake again. We have to hurry, Emmeline said. Her demeanor seemed authentic. She seemed truly concerned. Maybe she was. Maybe Rolly was injured and she was telling the truth, or maybe she was worried her plan was beginning to unravel. He might die. He's real injured. Wakel strapped his pistol to his hip. I'm coming, he called out. He moved to his black leather highwayman jacket hanging on the wall beside the door and unhooked it. Behind it, resting atop another hook, was his tricorn hat. He threw the jacket over his shoulders and placed the hat atop his head. Emmeline didn't take her eyes off of him.
Darling, go fetch some men. The forest is dangerous at night,
Wakel said. There's no time, Emmeline began to protest but was interrupted.
That's an order,
Wakel yelled. She nodded and disappeared from the doorway, leaving Tiny glancing after her, confused. Wakel walked over to him and watched her move a short distance from the shack and give orders to a couple of guards on patrol to follow her. He looked over at Tiny.
You got an iron strapped?
He asked the young man.
Yes, sir,
Tiny replied.
Give it here, son,
Wakel said.
I need it for something.
Of course, Tiny replied, beginning to remove his pistol.
No,
Wakel stopped him.
I need the holster, too.
But, sir, Tiny began, but Wakel raised his hand to silence him.
You want another bruise over your other eye to match?
Wakel growled. Tiny unfastened the holster from his side and handed it to Wakel. Wakel took it and lifted the leather flap at the back of his coat to affix it to his belt at the small of his back. A little extra insurance if things were to go south.
Our little secret,
he said to Tiny, giving him a wink. Emmeline returned to them with two men in tow, each carrying an oil lantern, each with a pistol and a saber at their sides, but only two men. Wakel knew she had been setting him up. The nighttime patrol in the freelance had always been sparse. It's difficult to get a group of cutthroats and outlaws to stay out all night without putting a drink in their hand, but two men was downright laughable.
These two are all you could gather up?
Wakel asked, eyes fixed on Emmeline in the golden glow of the flickering lamplight. She nodded.
Time is of the damned essence, Wakel, Emmeline replied. The Longhunter's badly injured. His insides got smashed by a cave-in. He won't last long. I couldn't carry him far from the cave we climbed out of.
All right, Wakel nodded. Let's hurry then.
He looked over at Tiny.
Come on, you too, kid. Keep that saber ready.
Yes, sir, Tiny replied. Wakel followed Emmeline, Tiny, and the two men down the hill away from his shack towards the northern gates. All along the way, he scanned the city for signs of patrols he could call over, but found none. Had Emmeline told the men to disperse in advance? Was she that clever? He scoffed audibly at the thought. "What's wrong?" Emmeline called back. She had heard him. She was fixated on his every move.
"Just can't find good help anywhere, can I?"
Wakel said, laughing to himself. They approached the northern gate and found it ajar.
"Now this is strange," he said aloud. "I could have sworn I always keep this gate watched by 3 men at night. 1 up top, 2 down on the ground, and I could have sworn I keep the damn thing locked."
"I sent them away," Emmeline said, meeting Wakel's eyes with her own. The remaining eye was big, blue, seemingly innocent. It could fool a lot of men. Wakel stared into it, searching for the lie as she continued. "The Slide Rock Bolter. I didn't want it to attack the camp from the south. The thing was terrifying." Wakel began to wonder if it was possible he was mistaken. Maybe the resin in the whiskey had addled his brain. Fuck. He had been getting more paranoid, more suspicious as of late. If Roland really was dying and he didn't get there in time, he would never forgive himself. If he let his brother die, alone, in a dark forest, because of some concocted betrayal, he didn't know what he would do.
"You,"
Wakel called out to the remaining guard atop the palisades.
"Come on. We're going on an expedition."
Better to be safe than sorry. If this was a trap, the more men he had, the better. If it wasn't, it was another man to help haul Roland back to get patched up. Emmeline didn't protest the decision, and they stepped through the gates and out of the fort's walls, into the barren land surrounding it. Wakel stayed behind Emmeline, having her continue to lead the way. They were 5 strong, assuming an ambush. Wakel was no fighter, but a pistol was a pistol. You pointed it, and you squeezed the trigger. It didn't take a master of arms. The men he had were all well trained enough to handle themselves, and Tiny still had a saber. If worse came to worse, it was 5 against 2, and he liked those odds. But he wanted to believe that it wasn't a trap, that Roland was injured, and that they would rescue him and things would just work out, happily ever after. They moved further into the forest, away from the clear-cut trees surrounding the walls of the Freelands and into the dark. The golden light from the oil lanterns lit the way as Emmeline guided them forward. All around him the forest was black and blotted out what little light the moon shone. In the darkness, he felt it. Fear. He felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up like he was a deer being hunted.
"Hold up,"
Wakel said, flinging his hand up in the air, and the group stopped in their tracks. "We have to hurry," Emmeline said, irritation cropping up in her voice. Wakel removed the pistol from his side and pointed it at her. "What the fuck, Wakel?"
"Come here, Tiny,"
Wakel said.
"Help me take off my coat."
The men, Tiny included, looked confused. Tiny hurried over, following Wakel's orders, and removed his coat as Wakel freed one arm from his sleeve and switched his pistol over to it as Tiny helped him free the other, careful to keep his pistol aimed at Emmeline.
"It has come to my attention," Wakel said, "that we have a traitor in our midst,"
he explained. "Wakel, I have no idea what you're talking about," Emmeline said, feigning surprise as best as she could. Paranoia or not, he couldn't take the risk. Better to be smart and skeptical than dead.
"Tiny, I'm going to be in need of a new captain soon. How about you put on that coat?"
Wakel gave him a toothy grin. Through the glow of the lantern, Wakel could see the kid's face light up with a wide smile. "Thanks, sir." Tiny took the coat and put it on.
"Don't forget the hat now,"
Wakel said, passing his tricorn hat to the kid. Tiny took it and placed it on his head.
"You look like a real highwayman now."
Tiny looked down at the coat and felt the leather between his fingertips, the smile glued to his face.
"Now go ahead, boy. Take the lead. It's just a little ways ahead now, right, Emmeline?"
Emmeline nodded but said nothing. The look of defeat was plain enough to see in the dim light. They continued forward for another few minutes in silence. Emmeline said nothing. Wakel said nothing. They just moved in a slow, steady pace through the forest, following the deer trail carved through the underbrush. A flash a short distance away, like lightning, followed by the thunder of a musket firing. The tricorn hat flipped off of Tiny's head as bits of scalp and skull exploded from his head and he crumpled to the ground. Wakel grabbed Emmeline and put the flintlock to her head.
"Fan out! Fan the fuck out! Find him! Kill him, damn it!"
Wakel yelled. He glanced around the darkness for a sign of Roland, for a sign of his wayward brother. The remaining 3 men with lit lanterns in hand scattered, sabers drawn. If they moved quickly enough, they could catch him before he could reload and get off another shot. One moved directly forward, stepping around Tiny's body. The other 2 branched out to the left and right.
"Come on out, Rolly,"
Wakel called out.
"Let's talk about this."
The man to the right screamed out, dropping his lantern to the ground. At first, the lantern dimmed, darkness taking hold, as the light was blotted out by the tall grass and brush. Then a small fire blazed where it had landed. As the fire spread and the light spilled out across the nearby trees, Wakel could see what was left of the man, bloody with his throat slit, laying at the roots of the tree. His saber was missing from his hand, and only an empty scabbard remained.
I'll kill her. I swear I will,
Wakel called out, grabbing Emmeline around the neck with one arm while pressing his pistol to her head.
Go ahead and do it, you fucking coward,
Emmeline dared.
Pull that trigger and you'll be signing your death warrant.
The man to the left yelled, his lantern flying up into the air, striking a nearby pine and setting it ablaze. This time the fire illuminated Roland for a moment. He stood there, glaring in Wakel's direction, his face cast in ghoulish shadows, his saber shining, slick with blood. The man had been slashed across the torso and was attempting to crawl away. Roland thrust his blade through his spine. Before Wakel could level his pistol in his direction, he vanished once more. With Wakel's pistol momentarily off of her temple, Emmeline jerked back, striking Wakel in the face with the back of her head. He released her, grabbing his nose, and aimed his pistol at her. He could do it. He knew he could. He could shoot her squarely in the chest and draw out his hidden pistol to finish off Roland.
We had some good times, didn't we, sweetheart?
Wakel asked Emmeline. He had thought she had grown on him. Grown to love him, maybe. She had seen every side of him. The strong front he put on for the men, and the vulnerable side that he showed no one else.
No, you had good times, Emmeline replied. And tonight I'm going to enjoy watching you die, you sack of shit.
She reached for the saber at her side, but Wakel rushed her. He grabbed her wrist and struck her in the face with the butt of his pistol. He hit her again and again until her face was bloodied, then threw her limp body against the tree behind him.
Fuck!
He yelled. The last of his men, the one positioned by Tiny's corpse, screamed out and collapsed to the ground, still gripping his lantern. Fire engulfed the ground around him as the oil rapidly spread out. Tiny's body, the brush on the forest floor, and the body of the man still gripping the lantern caught fire, illuminating Roland. Wakel aimed and took a shot, but Roland ducked behind a tree. Chunks of bark and dust exploded out, catching the light of the spreading fire. Wakel threw down his pistol. Roland jumped out. Rushing around the fire, saber in hand, he charged Wakel, his silhouette wreathed in flames. Wakel reached back and grabbed his pistol from his back. Roland threw a hunting knife towards him, and he narrowly dodged it. The blade spiraled through the air and stuck into the tree at his back, beside where Emmeline laid. Wakel raised his pistol in Roland's direction, stopping him in his tracks.
Got dead to rights, Rolly,
Wakel said, staring down the barrel of his pistol. Roland glared at Wakel, no more than 10 paces away from him. His enemy, the man he had come so far to kill, the fire raged on behind him, spreading rapidly and warming his back. The saber in his hand was slick with blood, so slick that he worried it might slip loose from his grip. 10 paces, but it wasn't so easy. Wakel had him dead to rights in his line of sight. If he advanced, he would be shot down, struck dead, and his friends, Luke and Baogas, would be killed in less than a week. It wasn't just his life on the line anymore.
Brother, how the fuck did we come to this?
Wakel asked, pistol poised to fire.
We had fun as kids, didn't we? I know you had fun. Don't lie to me. I was there. You've been lying to yourself for so damn long, Rolly, but it's just us here and now. Just you and me. Be honest.
He stared at Roland, waiting for him to say something, anything. Roland wouldn't give him the satisfaction. Roland didn't care what he had to say. It was pointless. Wakel continued.
Come on, you love stringing up those fat merchants. Look at you, coated in blood and loving it. You're a killer. I wasn't never a killer, Rolly. Not like you. That's why you were Rafe's favorite. He wasn't no philosopher, no honorable rake or whatever. He was a fucking bandit leader, damn it. He liked you because he knew you scared the living shit out of other men. Kept them in line.
Roland said nothing, only glared. He wanted to charge him, take a lethal shot and keep fighting. As long as Wakel was killed, he could die happy. But he couldn't will his feet to move. He was rooted in place. It wasn't his fear of death that gave him pause, but something else. Something he would have never thought possible. He was afraid for his friends. He needed to be cautious. He needed to think. There had to be some way to kill Wakel. Emmeline's motionless body was barely noticeable against the base of the tree behind Wakel. Roland had failed her all those years ago, and he had failed her again. He saw the twinkling of his eluxinium dagger embedded in the tree. Had he thrown a few inches to the left, just a few inches, he would have struck Wakel in the head or throat. Had he been just a hair more accurate, things might have gone a different way.
I didn't want it to come to this, Wakel muttered, exasperated. His arm was tiring from holding up the pistol. Even in the dim light of the spreading fire, Roland could see white in the knuckle of his trigger finger as it tightened ever so slightly. You left me with no choice. I welcomed you back with open arms. I wanted you to run shit with me, but you had to come back here on some sort of vendetta, pretend to be some avenging hero. You're not a hero, and I ain't no villain. This ain't some dime novel. Roland continued to glare at Wakel, eyes narrowed as he squeezed even tighter on the trigger. At any moment the hammer would fall, a cloud of smoke and sparks would billow forth, and he'd be struck dead. Finally, he spoke. Yeah, I was a real piece of shit. There are a lot of folk that set out and didn't come back home to their loved ones because of me, and there will probably be a lot more to come, Roland said. Wakel's finger relaxed slightly. But inflicting pain and suffering, like you did, I was never like that. So you're better than me. Because what? Because you killed him outright? You left because of Emmeline, right? Well, at least I didn't kill her. I brought her back. Gave her a better life than she deserved. She's not some merchant's trophy wife, but bloody fucking Emmeline, a bandit queen, Wakel yelled. Oh, you're moralizing, and I bet I'm not even close to matching your kill count. I might have some blood on my hands, but you're covered in it. He laughed, waving the gun in Roland's direction. Fucking literally. Yeah, you're right, Roland said. The glint in the tree was gone. All this fixating on you, a pathetic addict and a coward. All these years thinking about getting revenge on you. For what? For making me ashamed of who I was? That's my own fault. This isn't my revenge story. It's hers. Wakel looked confused for a moment as Emmeline grabbed him from behind by his greasy hair, jerking his head back to expose his neck. She dug Roland's eluxinium hunting knife into the side of his throat and carved from one side to the other, separating flesh and muscle along its path. Blood gurgled out from the wound, spouting with each pump of his heart. His eyes widened and his jaw slacked. When she pulled the blade out the other side, Wakel's hands went limp and the pistol dropped to the ground. He fell to his knees first, his eyes still holding his last expression, an expression of shock and horror. The bit of exposed spinal cord still connecting Wakel's head to his body wobbled, struggling to keep his head upright for a moment before it toppled back, followed by his body. Emmeline rubbed the blood off of her face. She spat down on Wakel's corpse as the muscles of his body still spasmed and twitched in its final moments. She looked over at Roland, then knelt down and picked up Wakel's spare pistol. Roland kept his eyes fixed on her. Wakel was dead, but Emmeline still had him dead to rights. He had abandoned her to a fate worse than death all those years ago. He wouldn't blame her for killing him. He looked down at Wakel's body and felt a sense of relief. If you kill me, bring Wakel's head to the Jundali, he said. Please. Emmeline took the eluxinium dagger and flipped it around to grip it by the point between her thumb and forefinger. She tossed it towards Roland, sticking it into the ground at his feet. You take his damn head to the Jundali. I'm going to drag his corpse back to camp to show the men. Roland nodded. He grabbed up his dagger from the ground and moved towards Wakel's corpse. Emmeline stepped back to give him room. He grabbed Wakel's head by the hair, pulling it forward. With one clean swing, he passed the eluxinium blade through the highwayman's spine, freeing his head from his body. Roland lifted the head up by its greasy hair. Wakel's eyes rolled back in his head and his jaw dangled slack. He used the dead bandit's greasy hair to tie the head to his belt on the outside of his leather jacket. Emmeline watched him. Roland felt her eyes on him as he turned to leave, and he paused. I am sorry. I shouldn't have left. I should have stayed. Done something. Anything.
What's done is done, Longhunter. We're as square as we'll ever be. But don't you ever set foot in the Freelands again, Emmeline said.
Understood.
Epilogue. Roland trudged along, not daring to risk rest, as he dragged his feet through the forest. He had traveled throughout the night and into the early morning, following the river north. He had decided that he would walk for as long as he had to, until the Jundali scouts spotted him. He couldn't risk being a minute late to help his friends. He glanced down at Wakel's head, swinging from its hair back and forth, occasionally being knocked aside by his leg. Flies had begun to gather in a small swarm, aggregating around the neck where the raw flesh was exposed and rotting.
I wish you weren't the way you were. Truly. I remember those good times. I remember us catching crawdads in the creek for bait and digging up night crawlers. I remember drinking with the girls in camp after that fucking great holdup outside Stilton, bringing fine wines and cheeses back just in time for the Harvest Festival dance. He groaned from the dull ache in his legs and the sharp pain in his ribs, pausing in his tracks. The pain took his breath away. He winced and nearly doubled over. One step after another. He had to keep going. Just one step, then another. He continued forward. His feet would blister and his bones would crumble before he would stop. He had to reach the Jundali. Why did you have to be the way you were? Roland rasped, exhausted, as he staggered on. He felt faint and lightheaded. He squinted against the sun through the haze of exhaustion, raising his eyes from the dirt path to stare out ahead. In the distance, he saw something he thought might be a mirage in the heat. A man with blonde hair, and beside him, a dog. Specifically, a big dog with rust-colored fur. He continued towards them, one step after another, his pace hastened. "Roland?" A voice that could only belong to Luque called out, followed by the excited barks of an Elvunian mastiff. "Luque? Rusty?" Roland answered back, his voice raspy. Luque rushed over to him, but paused when he spotted the head. "Ah, Roland. Lovely," he muttered, shielding his mouth and nose with his hand. Rusty bounded up, undeterred by the stench and the sight of the head, nearly toppling Roland over as he jumped up on him. Roland patted his head and smiled. "Are you all right?" Luque asked, still shielding his mouth and nose from the stench of the putrid head. Roland looked down at his side, at Wakel's head. "Better than him." "You know what I mean, Roland," Luque said, still keeping his distance from the head. The fop looked as though he might vomit at the sight of it, and deigned to look away in the direction of the river rather than at the thing. "Don't worry, I didn't kill him," Roland said, still absent-mindedly rubbing Rusty's head. "I'm sorry to doubt you, my friend, but the evidence is not in your favor," Luque replied, chuckling slightly. Roland gave a snort, stifling a laugh of his own. "How are you free? Where's Baelgast?" Roland asked. "Baelgast is..." Luque replied, trailing off for a moment before forcing himself to finish the sentence. "Baelgast is dead," he said, still staring out at the river. Could you do something about that thing? It's no longer needed. I'll explain everything once it's gone." "Right." Roland reached down and pulled the hair taut on his belt. He took out the Elyxinium hunting knife and slashed through the hair, cutting the head loose. He would untie the tangled mess of strands later, after a good night's sleep. He took one final look at the rotting head, bloodless, eyes white and rolled back, jaw hanging slackly down. It looked ghoulish, like Wakel finally wore his soul on the outside. He threw the head into the river and it disappeared beneath the rippling surface. With the head gone, Luque moved forward and embraced Roland. Roland reached up with one arm and patted his friend's back. "You need rest, Roland. You look bloody terrible," Luque said. "Yeah, you look like you've been through hell yourself," Roland replied. He leaned back and Luque let go, but stayed with him as he staggered a little, making his way over to the edge of the forest. Rusty followed, glued to his side. He searched around until he found a suitable log to take a seat on and nearly collapsed as he lowered himself onto it. Luque took a seat beside him, and Rusty took his place at the other side. "So, how did he go?" Roland asked. "Baelgast, I mean." "Merald attacked the Jundali with a number of witch hunters and bounty hunters. Baelgast killed him, but as he did, he managed to deliver a mortal blow," Luque explained. "I guess he died doing what he loved," Roland said. "Best any of us can hope for, I suppose." "I guess so," Luque agreed. There was a long pause as the men sat at the edge of the forest and watched the river. It glittered in the midday sun, and despite the heat, the shaded place beneath the canopy of the trees felt cool. "So if you didn't kill Wakel, then who did?" "Bloody Emmeline," Roland replied. "Bloody Emmeline?" Luque repeated. "Am I rubbing off on you?" He smiled over at him. "What?" Roland looked back at him. No, her name was Bloody Emmeline, like a nickname or something." "What sort of nickname is that? I wouldn't call myself fucking Luque. Although..." Luque looked deep in thought, as if he were truly considering the idea. "She was Emmeline. The Emmeline," Roland said, bringing Luque back from his daydream. "The one I told you about around the fire that night." "That Emmeline?" Luque repeated, surprised. "I thought she was dead." "I did too," Roland said. They sat there a while longer,
Birds chirped in the forest, squirrels and chipmunks played and ran around the brush. The wind blew through, rustling the leaves. The scent of earth, the river, and life replaced the stench of death.
Well, we should set up camp. You look exhausted. I'll tell you everything that happened, and you can tell me all about what happened with Emmeline and Wakel, Luque said. I managed to recover some supplies from Merald, but it'll still be a long trek back to civilization.
Yeah, Roland said, nodding slowly. He continued staring out at the river, scratching Rusty behind the ear.
But let's just sit here for a while. Enjoy the peace of it all. There's no rush.